Yeah, I'm just gonna go live to my YouTube channel because it's gonna be a lot more simpler to set up than anything else. And then if I go here, um, and I'm grabbing my laptop. What up, sir? Thank you for the heart, me. I appreciate it. What's up? What up, Sean? And then let's see. I don't know if I'm still logged in to StreamYard. Accept all. Continue Google. Let's see. Is this right? Okay, no, this is not right. Yeah, bear with me, guys. I'm just finishing up some last minute things, so it'll just be a couple minutes. But you're in the right place. This is where the event is gonna happen. I'm just finishing up like some last things, making sure that we're streaming to the right locations. Other than that, yeah, we should be good. How did you discover? Okay, let's. Which account is it? Okay, there we go. Next up, close. So what we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna do this. Live stream.
Yo.
Yo, what's up? Oh, hey, Kason. Hey. I am almost ready. Oh, okay. To the database. Oh, I mean, technically.
Are you fine with having guests right now or no? That's what Sarah wanted me to ask.
Sure. Actually, yeah, for the first 3 minutes. Yeah, yeah, for the next 3 minutes. That's totally fine. Yeah, you guys can go ahead. Moderators, go ahead and do whatever you want to
Cash
do.
rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, y'all.
When... Oh, no, that's pretty cool.
27.2.1, the Day of Debates channel, brought to you by Coco, AR, and Kylo. I'm not really sure anymore.
Hey, what's going
Yeah.
on, Coco?
Yeah, he's still part of it. What's up, Sean?
What's up, Shay J?
I was finishing up
Hey,
some last
Coco, I went ahead and put the announcement out in the chat that you're going to be debating the pro-Trump, pro-ICE position next month. So
Oh, no.
everyone's aware of that now.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
That aligns with his political values, so.
I am, fuck ICE, fuck Trump. That's typically my position.
You have to say frozen water on TikTok.
Oh, I don't
You
care.
can't.
I
You
wonder if
can't
that's
say.
actually true.
Wait, Coco, why are you on here, Captain? You just DM'd me and said you love Trump and Ice Gang. We was talking about it on Discord.
Oh, no, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I saw that too.
About to get me canceled. Nah, fuck no.
Coco definitely.
You guys are getting
Cream.
permanently kicked from the cookout and shit.
Dollar bill,
Yeah,
y'all.
bro, I want to keep my black card. I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about.
No, he
Well,
wouldn't come to the carne asada. That's what would happen.
bro.
Hey, you know what?
Amiga.
No one talks about that cookout.
Yeah, Coco
Latinos
DM'd
can
me.
cook out like a motherfucker.
Coco sent me a voice note that said "La migra, la migra." I don't even know.
Wow.
Let's see.
Yo, Coco. ¿Te gusta la migra? ¿La migra?
I,
¿Te
¿Tu gusto,
gusta?
amiga?
I don't know what that means.
You should just say sí.
Oh,
Sí.
no, I'm good. I'm good. Okay, give me 1 sec.
But I ain't really have nothing to say. I just wanted to come up here and tell everybody good
Gracias,
luck.
la migra,
I'm
por
hyped.
todo.
Yeah, I am almost done.
So, Case, and this is random, but I followed you because, like I said, you're the second Thomist I've ever seen on the app, and I love to like hear doctrine from Thomas and like listen to them talk. So, whenever you go live, I'll definitely be there.
Yeah, it helps me fall asleep because
Bro,
they don't know what they're
stop
saying.
gassing up the judges. That's not allowed.
Oh, he's a judge? Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Yo, Kylo denied me. I don't even know why. I thought we was cool. It's fucked
Who's
up.
debating
He
today?
said that he would deny you 3 times before the eon is over.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I forgot about that part.
Hey, which debate is tonight?
So we
Now,
got
Soul
4
versus Kylo.
Go,
we
let's
got,
sir up, brother.
Oh yeah, we got 4 debates happening tonight.
Dang.
It's gonna be OG Kylo versus Marsal, Missy versus J Rob.
What time is that one?
That one, let me just check my notes. I'm just about ready. But that one's gonna be 7:35 p.m. to 8:37 p.m. OG Kylo.
Oh, these are short debates.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna be about like an hour.
Wait, that's Central
Okay.
time, right? 7:30
Yes,
Central time.
Oh
That's
yeah,
the first-
that's a good. Okay, what is that East Coast time?
Just add an hour.
That's it. Central time would be an hour.
Behind
an
it.
hour-
on Fox 8/7 Central.
All right, so like 8:30,
an hour
like an hour and
behind.
a
It would
half.
be an hour behind you.
Okay,
No.
fair enough.
Yeah, yeah.
No, Central time. Eastern
East
time would be
Coast.
an hour
East
and a
Coast
half.
is 1 hour later than Central.
1 hour later, yes.
Yeah, that's
so
what
it's an
that's
hour
what he said.
behind, right? Wouldn't that be an hour behind?
No, an hour.
Central
An hour
would be
ahead.
behind Eastern.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
we're
what
He
saying
I
the
knows, he
said.
same.
knows it's
Exactly.
central anyway. So
Anyway,
Yeah, I got you, sir. Appreciate it.
so Missy's first at 7:30.
No.
No,
Oh wait, no, that's
Second.
that's at an hour and a half. Okay, well, who's first?
Kylo and
OG
Marsal.
Kylo versus Marsal.
Okay, and who's that? And then we got Missy. Then what's after Missy?
Can you say the topics too?
Yeah, so OG Kylo versus Marsal on God Exists, Jera versus Missy on The Christian God is Logically Possible, Theosophical Wonderings.
What?
Oh no.
Theosophical Wonderings versus Slicks on fine-tuning favors, or does fine-tuning favor theism?
Logically
over-
possible.
That's a low bar.
Wait,
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yo,
I don't
guys.
even think J Rob knows what gnomic possibility is, much less like logical.
Well, J Rob wins that debate. I vote for J Rob already.
Of
so.
course,
Yeah.
J-Rob knows what that means.
And then the
Yeah.
last one's going to be CF Jewel versus El Sirloin on A Creator is Necessary for Our Universe.
wait, me, Mob, and Peter are only judging the first debate, right?
Yes.
Okay. Just
Why
making
why
sure.
did Missy agree to such a low bar? Like logical possibility is a low bar.
LPOE. I was thinking of.
Logical
You might,
problem.
or she might run like the logical problem of the Trinity and say like
Yeah,
Trinity's essentialism.
Yeah, I think that's what she's
Yeah,
gonna do.
I mean, there are directions you can go with it, but if you're going to debate a Christian, go with like
Okay,
nominal possibility.
guys, we should leave the live. Good
Okay.
luck, Kylo.
Yeah, so I need
Yeah, good luck, everybody.
What is it? Time?
Yeah,
we're
he's-
about to get
yo,
started.
Okay.
Kylo.
What's up, Twan?
Yes,
all of
scram, sir.
KG All of KG stands resolutely behind you.
Yes, sir.
Kylo, I just want to say you've came a long way since your mother took your phone.
For
Yo, you need to chill. You
What?
need to chill. Yo, chill on that.
I'm just fucking with you, Kylo.
No.
All right.
And then yeah, I'm almost ready.
Marcel's wanting up.
Just a couple things, but yeah, we got Kason, Peter, and then Mob are our judges, and then Marsol. Yep.
It's been
and
like
then-
5 minutes since I requested to be.
Oh, sending some final links, and then I'm gonna grab my iPad, and then we should be good to go, basically. But yep. Thank you guys for bearing with me, and then yeah, we're gonna start like as soon as possible.
I'm actually kind of excited to see how this goes.
And then we have a surprise debate right after Kylo and Marsal. It's me and Peter.
Interesting.
Surprise.
Thomism versus Palomism.
Oh boy.
We have a surprise debate after Kason and Peter. It's me and Coco.
Bro didn't even react.
I don't think he heard. Or he just hates me.
Oh yeah, he didn't.
Okay, what's up, guys? Thank you guys for being here. There's 52 people in here. Wow. I mean, thank you. That's like a lot. Like, I actually appreciate it. I'm gonna change the background, and then we're gonna get started. The background is gonna be this, and I guess I'll speak with my face not on the screen. But okay, so everything is good on my end. I think we're doing good. Let me do like one final check, and then yeah, I'll get started. Okay. Well, okay, with that, thank you guys. There's 50 people in here. Thank you guys for being here. So this event is going to be the Day of Debates 10 event, when ideas clash again. I have 4 debates for you guys tonight. It's going to be like really awesome, and I appreciate you guys being here. If you can, in order to support the live, please tap your screens, like the live, and share the live with anyone who you think might be interested. In regards to like the 4 debates that I have planned for tonight, first one is going to be OG Kylo versus Mersault, God Exists. Second one's going to be J-Rob versus Missy, The Christian God is Logically Possible. That's going to start at 7:35 p.m. to 8:37 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Next one we got is Theosophical Wonderings versus Styx. Does fine-tuning favor naturalism or theism? That's going to be at 8:52 p.m. to 10:14 p.m. And then the last debate we have for the night is going to be CF Jewel versus El Sirloin on A Creator is Necessary for Our Universe. And that's going to be at 10:29 to 11:31 p.m. tonight. So we got like 4 really good debates that are going to be happening tonight, which are going to be like really awesome. And yeah, I appreciate you guys supporting me. This was a lot to set up, and then yeah, there was a lot of editing done for the promo videos. In regards to like gifts, I know that right now we're in tough times. The economy is not doing so well, so I just really appreciate you guys being here. But please gift the debaters and the judges first. It's awesome that they're here and helping out with the project. And then if you have anything extra, gift Day of Debates. All the gifts that we get are used to reinvest into the project. And everybody up here is going to use the gifts to reinvest into their personal projects and their personal channels. So gifts are really appreciated, but you don't have to do gifts. We understand that we're in a financial crisis right now. We just appreciate you guys being here. So with that being said, we're going to start with OG Kylo's debate. The format, according to my notes that I have on my computer, it's going to be 7-minute openers, 9-minute cross-examinations, and 3-minute closers, and there's going to be 2 rounds of cross-examination. And our judges are going to be Kason, Peter, and Mob. Thank you, Peter, for judging. I really appreciate you. You followed me. I followed you back on my main account, the Controversial Compass. And honestly, with that, I don't got any further announcement. Everyone good to go?
Yep. Marisol, do you want to go first, or how does this work?
The
No,
affirmative
you
goes
can go
first.
first since you're like giving the affirmative.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna put a timer on you via TikTok. And yeah, your timer will start whenever you're ready to go.
Okay. Alrighty. So yeah, we can go first. Obviously, shout out KG. Big shout out to KG. But so, hello everyone. In this debate, I'll be debating Marisol, and we'll be debating about God's existence. So, I'll take God to be the creator of the universe, who is omniscient and omnipotent. I want to get clear on like some win conditions and my burden, just so we understand what's happening here. So, my burden is simply to provide a sound arguments for the proposition God exists and to resolve some of the objections that he levies against that proposition. In my first two cross-examinations, I'm going to argue that there is a necessary being who created the universe. And my final two cross-examinations, I'm going to argue that this being possesses two omniproperties, omniscience and omnipotence. For my opponent to win, he's going to have to either refute the argument in such a manner where I don't have a response, or he could provide an adequate argument in favor of the proposition being false. I want to thank the judges. They came on a short notice, but they're here. Audience, thank you guys for being here. That's really, you guys are the real doing the heavy lifting, given that this is able to be public. You guys spread the word. Make sure you guys, big shout out to Coco, W host, shout out to the judges. And I appreciate Marisol for taking this opportunity to discuss with me. And with that being said, I won't be too long-winded with my opening. I'll let him go ahead.
Oh, okay. And you're concluding your opening?
Yep.
Bet. And with that, that's going to conclude OG Kylo's opening. Now, Marisol, you're going to get your 7 minutes to do your opening, and then we'll get into cross-examinations. So your 7 minutes will start whenever you say your first word.
Good evening, everyone. Today I'm quite excited. This is going to be my first formal debate while being live. So today, we're not going to debate whether it is possible to define God or whether philosophical language can be used to describe one. We're debating something much more specific. Does reality actually require God in order to exist or function? The distinction matters because a concept, no matter how sophisticated, does not become real simply by being defined. Definitions clarify ideas. They do not generate entities. So the central question tonight is not whether a necessary being can be described. The question is whether reality itself structurally depends on such a being. My opponent will likely present a concept of God defined as necessary or pure actuality, that which must exist. I'm happy to grant conceptual definitions for the sake of discussion, but granting definitions does not grant existence. Even if a concept includes necessity as part of its description, that only tells us what would follow if such a thing existed. It does not demonstrate that reality requires it. So tonight, I propose a simple and fair standard. If something is metaphysically necessary or required, removing it should not merely leave reality unexplained, but it should make reality impossible. In other words, necessity is not a label we assign to our favorite concepts. Necessity must be demonstrated by showing that without it, reality collapses into coherence. Classical theistic arguments often preceded by identifying features of the world, change, causation, contingency, dependency, and others, then concluding that they require a transcendental or like a personal creator for such a configuration. But this involves a massive philosophical leap. Even if we grant the universe has a fundamental explanation, it does not follow that the explanation must be a mind, a will, or a person. An external physical state, a structural foundation, or brute but stable configuration would still count as an explanation. Calling any ultimate basis a creator simply because it's foundational risks redefining the conclusion into the premise. The debate tonight is not whether reality has structural constraints. It clearly does. The debate is whether those constraints require a divine agent. When philosophers talk about necessity, we must be precise. True metaphysical necessity is not mysterious substance that something is made of. It is demonstrated by indispensability. Some features appear structurally indispensable, for example, identity or non-contradiction. Remove those, and coherent reality becomes impossible. So if God truly is necessary, we should be able to identify a comparable structural role, something that cannot exist, function, or even be coherently described without God. Appealing to tradition, authority, or theological vocabulary does not establish this. Only structural indispensability does. You may also hear that the universe cannot sustain its own existence. That it requires a continuously acting pure act or divine sustainer holding it in being. But this assumes a controversial metaphysical premise that existence itself requires an ongoing external actualization. That is not a demonstrated fact. It is an additional philosophical claim. Many statements persist because they achieve internally stable configurations. Their persistence does not require an external sustaining agent. It follows from their structural stability. So, pointing persistence does not establish a divine sustainer. It only shows that reality has achieved a stable form. Throughout this debate, I will ask that we maintain a clear distinction between different kinds of dependence. First, epistemic dependence, what we need to understand, what we need to understand something, is not the same as causal dependency. Causal dependency is not going to be the same as ontological necessity. These distinctions matter because philosophical arguments sometimes shift between them without notice, creating an illusion of a stronger conclusion than has actually been demonstrated. So I will close with this, a clear challenge. I'm not asking my opponent to present a concept of God that explains reality in an appealing way. I'm asking for something much stronger. Name one specific feature of reality that becomes logically impossible, not merely unexplained, but incoherent if God does not exist. If no such feature can be identified, then God has not been shown to be metaphysically necessary. And if God is not necessary, then the central claim of his thesis hasn't been established. Thank you so much.
Okay, and with that, you guys can hear me, right? With that, that's going to be the end of the openers. Thank you for your openers, guys. They were both really good. Now we're going to move on to the cross-examination. So, Ochi Kylo, you're going to get 9 minutes according to my notes. But hold on, let me check. My laptop is tweaking out. Okay, and I'm getting the timer. Your 9 minutes will start whenever you say your first word.
Alrighty, let's get into it. Just to preface, let's make sure we're all sharing the stream out, liking the stream. Appreciate you guys all being here once again. I want to just kind of talk a little bit about that opening statement. It was a little redundant. You kind of said the same thing a few times, but you're saying you don't want to simply talk about a concept. You want to talk about this being needed, actually instantiated in the world, and not simply being conceptual. Well, no problem. My argument today is going to definitely establish that. So, like I said, my first two openers, we're going to be talking about the being necessary in the creator. I'm going to do that for my first two opening statements. And once we've established there being a necessary being, and this being the creator of the universe, my last two closing or cross-examinations are going to be about the omniproperty. So what I'll do now for this first cross-exam is going to produce an argument for there being a necessary being, and then we're just going to look for any objection. So I'm going to be using a not that known philosophical argument by, I want to say Rushmoon. Can't pronounce his name properly, but it goes as such. Premise 1. If no necessary thing is logically possible, then a set of all contingent states couldn't possibly have an external explanation. Premise 2. The set of all contingent states could possibly have some external explanation. Conclusion 1, therefore some necessary thing is possible. Premise 3, a necessary thing is either impossible or necessary. Conclusion 2, therefore some necessary thing is necessary. Now, before I let you respond to this, I want to make sure that you understand the argument is valid. And that's if all the premises are true, the argument is sound. I'm willing to give an argument for each individual premise. So with that being said, go ahead and levy your objection.
Okay. For premise 1, are you saying if there are no necessary existence? Can you repeat premise 1?
Yeah. So premise 1 reads, if no necessary thing is logically possible, then the sets of all contingent states couldn't possibly have an external explanation.
You seem to be conflating explanation and necessity here.
What's the argument for that?
Explanations are understood to be external, and
What do
necessity
you
is just
think
a mere
explanation
description.
means? What do you think explanation means here?
I don't know. That's your term.
Okay, so there's a problem given that you've charged me with misusing language, but then you kind of equivocate because you don't even wait 1 second, please. You don't even know what I mean by explanation, but you've charged me with using it in the wrong manner. I want to flag that. So I'll explain what's being said here. An external explanation is the type of thing which tells you why something exists. It explains that thing, right? But it's not of what is to be explained. So an external explanation is not of the same category to be explained. Now you're saying I'm conflating an external explanation and a necessary being. I'll tell you why that's not true.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, go ahead.
I said he conflated explanations and necessity.
Okay, well, the argument is talking about a necessary being, not necessity simpliciter. There might be some ambiguity there. But if we just read the argument how I have it, let's not equivocate. So, are you saying premise 1 is false, or should I motivate it?
No, I'm saying, can you clarify the terms?
Okay, so, which term do you need me to clarify to be clear?
Explanation, external explanation, and necessity.
Okay, so explanation, I'll just tell you, external explanation is just going to be something which does the explaining, but not of what is to be explained. Now, explanation is going to be the type of thing, some entity X, maybe you want to say, such that Y cannot exist without X. That is, the existence of Y is conceptually dependent on X. And then you ask for necessity. Well, what it means to be necessary in this given context.
Wait, can you just repeat explanation real quick?
Yeah.
Entity X implies?
So any entity X such that Y cannot exist without X, that is, the existence of Y is conceptually dependent on X. Okay. And then necessity.
Wait, dependent on causally?
It's dependent not in a causal sense, but in a modal sense. So if that entity is not instantiated, then you'd get a contradiction in some sense. And I could give you an argument for that. So
some sort of entailment.
Not an entailment in a sense where if necessarily X and X explains Y, necessarily Y, you don't get this modal collapse if that's what you're asking about. But
no, what's going to be the difference between the entailment if it's modal, right?
What are you asking?
You just said it's modal, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so it's just saying, basically, if let's say if entity X doesn't exist, then you couldn't have Y. And the modal sense there is just the term could, right? So it's the type of relation where if one property is not instantiated, the other property couldn't be instantiated in virtue of a contradiction.
So is it like a dependency relation? Some metaphysical grounding?
Well, I just take dependence to be you might want to say Y depends on X if and only if, in every possible world where Y exists, X also exists. Once again, it's a modal type dependence, not a causal type dependence.
So in every possible world where there is X, there's going to be Y?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
So is that a logical entailment? Yes or no?
Yeah, correct.
It is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so just getting back to the original argument. should I recapitulate the first premise, or are you agreeing with the first premise?
Entailment. Yeah, recapitulate.
No problem. So, if no necessary thing is logically possible, then the sets of all contingent states couldn't possibly have an external explanation.
Again, external explanation.
You want me to give an argument for that?
Wait. By external, what do you mean?
Okay, so an external explanation is the type of explanation that's explained but not of the same class. I'll give you an example. Let's say you have dogs and they need to be explained. Well, if dogs are explaining dogs, it wouldn't be external, given that what is doing the explaining is of the same class to be explained. But if you switch the reference maybe to a cat, well, now you have some external explanation, given that's the reference doing the explaining is not of the same class. Does that make sense?
Wait, roughly, are you trying to say, what we mean by external, we just mean, like, we don't find it in the nature of that thing?
Well, we don't need to do much nature talk. We can just do category talk. So what is explaining to be explained is not of the category, right? So they're distinct.
Okay, they're distinct. They're separated?
They're not identical in reference to categories.
Okay, so what ties the relation?
What are you asking there?
What ties the relation between the explanation and the thing being explained?
What ties the relation? I don't know what you're asking. I don't know what it means to tie a relation, but I can tell you, yeah, it's not clear what's being asked there.
I mean, I can clarify if you want.
Go ahead.
So, if you're saying, like, the explanation is going to be distinct or separate than the thing being explained, we're going to need some relation between the two things that unifies them.
Well, I can try to answer this way, and you tell me if this answers your question. So, given that this is just law of excluded middle, something's either contingent or necessary, right? Well, do you agree with that?
Something is either contingent or necessary?
That is correct.
You can have necessary contingency. Like, you can write it out as like not parentheses necessarily P or not P.
If you say
not P,
if you say that's a contradiction, by the way, you can't have some. Yeah, because it's analytically true given what I mean by necessary and contingent. If something's contingent, what do you say?
Oops. Sorry, guys. That'll be the end of that cross-examination.
Dang, that was a quick 9 minutes.
Yep. Marcel, now it's time for your first cross-examination. And it will start whenever you say your first word.
Okay, let's go back to the explanation thing. So you posited two entities, right, which are separate, which are different. So we're gonna need some relation R tying them together, or else there's no explanation being done. There's no connection between the two things. So this is gonna invoke either some regress of explanations, because the explanation, the relation R that explains the unity between the first explanation and the thing being explained, either is going to be explained by relation R, and that relation R needs some explanation, and that can go like either infinitely, or it might terminate finitely. It's called a Bradley regress, if you want to know the philosophical term. And either your argument is going to entail some arbitrariness or some infinite regress. What do you think?
Okay, so I need an argument for that claim, given I have, first of all, I want an argument for the dichotomy. That's just step one. Let's just get an argument for that dichotomy, that I'm committed to these two options.
What do you mean? It depends on
just
how
made
you
the claim
define
that I have
relations.
two options. Well, look, you keep making this problem where
it's gonna depend on how.
Can I respond, please? So
wait, whose time is it?
It's your talking time, but you've asked me a question, so.
Yeah, but this is irrelevant. Again, so how do you define relation, real quick?
Okay, right, but I want to flag, you charged me, but then you didn't even have, you didn't have a definition.
I reclaim my time.
Okay.
Okay, stop doing this rhetoric. answer the question. What is a relation?
What's the relevance? Because I didn't use the term.
Again. So are you saying that two entities are distinct? And what do you mean by explained there?
Okay, so once again, so an explanation is just any entity X such that Y could not exist without X. That is, the existence of Y is conceptually dependent on
So
X.
are X and Y tied?
When you say tied, what's being said there?
Is there any connection to X and Y?
Connection in an ontically committing sense or what?
Could be.
There's a conceptual connection given that if you don't have one, then the other is impossible. So you can have that type of connection.
What do you mean conceptual connection?
Well, given that if you don't have X, it will be logically impossible to have Y. So if you want to say that's a connection, depends, but you'd have to define your terms.
No, you define your terms because you're using your terms.
I didn't use the term connection or relation, to be clear.
You already used, like you already said, for any entity X, it's going to entail some Y, right?
I didn't say entail. I said any entity
No,
X.
I already asked you. Stop. I already asked you. Is it a logical entailment? You already said yes. Now you can't
Okay,
backtrack.
I want to be clear. I didn't use the terms, but to answer your question, it is a logical entailment in the sense, once again, that to not have one, there will be a contradiction. Okay.
Okay, that's not the issue. I'm asking for this like causal notion that you're trying to invoke. Like when you have two, you agree
It's not causal again. It's a modal. It's modal. It's not causal. You're straw manning. You're straw manning.
Stop. Whether it's modal doesn't matter. When you posit two entities, either modally or non-modally, right? These two entities are distinct. Do you agree? Yes or no?
Only if it's an external explanation. You can't just ask a question. You gotta allow me to expound. I'll let you expound on your answers. I'll be concise. So the only talk about distinct is given it's an external explanation. That's where we bring in distinctness. You can have two. One second, I'm almost done. You can have two objects which are identical and they could do explaining. It just wouldn't be external. Go ahead.
Okay, what is a non-external explanation?
You just take the same thing, but you just remove the dependence relation. So just take something
What
like,
does that mean?
well, you can have X and Y, but if one fails, it doesn't therefore follow that it will be a contradiction. But externally, it would be.
How is that an explanation?
Well, that's just what I mean by explanation.
Yeah, I'm asking for clarification.
What needs to be clear? How is it explanation?
What's the difference between the two?
Okay, no problem. The difference between the two is that one would entail a logical contradiction. The other would not.
So there wouldn't be a logic. Okay. So are you saying if you have some possible world where there is P, Y wouldn't follow?
If you have a possible world where there's P, Y wouldn't follow. Okay,
Yeah.
What's being, you need to fill in the variables. That's a crazy ambiguous
So
question.
for any entity X, Y would follow necessarily, right? For Y, or else you're gonna have a contradiction. That's gonna be an external explanation.
No, maybe let me read it again. You're not understanding. For any entity X, such that Y could not exist without X, that is, the existence of Y is conceptually dependent on X. Okay, that's what's being said there.
Y cannot exist. Okay, the existence of Y is dependent on X. That's what you're saying.
It's modally dependent, to be clear.
What does that mean?
A modal dependence is a type of dependence where, once again, the non-instantiation of one of the, you want to say, conjuncts would result in the other conjunct being impossible. This is my third time telling you this.
How is that any different from like necessity?
Okay, well, necessity talks about entities being instantiated in all possible worlds and being eternal. So there's definitely a distinction there. Right.
Right. How is that? Okay, you agreed that this is a logical entailment?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay, cool. Right. And to finish, my questioning since I have 2 minutes. Let's go back to what is invoked. Can you repeat premise 2?
Yeah, no problem. So premise 2 reads as this: the set of all contingent states could possibly have some external explanation. Would you like an argument for that?
Could possibly have some external explanation. Sure. I mean, I can grant that.
Oh, okay. Well, to be clear for the rec, are you granting premise 1 and premise 2?
No, I'm granting premise 2. Hold on.
Do you want me to motivate premise 1?
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. So, if no necessary thing is logically possible, then the set of all contingent states couldn't possibly have an external explanation. Now, why think this? Okay, well, given LEM, we know an entity is either contingent or necessary. I can motivate that too also. Now, given we accept the dichotomy, and given that's the external explanation could not be of what is being explained, another contingent thing, and you have a dichotomy of 2, your option is that thing being external. That thing being necessary. Now, if a necessary thing isn't even possible, well, guess what? You couldn't have an external explanation for the set of contingencies, given that the other option is not even an option. Does that make sense?
No.
Okay. We'll break this down.
But before that, I'll ask you some clarifying questions. If you're positing some necessary being and you have some logical entailment, how does that not cause some model collapse?
I explicated this on the onset when I said, look, I see you want to take the modal collapse route, but that won't work given that you get a modal collapse under some type ontically committing causal relation. Maybe there are other type notions, but given this is just a modal relation, you'd have to give an argument for there being modal collapse in a modal sense. I don't see how that follows.
What do you mean?
Yeah, because this type explanation isn't ontically committing in a sense where box Y, therefore like box X or something like.
Finish your last statement.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions?
Time is over, but yeah.
And then, okay, with that, we'll end it there. And that was the first cross-examination period where OG Kylo and Marsal cross-examined. Now we're going to move on to the second cross-examination period. And then after that, we're going to then move on to closers. So, Kylo, you get 9 minutes. And your 9 minutes starts whenever you say your first word.
Okay, so I kind of planned it's like I'm gonna take my first 2 to get you a necessary being and a creative universe. So I want to quickly run through the argument. I want you to tell me quickly which premise you need me to give an argument for. I'm gonna give an argument for every premise, and I'm gonna try to give an argument for this being the creator before our last crosses. So.
You can go through premise 1 again, just to clarify. One more thing.
Okay.
You're just saying this is modal. This does not commit you ontologically at all.
Yes. Well, it's modal. It doesn't commit you ontologically in the sense, in the explanation sense, where necessarily box or box P, therefore box Y, or some sense like that. But if you think, if you think you get modal collapse, just give an argument for that during your cross exam, and I'll go over how you don't get modal collapse. But let me just give an argument for every one of these premises right quick. So, premise 1, I'll say it again. If no necessary thing is logically possible, then a set of all contingent states couldn't possibly have an external explanation. Okay, so let's just do a quick Q&A session. Do you agree with the dichotomy? Something is either contingent or necessary.
Can you repeat the question?
Do you agree with the dichotomy? Something is either contingent or necessary.
No.
No. So what's the third option?
You can have analyticity.
How is that a third option, please, sir?
It's not the same as contingency.
Define analyticity.
Normally you would write this on model terms. It's gonna be something like P and Q.
Okay.
P and not P, P and.
Let me type this out right quick.
So I need to remember this.
Please be concise, given I have 9 minutes. P and Q.
No, wait, hold on. No. I need to remember this. But you can have analytical statements which are like tautologies.
Okay, can those analytical statements fail to exist or fail to be true?
What do you mean?
What's not clear there? It's a very simple question.
If they're tautologies, they're not going to fail to exist.
Okay, so they're necessary, right?
They are. They can be necessary. Yeah.
No, they are necessary. Yeah,
they are necessary. Yeah.
So you get the second option. You didn't get out of the dichotomy. So I'm gonna move on now. So
wait, you can have also. Wait, hold on. You can
no,
also
I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time. I reclaim my
He's
time.
reclaiming his
Yes,
time.
stop. Look, you can go over that. You blundered. You said it's necessary. We're gonna move on. So once again, given that the external explanation cannot be of one of the two, it's gonna have to necessarily be, or if it's possible. And I don't even want to move on if you see. I don't like to do that because if you actually have real contentions, I want to break it down, but I don't have time. So,
all right.
Listen, if no necessary thing is possible, you couldn't have an external explanation. I'm going to move on from premise 1. Okay. Premise 2, the set of all contingent states could possibly have some external explanation. Would you agree with that? Yes or no?
Premise 2, yeah.
Okay, perfect. So then you will get conclusion 1, therefore some necessary thing is possible. Would you agree with that?
Some necessary thing is possible?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, perfect. And then, so premise 3, a necessary thing is either impossible or necessary. Would you agree with that?
A necessary thing is impossible. Yeah.
Alrighty. Let's be clear. Given that you've accepted conclusion 1, a necessary thing is possible, and you've accepted that the dichotomy is either impossible or necessary, but it can't be impossible given you just accepted it's possible.
Modally?
What happened?
I said modally, yeah.
Okay, perfect. So you agree there some necessary thing is necessary, correct?
Some necessary thing is necessary? That sounds like a tautology, yeah.
That's right. Okay, perfect. So we've just gotten to there being a necessary being. Now let's get to that being the creator of the universe really quickly. So premise 1, there exists a necessary being. Premise 2, by definition, a contingent being is something that could fail to exist or doesn't exist in all possible worlds. An external explanation is a being that every contingent being depends on for its existence. Conclusion 1, therefore, the necessary being explains every contingent being. Premise 3, by definition, a creator is any entity that explains every member of a set of entities. Conclusion 2, therefore, the necessary being is a creator of the universe. I'll go over any definitions and any premise that needs justification. Let me know.
Can you just repeat premise by premise? I was writing it.
Premise 1, there exists a necessary being. Premise 2, by definition, a contingent being is something that could fail to exist or doesn't exist in all possible worlds. And an external explanation is a being that every contingent being depends on for its existence.
I don't agree with premise 2.
Okay, I'll motivate that. So, how do you want to go about this? Because premise 2 is kind of, it's just analytic, to be honest, give it the definitions. But so you've accepted that these, basically what's being said here is, could not exist without is understood in terms of like some modal sense, not by causation again. And by definition, a contingent being could fail to exist. And if there is a necessary being, which exists in all possible worlds, then by the modal definition, every contingent being exists only in worlds where the necessary being exists. Therefore, by some analytic definition of explain, and I will define that for you if need be, then the necessary being explains all contingent beings.
So then, just to clarify, the necessary being doesn't exist in all possible worlds?
Of course it does. Why would it not?
Okay. So you're gonna have some issues. What you already said, it's logical entailment. I already tried to approach this.
Can you flag the issues really quickly?
If you have like contingent, sorry, what?
What are the issues, to be very clear?
A modal collapse.
Okay, what is I need you to do one of two things. First of all, I need you to define modal collapse, and then I need you to give a sound argument for my position in telling a modal collapse. Go ahead.
Okay. A modal collapse is going to be when you have some strong PSR, mainly saying for any event, there has to be some explanation, which is entailing. And when you have such PSR, such principle, if you have some
Wait, stop right there. Stop right there. You think you didn't tell me what modal collapse was. You just talked about PSR.
I need to build up to there.
Wait, before you do that, define modal collapse. Simpliciter.
Modal collapse is when everything becomes necessary, basically.
Okay, modal collapse is the view where everything becomes necessary. Okay, continue with the argument for my position in telling that.
All right, so I'm gonna go back to where I was. As I was saying, if you have some strong PSR or like some logical entailment, and you have some external explanation, which is necessary in all possible worlds for any contingent fact, all the contingent facts are going to be necessary.
Okay, you know that's begging the question. That's the claim, buddy. I said I want to.
So if
I want one second. One second. To be clear, I want you not to recapitulate the claim, but to actually give motivations to believe that claim is one which is entailed in my view. That's what I want.
What do you mean by that?
What do I mean by an argument, dude?
Okay. So if we have a logical entailment, if the PSR is motivated by a necessary being, then the conclusion must follow necessarily.
Okay, wait, stop. I'll reclaim my time. So just to be quickly. Damn, it's fine. Whatever.
With that, we do have to conclude there. Yep. And Mersalt, we're going to go to your cross-examination, and then after this, we're going to then move on to closers. So I'm setting up the timer, and your cross-examination starts whenever you say your first word.
Okay. Now, let's go back to your definition of like modal, right? When you explain premise one of like your first argument, you said all of this is not ontologically committed, correct?
What term did I say is not ontologically committing? The explanation or the modal sense?
The external explanation.
Yeah, some explanation. Yeah, correct.
So the external explanation itself, is it some being?
The necessary being is a being, correct.
Are we talking some modal instantiation?
We're talking, so I can tell you what I take existence to be if that's what you're asking.
No, yes or no?
Well, the question is not clear. You said modal instantiation.
Yeah.
That's kind of trivial. Yeah, it's a necessary being. Yeah.
Yeah, just like, when I say modal, I'm just talking schematically.
But I don't think the being is purely conceptual. That's why I was going to give you my thesis of existence.
Well, you haven't. But so far, we only have like a modal term, which is going to be some conceptual definition for a necessary being and how it follows for like the explanatory or like the external explanation. So I'll be charitable and give you some of my time for you to give how this being actually exists.
Okay, so no problem. Given that you've accepted, I'll be concise too. Given that you've accepted that there's a necessary being, let's just talk about that. So the necessary being analytically exists in all possible worlds. What?
I did not agree that there is an external
on recording.
Like there exists,
buddy.
Wait, there exists. Yeah, but there's a difference between like you already clarified. Ontic commitments are not the same as like modal instantiation. You already clarified that.
Do you want to define what it means to ontically be instantiated, please?
Ontically, which is going to be exists actually.
Okay, what does it mean to exist actually and not to exist actually?
Exists actually, which means, exists actually, it's like trivial, like the way you exist.
But I don't see how you're saying it's trivial given you want to make
if you can't understand this, like it's
no, it's not that I can't understand. It's that.
By the way, this is my time. I claim my time.
Go ahead.
So when I say when I already clarified what existing actually is. I'm just telling you it's going to be existing the same way you exist, not conceptually, but like the same way the wall in front of you exists. That's what I mean. If you don't have any understanding for like this debate, which is going to be a philosophical debate, if you don't understand this, I can't help you.
Can you give a
Now,
definition, not an
what do you
example?
mean? It's primitive.
It's primitive. Okay.
Yeah.
Continue, please.
So if you don't have any concept of like existing actually, what do you mean by God exists there?
Okay, thank you. So I was trying to do this 3 minutes ago. So I take existence. Now, I do take existence to be a kind of primitive notion like you as well, but I can expound on my thesis a little more. So I take it to be like the referent there is instantiated in some possible world, but I have distinguishing features. You have necessary entities, contingent entities, and impossible entities. Necessary entities exist in all possible worlds, and that's just to say they're instantiated. Contingencies are instantiated in some, but not all, and impossible entities are instantiated in none.
Are you a modal realist?
No, I'm a fictionalist about modalities.
Okay, so all of those, like so far, your argument is just like in fiction mode. You haven't.
I'll
just
explain
like-
why that's not true.
Mhm.
So you
Why
would
is it?
agree, no problem. You would agree that the current actual world is not merely a possible world, but it is the actual world, right?
What does that mean?
What's not clear there?
When you use the word like some possible world, but an actual.
Okay,
What do you mean?
so you need clarity on the distinguishing features of possible worlds and actual worlds?
No, I need clarification on your like the terms that you're using.
Okay, so a possible world is a way that the actual world could have been. Now, is that a little bit more clear?
A way that the actual world could have been?
That is correct. And we can model these using
So
truth
are you
tables.
asking me, am I in a world which is a world that could have been the same way that it is?
I'm asking
I don't
you,
understand what that could
I'm
mean.
asking you, do you agree that you're in a world where if you plug that into a truth table, okay, because look, so what it means to be possible is that in at least one evaluation, the proposition is not outputted as false. I don't know if you take some non-contradictory view, we can go over that. But you agree you're in a world that's not impossible, right?
Sure.
And you agree something's either possible or
But
impossible.
what do you mean by impossible, just to clarify?
Impossible is the type of notion where, let's just say in all evaluations, the proposition is outputted as false.
What proposition?
You could just take the proposition, this is the actual world, and if all evaluations that's outputted as false, that proposition is impossible.
How is this any different from epistemic commitments?
What's the relevance relation?
What do you mean?
I don't see how that pertains to the current dialectic.
Because we're supposed to be establishing God's existence, ontological.
Yeah, right. And when
Right.
I ask you to explicate what it means to ontologically exist, you said it's primitive. So I'm now giving you my thesis of existence.
Are you giving me some epistemic thesis?
Well, obviously there's like
Yes or no?
Yes, but that's duh. We're conversing.
How is that relevant to the debate?
You brought up epistemology
I
talk,
already
not
clarified
me.
in my opening. Already clarified.
I'm
There's gonna
trying
be
to tell you
some
how the being is
difference between-
ontically committing. By the way, yeah.
Sorry?
The being is not merely conceptual. I'm giving you reasons to believe that.
Well, so far you're just talking with epistemic limitations, right? You haven't given an argument when it pertains to ontology.
Okay. So do you want to use your thesis or your notion of ontology or my notion?
No, I want to use your notion.
Perfect. So
Don't use your epistemic notion, though.
do you remember? Can just make sure you're tracking. What was my definition of existence?
Huh? Your
What was-
definition?
Yes, please.
Your definition of existence, you said, similarly, you take it to be primitive.
No. So I said I do take it to be primitive, but I furtherly expound saying that's what it means to exist is that the reference is instantiated in a possible world, and then I want to expound on distinguishing.
How is that primitive, then?
How is it primitive?
Yeah,
It's primitive.
what does primitive mean?
I take primitivity to be a type of notion where you cannot furtherly expound in the sense where it's not going to
Did
be.
you just
Well, I didn't
furtherly
finish. I
expound?
didn't finish. In the
This is my
sense,
time. I reclaim my time.
but you don't want to straw man.
Did you furtherly explain
No,
existence?
not in the sense that I was going to say. You got to let me finish.
Yes or no?
No, let me
What?
finish, please. The
What?
reason why is
Okay.
because you get instant circularity. And when I say furtherly expound, in a sense where you don't get this type instant circularity. And the reason on my notes you get instant circularity, just given instantiation brings back in the word existence. All I'm saying is my view of existence has more explanatory power, given I can tell you what it means in a strict sense.
What? You just
Is that time?
contradicted
Is that
yourself.
time or
You
can we
already
keep
know.
going?
It's already my time. But
We got 16 seconds.
Okay.
yeah. Okay, just to clarify, he already conflated epistemic notions and ontological notions. So far, the argument was given to be by a fictionalist when it comes to modal entities.
And is that going to be it?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Cool. With that, we're going to move on to...
yeah.
You good? Okay. With that, we're going to move on to closing statements. It's going to be 3 minutes each. And then after that, we're going to take a couple audience questions, and then the judges will render their decision. And also, stick around, everybody. There is going to be a poll voting. So we're going to be deciding this debate by judges' vote and also audience vote. And then after, the next debate is going to be Missy MX versus J-Rob on the Christian God is logically possible.
Alrighty, I'm assuming he goes first, right?
Since you're the affirmative, you would go first.
Well, given that I did my opening statement first, wouldn't he give his closing statement first?
No, you give the closing first.
Yeah, I just follow the same order, but like it's up to you guys. We can
Marisol, do you mind going first?
No, I mind actually. Wait, hold on.
Okay, no problem. So, let's see. In my closing statement, I just want to kind of recap. The topic was God's existence. I'm really hurt that we didn't have more time. I didn't even get to the omni properties, given that it took a long time for him to get to my first stage. But let's just break down a few things. So, in the discussion, again, he agreed to there being a necessary being. Now, I see that's his tactic, or what he wants to harp on is it's being purely modal. Well, he wants to say, I don't believe you've established something ontically committing. I'm saying this is false. Given my thesis of existence, I can give you reasons to believe this being exists in a sense which is not purely conceptual. He says that he takes existence to be primitive and gave an example. That's not really informative. You're not telling me why I think my definition of God or my argument doesn't establish something ontically committing. Given when I ask you, what does that mean? You say it's primitive. Well, if it's primitive, you can't further expound. What's even being said there at that point? Now, my definition when I was saying it was primitive is in the sense where you get this type instant circularity, but you still have some explanatory work in the sense that you can conceptualize what it means to exist rather than not. You don't just get nothing, right? So that's what was being said there. He wanted to say that was a contradiction. It's not. It was some ambiguity, and I explicated that. Let's see what else I want to point out. So he accepted a necessary being. And once again, like I didn't get a chance to go over. I also did give an argument for this being the creator of the universe. Now I want to talk about his objections and the arguments for both stage 1 and stage 2. He didn't refute any premises. He only asked for definitions the whole time, and I gave every definition he asked for. We got no premise was contended in this whole debate. Let me think about some other points. No defeaters were made. He didn't show any premises to be false. I established there being a necessary being. I established it being the creator. I want to say I established omni properties just given the time constraint. That's going to be a lesson learned for the next debate. Gonna need more time for these type discussions. I don't want to be too long-winded. I just want to flag. I basically did my job here. We're in an argument. I justified every premise. I gave every definition. I responded to every refutation. I won't be long-winded. That will just be my closing. Go ahead.
Okay. With that, thank you for your candor. Now we're gonna move on to the next person. Marcel, you're gonna get 3 minutes. It starts when you say your first word.
Okay, before I start the closing statement, I will clarify what just happened. First off, I just only accepted a conceptual or like modal notion of like a necessary being. The argument wasn't complete by my interlocutor when it comes to the attributes of like omniscience and omnipotence and being existing in the actual world. So let me move to my closing statement. At the beginning of the debate, I proposed a simple and fair standard. We're not deciding whether God is an interesting idea, like what happened in the debate, or whether God can be defined in sophisticated philosophical language, like what my interlocutor did. We're asking for something more precise. Is God metaphysically necessary? In other words, does reality itself become impossible without God? And because if something truly is necessary, removing it should not merely leave unanswered questions, it should lead to a contradiction. And I will gladly say my interlocutor has not fulfilled any of these duties. Throughout the discussion, we have heard many important philosophical concepts like dependency, contingency, necessity, like external explanation, existence, and other meanings. But notice something crucial. At no point we were given a clear example of a specific feature of reality that becomes logically incoherent if God does not exist. We heard explanations, but explanations is not a necessity. We heard that God provides like some external explanation which is logically enticing, but unfortunately, that argument was not about about the actual world, but instead some schematic world, and by that, I just, and to be clear, rejecting the claim that God is necessary is not the same as rejecting the claim that an ultimate. If I accept, like for example, a being who's necessary, that doesn't commit me necessarily to an omniscient and omnipotent God. He hasn't provided any arguments, like I already clarified. So to just end, I'll finish by saying it simply means that the argument presented so far has not shown any divine mind can occupy the role of the foundation. Thank you.
Okay. And with that, that's going to conclude the OG Kylo versus Mersault debate on the topic "A God Exists." That was a really good debate. Thank you both for your candor. I know a lot of people in the comments were wanting me to say the word candor because I used to say it before. But with that, now I'm going to start a poll, and we're going to bring people up for audience comments, questions,
Well,
critiques, and
do the
concerns.
judges go before the guests?
They probably need time to like establish their decision making. So yeah, like I'll give them some time. We'll bring up some guests, and then we'll run a poll. And then also, just a reminder: whenever I bring up some guests, this is not the time to start debates on the panel. We need to get through all of the people who are trying to ask questions. So I might set a timer for like either 1 minute or 2 minutes, and we need to make it quick for everybody. Please be considerate of other people. Don't start another whole debate on the panel when you come up. It's comments, questions, concerns, or critiques. And let's keep it snappy. So with that, I'll bring up our first guest. We'll do one at a time. Let's just bring up one person at a time. So I think first in line is Please Seek God.
Yes. I'd like to give a question for both, so it's maybe a little bit better. How do both parties feel about Pascal's wager? I'm not here to debate it or anything. I just want the opinions of both.
Marisol, you can go first.
I'm unconvinced, if that's what you're asking for. Like Pascal's wager, at least the way I understand it, supposes that there's this like one way, or like one being that, like one possibility that a God exists, and if you follow that, you would not be condemned to hell. But on the contrary, in real life, there are many religions, many claims about different gods. Therefore, that argument, I don't find it compelling or reasonable.
Okay.
Just to choose one. Okay, go ahead.
Just to be clear for the audience, try to make sure the questions are as related to the debate as possible. But just to answer that given question, I think Pascal's wager is thought provoking at most. I wouldn't have much more to say than that. I mean, just given as many gods there are, you'd have to, kind of already believe there's only one God. But that's all I'll be saying for that. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I do still have 40 seconds, so maybe with my 40 seconds, I'll just say that I suppose in the way I may see it might be different, but I feel as if it would always be the safer bet to at least choose one out of all the religions than none. But I suppose it would all depend on the probability. And I've actually not debated necessarily, but talked to the control about this. And we've just gone down to the probability is just so low, it may not be something to be worried about. So I'll drop. Thank you for letting me have my question. Good day to all of you. God bless you.
Oh yeah, good to see you. This is also Coco, or the Controversial Compass, on the Day of Debates account. But I think I've talked to you before. Then I'm gonna grab the next person. It's gonna be ISO, I think. And yeah, go for it. Oh, by the way, guys, the poll is up, but I think there's like this pink weird bubble that's like covering it. But once it passes, the clipboard is in your left corner. It's gonna be a blue clipboard. You can vote for who won. But go ahead, ISO. You got it.
I was going to ask Kylo what exactly his meta-ontological commitments were, such that, some modal claim could lead to something that's ontologically committing.
Well, given that's what it means to exist in this sense, is that, the referent there is instantiated in a possible world. And the notion's kind of analytic, but that's all that's being said there. This onto commitment is just one to say it's instantiated. And the notion of instantiating kind of just brings back in the term existence.
So to be modal is to exist in your meta-ontological view? I thought I was trying to see, like...
To be modal is to exist? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, you said it was analytic, right? I'm sort of curious as to how you would hash out existence, right? Like to exist, what it means to exist. If what you're saying is that what it means to exist is to exist in some fashion modally, right? And from there you're inferring...
So what it means to exist is to be instantiated in a possible world.
Okay, so it is just analytic. That's just the way that goes.
Yeah, literally, it's analytic. Correct.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Okay. And that's it for your time, ISO, or do you have anything else? Oh, okay. And then with that, we're gonna move on to the next person, Constantine. Oh yeah. The poll is up there, but like for some reason TikTok's doing this weird thing where it's showing me like every live person that has gotten a gift. There's the pink little thing, the pink bubble on the screen that's covering the poll, and so I'm just waiting for it to kind of like stop. But okay, go ahead.
Hey, great job, both of you. So, Marisol, you may or may not have said this, so I just need to clarify. Did you say that God was necessary, but only conceptually?
No, like that's how Kylo defined the terms. I didn't say God. I talked about the metaphysical necessity that I accepted.
Okay, thanks. That was the only clarifier I had. I thought I heard otherwise. I appreciate it. Both of you did a great job.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. And yeah, with that, we're gonna move on to, let's see, the next person on the list. We got Yo,
what's up?
What's up? Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too, Coco. Anyways, Kylo, I have a question. So you said that your position does not commit you to a modal collapse, but I think maybe you have some sort of non-entailing understanding of what explanation means. So, like, just to pre-fire my question with some context, I take it that when you have X explains Y, the explanans entail the explanandum, and if we have it that X is necessary and necessarily entails Y, which is just to say it explains Y, then I would just say that that would create a modal collapse. And I just wonder like how you avoid that.
Well, given that's...
By the way, really quick, the poll is right here. You can now see it. It's this blue clipboard on the left side of your screen. It constantly gets covered up by the pink bubble, but whenever it's free, feel free to tap on it.
Just make sure we're voting on the poll. So, yeah, so regarding this modal collapse talk, right, this is a very common mistake. All is being said here is not a causal relation.
It doesn't have to be causal.
Well, given it's a modal relation, you can have Y not to be instantiated and X still be necessary. It's just saying if Y were to be instantiated, X exists already. S is required for Y.
No. I'm taking it that explanation generally just means that
would you be equivocating on my definition?
Yeah, that's why I asked what your definition.
Oh, well, got you. I could define it for you one more time.
Cool.
So, an explanation in this sense, I'm using external to be clear. It's just any entity X such that Y cannot exist without X. That is, the existence of Y is conceptually dependent on X.
Okay, so when you say that X explains Y, you're just saying Y is conceptually dependent on X?
Correct. Yeah.
Is that a necessary dependency, or is it?
It's a logical necessity, correct?
And I'm assuming that you would not take that to be like you wouldn't take X to be a sufficient condition for Y, then, right?
Would X be a sufficient condition for Y? Being said that if X is, well, no. I think I understand what you're asking.
Yeah. If that's not the case, I mean, we'll have to talk about it more because I'm out of time now, unfortunately.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. With that, we're gonna move on to the next guest. It's gonna be Friction KG. Yeah, go for it. Please. Okay. Moderators, could you block that guy? Cause like, what was that? Yeah, please block that guy from all future events.
That's Detroyer, bro.
Wait,
that wasn't him. He was just a troll, bro.
No, that was really just a.
Can't be him.
Yeah.
I don't care, bro.
Wait, why? Who brought him up again?
What?
Yo,
moderators.
Okay, hold on. I'll do it myself then. Please don't moan on the live. We're trying to host professional events. Thank you. I never thought I would have to ask that. But it happens, I guess. Oh, do we have another guest? Oh, actually, that's all the guests that we have. Nobody else has. Oh, okay, Anthony. Oh, sorry. I was wondering why it didn't let you up. I hit like accept.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, sorry. Hi, I'm Anthony. Hi, all. No, I didn't think I'd come up so quick, so I hopped out. So, what are we talking about? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
All right, buddy. Take care. Have a good day.
Bro, yeah. Okay, sorry. I'm going to disconnect you. Sorry, guys. For everyone who's coming up, we're basically doing comments, questions, critiques, or concerns on the debate that just happened. A God exists between Kylo and Mersal.
Can we check if the judges are ready?
Yeah, judges. If you're good to go, then we can do that and then get ready for the next debate.
Yeah, I'm ready. I can start.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go second.
Okay. And then Mob will go after. Okay.
Right, so yeah, I just wanted to say well done to both debaters. It's always easier to judge somebody else than be judged, so keep that in mind, especially when people are criticizing in the comments and when we're going to be critical of you. Just keep that in mind. I respect you guys for even, taking up this debate. So there are a few things that could probably be analyzed in detail. I just wanted to focus on the main thrust of the conversation. So Kylo started off by affirming a modal/conceptual argument rather than a causal one. He seemed to be relying upon, a notion of counterfactual dependence, and I think that Mersal was right to press on that initially, asking for an account of the tie between this necessary explanation and how it relates to the contingent facts that it's supposed to explain. So I think a good example to illustrate this would be if we consider somebody who takes a Platonist view when it comes to abstract object like numbers and sets. It's going to be the case that on such a view, there's no possible world in which contingent concrete phenomena could exist without these necessary abstracta. But presumably, we're not going to want to say that these necessary abstracta provide the explanatory role that something like a necessary concrete foundation that has divine properties would. And I think that there wasn't an adequate explanation of precisely the relationship, the explanatory role that this necessary foundation would play in order to be able to provide an adequate account. It's not enough just to say that it's going to exist alongside these contingent phenomena in every possible world in which they exist. So I think Mersault was right to press on that. But I think that as the debate went on, Kylo was able to direct the conversation and take control of the conversation and was able to trip Mersault up a little bit. So he got him to say that analytic truths aren't going to be captured by necessity, by necessary truths, and then he got him to recant on that. I think Mersault engaged with certain points that were brought up that were really tangential to his main line of reasoning, and he should have pressed that critique more. Perhaps by giving an examples, he could have given the example that I gave about somebody who's a Platonist with respect to abstract objects, and how there needs to be some relevant difference between a necessary foundation, how it relates to the contingent phenomena that it's supposed to explain, rather than merely just positing it must exist alongside with them. So yeah, I guess for those reasons, I'm going to have to end up giving it a draw. So both brought up some good points. Both could have fleshed out their points better. Both, could have answered the central concern, I think, in more detail, and could have given a better justification in terms of, Kylo could have given a better justification in terms of fleshing out why we should posit such a necessary foundation, and precisely in terms of its relationship to these contingent phenomena. And then Mersault should have just pressed on that point even more rather than engage with some tangential concerns. So that would be my overall analysis. But once again, good job to both of you.
Okay, who'd you score for? Who'd you say
So
won
I said,
overall?
so I'd have to give it a draw.
Oh, you're giving it a... okay. Okay, I might come back to you, but it depends how the vote ends up, falling down, but okay.
Okay, sure.
But go ahead, Kaysen, go ahead.
Yeah. I won't have as much to say as Peter. I think that, like what he said, there's a lot of good things about this debate. Some pretty interesting conversation, but I think that there's a lot of issues as well. But I can't bring the majority of those up because obviously what I deem to be an issue is just parasitic upon my own views. So I'll just say that in the beginning, I think Mersault had a pretty good opening. Kylo, this isn't for him to, we shouldn't blame Kylo for this. There was obviously some misunderstanding somewhere, but he didn't actually give an opening. Really, he didn't give an argument in his opening. He mistook that to be like an opening where he kind of presents himself and stuff like that. So just in virtue of the opening, because I graded this on a kind of a rubric in total of 15 points, I gave Mersault a 3 and then Kylo a 1, and then basically in terms of all the cross-examination stuff, I think Mersault has some good points. I think Kylo had some good points, but I ended up giving Kylo a 4 on each of those and then Mersault a 3 on each of those. So it actually ends up being a tie as well for me.
Okay. Okay, so we got 2 ties. So depending on Mob's decision, Mob will break the tie, basically. Whatever Mob says is going to be the winner. But Mob, what you got for us?
The fate of this debate is in my hands. All right. That kind of sucks because I was also thinking it was a tie. I think. Oh, sorry, hold
Yeah,
I
go
think
for it.
I think Kylo's opening kind of sucked, so I gave the openings to Marisol. But I think Kylo did really. He did. I think he did a little better in the cross exams, so that's why I was going to give it a tie.
Okay,
So,
but go ahead.
no, I don't know what you want to do now.
I mean, we could.
We can just leave it at a draw. It doesn't matter.
The audience vote selected a winner. But
The audience vote does not matter, buddy. Oh. Marisol, do you want to leave it as a tie, or do you want them like to review their?
It could be a tie, I guess.
We can leave it as a draw.
Okay, well, for the first debate, guys, we have a draw as the official result of the first debate. So it's 7:19. We've got like a couple minutes. The second debate doesn't start until like I think 7:30 or 35. It's going to be Missy versus J-Rob on is the Christian God is logically possible. So I guess we could take like a couple more questions. Also, moderators, please use your moderators. You're doing a pretty good job. Please just be professional with like how you're using your mod powers. I know that some of the moderators I'm not friends with, or maybe we're beefing or we're enemies, but we can coexist on this channel, put differences aside, and yeah, just try to be professional as possible. I'm going to give a warning, but I'm going to block or remove mod privileges if needed, right? This is not the channel to play on. This is not only my project, this is also OG Kylo's project and AR's project. So chill. If you have any personal beefs, just handle it outside of the live. And if I personally block somebody, let's leave them blocked. Let's not unblock and be like fucking around. That's not really cool. So, but yeah, we're gonna go on to anyone else. Probably gonna bring up some new faces, but
Bro, I kind of feel bad because I know a tie is so unsatisfying.
I mean, that's totally fine. I mean, like, the tie, yeah, like, I mean, I was shocked by the tie, but, Black Sty, what you got for me?
My question technically applies to the next debate of how are we measuring logical possibility?
That would just be pertinent to like you just asked that next debate time.
Okay.
Oh, is that all you got for us?
Unfortunately, I just got home, so I missed Kylo's debate.
Oh, that's totally cool. But okay. With that, we can move on to the next individual. So I'm gonna bring up some new faces. We got Cole. Yup.
Someone said bring up Yo to break
Hello.
the tie.
Hey, yeah, I was just wondering, given like the kind of semantical type of debate and the fact that it kind of ended in a draw, if what you guys thought about the idea of coming to some agreed definition on God that is neutral, such as, a greatest possible being or highest possible evolver or changer or creator, and you would just argue about what those words meant then. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, you guys want to answer that?
I mean, okay, I guess. Well, we agreed on like basic terms. I think we should have this debate would have been more interesting if we would have maybe Kylo could have given me like a more like a well defined term for explanation, and that's my bad also for not asking that question. But other than that, even the terms you said, Cole, when you use the word like highest or like great being, those terms are very vague, and I actually think Kyle's definition is less vague and more of a space where we could disagree on than such vague terms.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, that's why I want to hear what both of you have to say about it, for sure.
All right, Coco. You know what?
You want to change your vote?
I think the audience wants a winner. I think we should give them a big
Bro, we
Oh my
already.
god! Never a day of debates history. We're having a judge change their
Bro,
vote.
we already agreed on a draw. Even if I was gonna be the person picked, I don't even want to like.
No back talking me. I'll vote for Marisol.
Yo, we already established a draw, so. But I mean, like, I don't know. If you wanna, well, I think we already established a draw, so I would say we probably have to
That's
keep it
fine.
at that.
That's fine.
to be fair. But okay, with that, thank you, Cole. Cool. We're gonna move on to the next person. New faces.
Did Kylo want to answer that question?
Oh well,
Oh, my bad.
just a
Oh, yeah, go
quick
ahead.
answer. So I mean, given more precise definitions, yeah. I mean, the definitions you levied were not that they weren't the bad, like the worst. Just say like I think my definition suffice: a necessary being, which is a creator of the universe, which is omniscient, omnipotent. I think that's the typical notion. When you use this higher talk, you do get this weird type of scaling. I don't know what that's about, but I think you just might want to pick more precise language. But I see what you're saying about just getting some terms and debating on that. So yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's just for me, it's a point of agreement that you guys can be relational to that thing that you agreed on, and I didn't seem like there was any agreement at all on anything.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I mean, it's the notion of explanation, at least within metaphysics, is like a very contentious place, and I think it's both our faults. Kylo for not clarifying, me for not asking.
Well, I think you
what
guys
type
both
of
did great too, so
yeah, what type
so
of
props to you guys.
yeah.
Yeah. Also, really quick to answer a question in the comments, Court, you're asking if this is going to be posted anywhere. Yeah, like after the debate, I'm going to quickly run through and probably edit out. Like I'm going to get the entire TikTok live. I'm going to cut it up into the individual like debates, and I'm posting it on the Day of Debates YouTube channel. I'm posting it on my channel. I post to this other channel called the Black Atheist Coalition, ran by Volsi, and then I also post it to Right Here Right Now's channel, where on his channel he's collecting multiple people's debate clips, and it's a very awesome channel. So yeah, it's gonna I edit the videos and post it to like 4 different channels. You'll definitely see it. But and then yeah, we got you. Yeah,
All
you want to
right.
break the tiebreaker for
I
us?
do. Look, I just want to preface this with I think they both did very mediocre, if not incredibly bad on many things. But if you're a serious person and you watch this debate, Mersault got proverbially just absolutely just anally destroyed. Kylo kind of dog walked him on rhetoric, while there was many very easy to poke conceptual issues within Kylo's position. Mersault really didn't take any chances to do that, and instead got hung up on like weird definitional things when he could have pressed, like, example, that one thing where Kylo went from the possibility of a necessary being to the necessity of a necessary being. There's obviously an S5 jump there that's implicit. You could have asked for that justification. That didn't happen. But since that didn't happen and Kylo's rhetoric was just way stronger and he had way stronger command over the debate, even though Mersault's introduction was way better, it's just very clear that Kylo won this debate. And I think the reason Mersault got voted as a tie is because everyone loves Mersault. He's a cute little French boy. But unfortunately, that was just very clearly Kylo won that debate. At least, at least in my eyes, Kylo won that debate pretty clearly. So I think, at least rhetorically, Mersault got slammed.
And Mersault and Kylo, do you want to comment on that?
I mean, not much to say. I mean, it is sad that my opening wasn't as strong. It seems like that was a crux of the debate. In my head, I was like, let me just be quick, but maybe I should have put some more work into that. So that's respectable. And I think the time limit was a bad factor. We just didn't have a lot of time for me to break everything down. But that's all I had to say about that.
So we're clear, Mersault. I still love you, dude, but that was you got nervous or something. Like,
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, if you really want to know what happened, it's like, to be fair, I kind of procrastinated for this debate, so I was a bit nervous, but like I was like expecting like the usual explanation notions, right? When it comes to like metaphysical explanations, I was expecting some type of grounding relations, some I don't know, primitive notions. I don't know,
I was expecting more of like a literature type of definition for the explanation, and Kylo's explanation didn't even match that at all. So I was kind of off script there. So I was improvising.
Yep. And really quick, let me grab my laptop charger, but I think that's going to basically be the end for the comments, questions, concerns, and critiques from the
All right, then.
audience. We got to move on to the next debate.
GG's Marisol. Thank you to the judges. Appreciate you, Coco.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. GG's, Kylo.
All right.
It was interesting.
I'm out.
And yeah, let me grab my charger real quick. Give me 1 sec. Okay. And with that, yeah, we're gonna need Missy. We're gonna need J-Rob.
Wait, what are we doing? Am I judging this one too?
Oh no, there's no judges for this one. You guys are good. Megs was saying in the comment section we should probably pay you guys for this debate.
Like,
we'll
I gotta.
Thank you, everybody, for the gift.
Yeah. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Peter. You're a newcomer. And yeah, like we typically try to bring professional debates to TikTok. I am Coco from the Controversial Compass. My account is also up here, right there. And yeah, I host debates. This page hosts professional formal debates, and then I also kind of do informal stuff, panel-wise, and all sorts of stuff like that. But yeah.
Okay, sounds very good. Thank you for having us up. Maybe in the future I could debate Jack Angstrike, Monkey Boy, and Destroyer all at once on Thieves.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could probably make that.
I wouldn't platform that like me personally, Coco. You'd be like basically platforming Peter, like bullying 3 people at once, and it really wouldn't be like I don't know if that violates TikTok guidelines or something, but I'm pretty sure it does.
I think there's some individuals in there that we might not platform due to their past actions with text messages, but some of them we can platform, and we'll figure that out for sure.
Well, yeah, thank you for having us up. You guys have a good one.
Absolutely.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you guys for judging. And yeah, I mean, Dave Debates is kind of broke right now. We might try to pay you guys. We'll figure that out.
Nah, don't worry about it. I don't care about that.
We've got enough gifts. Thank you.
Oh yeah. And with that, we're gonna start the next debate. I'm gonna drop you guys, but no hard feelings. But yeah, we're starting the next debate. And this could. And with that, yeah, we got 3 minutes till the next debate. I'll make like a short announcement, but yeah, if you guys can, please tap your screens, like the live, share with anybody who you think might be interested. We have like a lot of people showing up today. I really appreciate it. I appreciate all of you guys being here. Thank you for the gifts. The gifts do get reinvested back into the project. So typically how TikTok works is you get a bunch of gifts from live streams and you can put it into your PayPal account and use it for gas, projects. I use it for, maybe like editing or, getting like CapCut, whatever their plan is that you pay for, different things, right? Reinvesting into the project. And with that, we're going to get on to the next debate. It's going to be J-Rob versus Missy. The Christian God is logically possible. And yeah, I'm going to pull up their format, change the background, and then we'll be good to go. Yup. Let's see. Have it right.
How you doing, J-Rob?
Oh, I'm blessed. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I can't complain.
Hell yeah.
What's
I'm looking
up? That's
forward
what's
to this
up.
debate.
Coco?
Oh, I can turn my camera on, right, Coco?
Yeah, you guys can turn your camera on or turn them off. And yeah, for all debaters, yeah, you can turn your camera on, turn it off. Just don't flash us. Well, no, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the other debaters. Sorry, that wasn't aimed at you. But like, it was a joke.
I do have my laptop pulled up for notes. It's in front of me. Because I'm like, take notes.
Yeah. And then yeah, the format for this debate is going to be 7 minute openers, 5 minute rebuttal period, 7 minute cross examinations, and then 5 minute closers. It's going to be approximately a 1 hour and 2 minute debate. And with that, we can get right to it. The Christian God is logically possible. J-Rob, you're going to have the affirmative. So you can have a 7 minute opener. Then we'll get to Missy's. Then we'll get to the rebuttals. And we'll go on from there.
All right.
So give me 1 sec to set the timer. There we go. And your 7 minutes will start when you say your first word.
All right. All right. Cool, man. Thank you for having me in this debate. So I'm here just to argue that the Christian God is logically possible. Yeah. So basically, all I have to do is just show that there doesn't contain any contradiction within the ontology of the Christian God. So I think I could just start off by just stating what we believe the Christian God is. Obviously, we believe in a triune God. God is, one essence that is shared between three persons, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. So I guess she's gonna have to show me how there's some logical contradiction in that. Also, just God itself, right, is a necessary being. So basically, everything that we see in this world and the universe is contingent. Um, you know, time, space, and matter could have failed to exist, right? So there has to be an overall necessary existence in order for anything to exist. And my argument is going to obviously be that necessary being has to be a personal being, right? Because an impersonal cause would have a eternal effect. If it was a eternal necessary existence, it would also have to have an eternal cause because there's nothing to restrain it, right? It would just, like if it was an infinite cause, then it would just be, right? But we see that this world changes. So obviously there would have to be something constraining that infinite effect. So that would necessitate intellect and will, a choice to create a finite universe. And then if that if that necessary being is perfect, right, what we're calling God here, he would have to be maximally perfect, complete in himself, and we argue he's the grounding of all morality as well. So the argument that we posit is that our God is love by nature, and inherently he is love. Essentially, his essence is love, and therefore he would have to be triune. So, because basically, a one personal God would be contingent in his love, whereas he would have to create something to love, right? Whereas the triune God, it is essential to his being, to his nature, that he has a subject to love, right? And then also the love shared between them has to also be a underlying reality. So that's going to be how his love.
Oh, you good, J-Rob? Oh, you good?
Sorry.
Oh shit. I can give you like 4 minutes. Um,
Can you hear me? Hello?
yeah. Let me
Okay.
let me restart your timer. I'll give you like 4 minutes. Then we'll continue.
Sorry about that. I got a phone call.
Oh no, you're good. And then it starts whenever you say your first word.
All right. Yeah, we're good. So I left off stating that if God is love, then he has to be love. And love has to be inherent to his being, his essence. And if love is inherent to his being and essence, he can't have contingent love. In order for him to be necessary. His essence can't be contingent on something outside of himself. So if he's loving, he would have to, if it's a one personal God, he would have to create something to love. Whereas the triune God, he has the subject whom he loves, right? The Father loves the Son, and then the Son receives love from the Father, and then also shares love with the Father, and that love shared between those two is a underlying reality in the Holy Spirit. So it's three relations within one being, right? And also on to that, being that God is love, then a part of love that we understand is that it is self-giving. And being that love is self-giving, then when we look at the world that God creates, we would expect him to express the highest expression of love. And there is no greater expression of love than to sacrifice, right? To give up something for something that you deem more valuable. And so if I'm just an agnostic and I'm entertaining the thought that a loving God exists, then I would expect him to create the proper conditions in which he could express the greatest love possible. And Christianity is the only historical, theological worldview in which we can see that demonstrated. So I'm sorry, I hate trying to read notes and do this at the same time, but I guess just to break it down, basically, a contingent reality requires a necessary being. A necessary being must be personal. If God is perfect, love must be essential to his nature. Essential love requires eternal relationality, and eternal relationality within the divine essence implies Trinity or triunity. All right. Perfect love, perfect justice implies self-giving, self-sacrifice for restoration. So that's my worldview. So ultimately, you just have to show me that there's some logical contradiction entailed by this worldview. So I'll just end it right there and wait for her rebuttals.
Okay. With that, thank you for your candor. We're going to move on to Missy's opening statement. So that'll be the end of J-Rob's opening statement. Missy, you're going to get 7 minutes on the clock. And it starts whenever you say your first word.
All right. So first off, I want to say thank you, everybody. It's so nice to be here. This is my first formal debate here, and so thank you, Coco, and for all of the people, the moderators, for you in the chat. Appreciate y'all. So today I'm going to be explaining why the God of the Bible, as presented by J-Rob, holds inherent logical contradictions. So I first want to start off by presenting the attributes of God, which are commonly understood within the Christian framework, which would be the omni properties. I'm assuming that we all know which ones these are, but just in case we don't, omnipotent is all powerful, omniscient is all knowing, omnibenevolent is all good, or desiring to have an all loving will, and omnipresent being everywhere, always, all at once. And some people don't hold to that last one. I do. J-Rob probably does as well. All right, so what is my burden? My burden is to prove that I only need to entail that there is a singular logical contradiction within these attributes of the ontic of God. If I do that, the entirety of J-Rob's position falls apart. If there lies a contradiction within the ontic of who God is, that is the what will make God logically impossible. And so when I'm going to go through this, I also want to point out really quickly that J-Rob was talking about a necessary being. As someone who takes to foundationalism, I don't necessarily hold that to be a thing, and I would love to get into that. If anybody is curious about foundationalism, It's how, instead of needing logic to be grounded in the mind of God, which is what J-Rob is proposing, that logic is grounded in God's mind or is in some way his nature. I ground it on something a little bit more brute, and that would be the fundamental facts of our universe: physics, quantum mechanics, or quantum fields, things like that. So I, as a pragmatic foundationalist, I will argue that belief as a starting point does not require further justifications. Our senses or our phenomenology are confirmed by constant observation, not by assuming a theological premise. So what this is saying is that instead of needing logic to be grounded in some sort of conscious mind, we can take the fundamentals that we see and apply them to utilize and ground logic that way. So the idea that there needs to be this necessary mind, I don't understand how that would be possible or necessary for this conversation when speaking about logical possibility. So I was a little bit confused on that. As far as the omni properties, I can throw out a couple because there's honestly so many that I could have picked from. Let's go with omnipotence first. If God exists, well, this is going to be the problem of evil, actually. So if God exists, he is omnipotent and omnibenevolent, as my interlocutor claims. There ought not be evil. P2, evil exists. Conclusion, God is either not omnipotent or not all benevolent. Awesome. Now, that's just one of many. I have lots of other ones that I can't wait to dive into with J-Rob. When it comes to this conversation, we have to look at not only the attributes with which J-Rob has presented, but we also have to look at how are we coming to these conclusions, right? I think that I've laid out a very great foundation for why I come to the conclusions of what I conclude. Whereas J-Rob has to now ground some sort of necessary mind as being necessary for logic to even exist, whereas I don't hold that to be the case. And so I think that more burden is on him. However, I do have a couple of other ones that I could go through. Let's go with omnibenevolence. Premise one is going to be, if God exists and is omnibenevolent and omniscient, so all good and all knowing, he ought want a personal relationship with all beings and knows how to have a personal relationship with all beings. People who have non-resistant non-belief exist. I'm going to define non-resistant non-belief: a person not knowing or not knowing of or not actively opposing or resisting a relationship with God, and do not have a relationship with God. So people who have non-resistant non-belief exist and do not have a relationship with God. Conclusion, either non-resistant, since non-resistant non-belief exists, God cannot be both benevolent and omnibenevolent and omniscient. These are two of 4 to 5 that I have written down alone around the attributes of God. And so, let's see, how much time do we have? I'm blind as a bat, if you can't tell with my eyes. It's 43 seconds. I think I'll pass that over. Pass that over to you, J-Rob.
Okay. With that, that's going to conclude Missy's opening statement. So both of the opening statements are done. Now we're going to move into the rebuttal section, which this is not the cross-examination. This is just you guys talking by yourself, your rebuttal period. So J-Rob, you're going to get 5 minutes to say your thoughts on Missy's opening statement, do a rebuttal, and then Missy will do the same. So your 5 minutes will start whenever you say your first word.
Okay. Yeah, we go ahead. Appreciate the opening. So I guess my question is like, where are you deriving the contradiction in like my conceptualization of the Christian God? Because basically, you made your arguments on like, or you kind of stated your position on necessary being and foundationalism and stuff, and that's fine. That's not what we're here to debate. We're here to debate like whether or not there's some type of contradiction derived in my worldview. So if you want to go ahead and like tell me exactly what's the contradiction.
Oh wait, this is not the cross examination. This is you saying your thoughts on like her opening statement. It's just a solo rebuttal period.
I thought you said we could talk. Okay,
Oh no
my
no
bad.
no, not
My
yet.
bad, my bad. All right. So yeah, I mean, yeah, she didn't really show me like where a contradiction is. I mean, she did try to bring up the problem of evil. There's no I just reject I think it was your first premise that if God exists, evil ought not exist. I reject that premise because if God is all loving and He wants beings who can love, right? There has to be the possibility of people rejecting God. And if God is all that is good, if He's the source of goodness, then um, rejecting Him and separation from Him would be evil in and of itself. So there's nothing. Um, contradictory here because love is a good thing. So if love is good and it requires the potential of evil, then a loving God would create a world where evil does exist. So there's no contradiction there. And then you brought up the other argument about non-resistant non-believers. So I just reject the idea that non-resistant non-believers exist. So, you're gonna have to, make an argument for that. So honestly, I do want to like, those are the only two arguments that you made that like, if they fall, if they ran through, they would posit a logical contradiction. Everything else, are just different perspectives about reality. So I'll just give my time over to her, and hopefully we can see if her arguments run through.
Okay, thank you for your rebuttal. That's gonna end your countdown, and then Missy, you're gonna have a 5 minute rebuttal to his opening statement. It starts whenever you say your first word.
All right. Yeah, so I would have loved to kind of respond to what you were speaking to if I had any kind of understanding as to what you were talking about. There must be an eternal, there's necessary being, which you're claiming must be necessary, must also have a purposeful relationship. You've made this claim, and you have not given me any reason as to why I should think that a necessary being exists, let alone that the necessary being requires a purposeful relationship. That it must have an eternal cause. There's something it must be the eternal cause. And you said that there is something constraining the so that there is nothing constraining the infinite, which necessitates for a finite universe. This felt so incoherent. And then at the end, when you gave your final syllogism, I was barely able to keep up because it was about love. How is love going to prove the logical existence of God? Especially if we haven't established, and you have not argued for even a necessary God existing, and why I should even hold that. So that's why, there's not much to bring up, because you're saying on premise one, a necessary being exists, and I deny that. You've given no reason for me to believe why I ought believe that a necessary God exists. And so until then, until we can get into the meat and potatoes of this, I'm gonna say that's my time for that.
Okay. And with that, we're going to end your time. And okay, so opening statements and rebuttal periods have been done. So now we're going to move on to cross-examination. It's going to be 7 minutes for both of you, 2 rounds of cross-examination. So the affirmative is going to go first. J-Rob, this is your cross-examination. It's time to ask questions and make points to affirm your position. Your 7 minutes will start whenever you say your first word.
Okay. All right, we're good. So I'm not sure if I confused you or anybody in the chat as well. I think I saw some people. I'm not here to argue that the Christian God exists. So that's obviously my belief, right? That's my perspective. That's my worldview. So I was just informing you on my worldview so that you can show me that there's some contradiction entailed in it. So the burden of proof is on you to show that not whether or not you think a necessary being exists, not whether or not I can prove a necessary being exists, but whether or not a necessary being is logically possible. So that's where you have to show me that the Christian God is not logically possible.
Should I mean, why are we talking about love and necessary being when we're talking about the omni properties, which are the attributes of God, which is where I give up the direct contradictions.
Well, yeah. So I addressed. So I was telling you my position on my worldview. So I was trying to, allow you to poke holes in that worldview to show me that there's a logical contradiction entailed. But if you, want to focus more on the problem of evil, that would, I do agree with the
Well, I
omni
just
property.
think that if you'd like me to be honest, it's well, no, I can just say it on my turn. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, just show me anywhere where you think there's a logical contradiction. If you want to go to the problem of evil, where's the contradiction in my worldview?
Sure. So let's go with the problem of hiddenness. I presented this earlier. Would you like me to present it again?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. If God exists and is omnibenevolent and omniscient, he ought want a personal relationship with all beings and knows how to have a relationship with all beings.
Okay. So if you want to go to the second premise, I don't really hold to the first one, but you could
In
continue
what
going.
way? That's a really important
Yeah,
thing.
yeah,
In what
yeah. I
way?
don't believe that. I don't believe that omnibenevolent God ought have a relationship with His creation. He doesn't. That's not something that He ought do. It's something that He chooses to do.
So, as all loving, he shouldn't love everyone?
Yeah, he could love beings without having like a relationship with them.
But he's all loving. So he
Right,
would
right,
want to
right.
have an all loving relationship with all beings because he's all loving, not partially
So,
loving,
so
all loving.
yeah, so I could be loving of I don't know, uh, animals, and I don't have to have a relationship with the animals. I could just watch them, see them interact with the rest of my creation. So,
You're not
so there's
omnibenevolent.
yeah, but well, you're trying to say that it's entailed that an omnibenevolent God has to desire a relationship, and I'm not seeing that.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, the problem with P1 is if God exists and is omnibenevolent, he might want a personal relationship with all beings and knows how to have a relationship with all beings. He might want that.
Yeah, that's a stronger case that you can make. Yeah.
All right. So, I mean, there's going to be a problem there, right? Like, if you're saying that he is all loving, means he loves everyone and everything equally and to the most extent. Non-resistant non-belief would not exist. Because people would have no reason not to accept this universal love.
So what's the argument for that though?
Because he's all loving. He loves all beings, correct?
Yeah, but
Does he love all
where's
beings equally? Yes or no?
love all beings equally?
Yes. Does he love all
Uh,
beings equally?
I would not say that he loves all beings equally. No.
Then how is he all loving?
Yeah, because he still loves the beings, right? He's giving
Then that's
love to
not
all
all loving.
beings.
That's only partially loving.
No, it's not partially loving. There's different expressions of love, and it could be expressed differently depending on the type of agent that exists. So he can still be loving to every being, but express it differently based on the type of being that it is.
So he does love everyone equally.
I wouldn't say okay. You could say equally, sure, but not. I don't know the word I'm trying to
Can you
use here, but
define? Well, it's not my cross. It's yours. Go ahead.
no, you go ahead.
Can you define omnibenevolence then? Because maybe it's just a misunderstanding in our time.
Yeah, omnibenevolence means like he's all loving. Like he loves his creation. He has this desire for goodness within all things that are created. This expression, this commitment towards goodness is there, but I'm not sure how you're trying to entail that. Being that he's all loving, he has to desire a specific type of relationship with each of his creations.
Sure, so if he was all loving, he would want to have the experience of all love, and he would have the experience of all love. And so it seems only natural, and I could be wrong here, right? There is a possibility he ought not want a personal relationship, but in that way, he's not loving that person. He's saying, but that one, no, I'm not going to be all loving to that. That to me,
Yeah, it doesn't follow that everything that I love, I have to express that love the exact same way. That's not.
no, but
And
you
we do
must.
have to end it there. That's going to be J Rob's cross examination. So now we're going to move on to Missy's cross examination. Missy, you're going to get 7 minutes, and it starts when you say your first word.
Yeah. So actually, we were in the middle of it. Define all of the omni properties for me. So we start with, let's go with omnipotence first. How would you define omnipotence?
Yeah, he could do anything that's logically possible.
Anything logically possible. Thank you. And that's why I always ask, because I could have gone down a line of questioning there. All right. Omniscience.
Omniscience, he's all knowing. He knows all true propositions.
So having all knowledge sets, or just having all knowledge?
Yeah.
So containing all knowledge. I do have a question here. Would you consider pain to be knowledge? I.e., if I stub my toe, is the feeling of that pain knowledge?
Is the feeling of it like
Yes.
you know how you feel?
So yeah, that would be my question, right? Is let's say I bump my knee and it starts to hurt, right? Is that a type of knowledge that God has?
I'm sorry. Does God knows how it feels to bump your head?
Basically, I'm asking, does God have the capability of having epistemic access to qualia of individuals?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so he can feel pain.
Can he feel pain if he chooses to? Yeah, he knows what pain feels like.
He knows what pain feels like, so he feels pain.
It's not that he feels it; he knows what it feels like.
So he knows what pain feels like. That wasn't my question. My question was, does he know what pain feels like? Not like.
That's what I just said.
No, does he know what pain is? Like, has he ever experienced pain? I apologize.
Well, yes, he's experienced pain. Yeah.
So then he would have access to that. Awesome, cool. We can go down to omnibenevolence, or let's go to omnipresent. How would you define omnipresent?
Omnipresent, basically, there's nothing outside of his presence.
Nothing outside of his presence? Okay.
Yeah, he's before all.
And omnibenevolence?
All loving, he always wills the good.
Always willing good. Is God's love good?
Yeah, of course.
Is having a relationship with God good?
Yep.
Okay. Then how is God's omnibenevolence being all loving and always willing the good? How is him not having a relationship with someone beneficial and good?
Yeah, because if God creates a thing, it doesn't require a relationship. Not everything requires a relationship.
So we're saying that a relationship with God is going to cause the highest amount of goodness.
I mean, what's your argument for that?
Well, that's what you had just admitted. You said he's always loving, always willing the good, and then I asked,
Right.
is having a relationship with God good? And you said yes. So by your own admission, that is it.
Yeah, but we're talking. Well, when you just say having a relationship with God, good, right? I guess it's going to be like, what are we talking about? Humans? Or are we just talking about anything that exists?
I'm using it in reference to what you said. You said all loving and always wills good. I am using whatever that definition is.
Okay, so when we're talking about like personal entities, yes, I would agree. Yeah, he wants a relationship with all personal entities, sure.
Okay,
But
so he wants to have a personal relationship.
not every being. I guess I would say not every being can have a personal relationship with God.
All right. So you just said that God wants a relationship with all. You said that. You admitted that. So then let's go back to my premise. P1, if God exists and is omnibenevolent and omniscient, he ought want a personal relationship with all beings. You just admitted he wants a relationship with all beings, so he wants a personal relationship with all beings. And knows how to have a relationship with all beings. People who have non-resistant non-belief. A great example of this is any individual who has never perceived Christianity or the Christian God. Someone who has never had access to that knowledge, that would be non-resistant non-belief. Would we agree there?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, so let's say like a 5-year-old, right? He hasn't been told about God. He's never been expressed to anything, right? He's that non-resistant non-belief. He just doesn't believe because he hasn't been told yet. Is that non-resistant non-belief?
So if you're talking about like just in the moment, he's incapable of believing. So it's not going to be non-resistant non-belief. It's just going to, not have any ability to believe.
Okay, so what if it's a 23-year-old who has lived in the Amazon for their whole life and has never seen another civilization, right, besides their own? They don't have a religion, they don't have a God. Would that be non-resistant non-belief?
No, because so God's, attributes are clearly seen like within the world. So the belief in God is inherent to mankind, right? But we can suppress that belief.
The belief in God is inherent to mankind.
Right.
When you say the belief in God, I'm assuming you mean your God.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
There's only one God.
I'm just going to really quickly say non-resistance. So when I talk about non-resistant non-belief, I mean an individual who, for whatever reason, either doesn't know about and or does not have any particular care either way, right? Non-resistant non-belief. and then I think my time's up.
Okay, and then we'll have to end it there. So that's going to be the first round of cross-examinations. Now we're going to move on to the second round. Gerald, you're going to get 7 minutes. Also, just a reminder, for your cross-examination, it is your time to be in control, ask questions to establish your position, and challenge your opponent's position. And ultimately convince the audience why they should believe you over your opponent. But yep, J-Rob, you're going to get 7 minutes. I mean, it starts when you say your first word.
All right. Yeah, this debate's kind of weird for me. I'm not gonna lie because I feel like I'm supposed to be on the defense here. She has to, in order for her to, for her argument to win, she has to show a logical contradiction. So I guess I've already presented my view. So I guess I'm not like gonna defer to you, but you can ask your questions to try to show a logical contradiction in my worldview.
If that's the case, I would prefer that it be passed to me. The time be passed to me.
Well, I won't. So you want you want me to end my time so
Yeah,
you
if that's
can
the
just
case, like if you
have your
don't
time?
have any questions, that's fine. I just want to make sure that when I'm in my time, I'm in my time.
Okay. I guess if I'm going to ask any questions, let me think if I could think of anything. So based off of what you were saying, um, when you're trying to, make these arguments, you have to show, like within my worldview, how there's a logical contradiction, and you just kind of like rejecting certain ideas about my conception of God isn't like showing a contradiction.
Um, so the thing about me going all the way through love, and he wants a relationship with us, and then showing examples of non-resistant non-belief, and then presenting a syllogism that wasn't enough to be considered a contradiction.
Well, yeah, your arguments don't fall through though, right?
I mean, you've given me no reason to believe that a non-resistant non-belief, that you're saying that this person believes because God is, written on their hearts, or they can see him?
In
That's not
creation,
belief,
yeah.
right? We're talking about non-resistant non-belief. This isn't an individual who wants to not believe about God. This is an individual who doesn't know. That's like to say that, oh, this individual who doesn't know something, actually, they do know something. No, that's not how knowledge works. If they have never perceived the Christian God, how can they be resistant towards the belief of something that they don't believe in? They don't
So,
know.
so do you believe that we can like subconsciously know things?
I'm gonna need you to, like, are you asking, do we have subconscious processes that go like, of
All right.
course we have subconscious processes, right? I'm
Okay.
breathing, my heart's
Okay.
beating,
So
yours is too.
right. So subconsciously, we can know things, even though we may, consciously not be aware of these things. So then again, with that being said, then yes, you could like even with what we just presented here, one can have this subconscious belief in God, but suppress it in their actions and the way they live, with wickedness, and kind of ignore that unction that we should live in a loving way. We should live in a respectful way, and we should acknowledge the Creator that has given us, this life that we have.
So, well, it's yours, so I guess
Yeah.
I'm just really confused on what would okay. Do you think non-resistant non-belief is even possible?
Yeah, I don't. So I guess let me just let me let her get her time, because like I said, like it's weird trying to get you to show me a contradiction. So I'm gonna give her her time so she can try to make an argument that follows through with the logical contradiction on mine.
Okay, yeah, that's totally fine if you want to concede your time, and then yeah, we'll get to our cross examination. Um, I guess one last confirmation. You're okay with that?
I'm good.
Okay.
So, well, you just let me know when I'm good, champ.
Yeah. Your 7 minutes begins whenever you say your first word.
All right. So first, I have a couple of questions. Do you hold that free will exists?
Yes.
Would you affirm that free will is compatible with your God? Or would you
Is it
hold that free
compa-
will is necessary for your God?
Do you mean like that God has free will, or that like
That we have free will because of God necessarily or not?
right? Yeah.
So we have free will. And is
Yeah,
that
we have free.
because of God?
Well, yes, because of God. Yeah.
Okay. P1. If God exists and is omniscient and omnipotent, then he
Uh-huh.
knows exactly what you will actually do and
Mhm.
controls what you actually will do. P2. If God is controlling what you actually do or choose, you do not have free will. Conclusion. God cannot be both omniscient and omnipotent and allow free will to exist. That is a direct contradiction between not just one thing, right? Not just omniscience and omnipotence, but now we're throwing in free will. Right? That's one there's one. How would you deal with
Yes.
that?
Yeah. So God is not controlling what we do. So I'll just reject that premise. So
In
free
what way?
will. Yeah. Free will entails that God's not in control of our choices that we delineate, but rather we are. So,
Sure, that's exactly why omniscience and and free will were in contradiction. This is why I bring up the contradiction. This is not a like a good thing for you, right? Like when it comes to omniscience and omnipotence and saying, God doesn't control what you do, you're taking away power from God. You're saying God doesn't control that. He doesn't have this power over you. And so I find that to be odd since we've admitted that God is all powerful. So is your contention with this that
well,
God exists but he doesn't control people?
God is sovereign. So, when we're talking about, uh, uh, so when you're trying to say that he doesn't have power because he gives us free will, that's not entailed in free will, right?
Is
Just be,
control a part of power?
huh?
Is
Well, when we're
control
talking
a
about
part of
power,
power?
when we're talking about power, all we're saying is that he can do anything that's logically possible. That's not saying that he's controlling everything.
If he is omniscient, then he knows exactly what you will actually do. And since you
Okay.
cannot go against his nature, he is the one that set that forward.
What do you mean by go against his nature? We believe we can go against his nature. That's what is entailed in
No,
free will.
God can't go against his own nature.
Yeah, God can't. Right.
God can't go against his own nature, right?
Okay.
So, did you catch it? You were saying
I,
that
I'm.
God is allowing free will, correct?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And that God
How?
is all powerful. Is
Right.
control a part of power? Yes or no?
Is control a part of power?
Yes.
I mean, power can be expressed through control.
In order to be all powerful, do you need to be in control of everything?
No.
Wow, that is quite a different definition from like I think that yeah, you have to be able to have control over everything in order to be all powerful.
No.
If
No.
now let me
Powerful.
ask you a question. What's something out of God's control then?
I mean, free will. What we choose.
So free will is the only thing that is outside of God's control. Yet he
Well,
knows
no.
exactly what
I
we are
mean,
going to do and
I
that
mean,
outcome is not going to change.
there's a multitude of things that God is. We don't believe God is just controlling every single thing. He creates he creates an environment or nature, order, right? And then he's not like all the time, causing gravity to, pull things down, right? He created that order and is set in order. Like when you're, I'm not sure how we're conflating the idea of being capable, because when we say omnipotent, all we're saying that is he is able to do anything that's logically possible. That doesn't mean that he's controlling everything.
So I asked for power, right? And this is the really important part, because power doesn't just mean that you can do. It also means that you have to in certain scenarios, right? A really great example of this. So God's power, right? He cannot put limits upon it, correct?
He can't put limits upon his power.
Yes, he wouldn't be able to put limits upon his own power. That would take away from his omnipotence, correct?
Like, I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Let's
Put
say
limits.
he decided to put himself into a physical form only. He couldn't do that.
If he decided, it would entail a logical contradiction.
So he
So
couldn't do it.
yeah, he can't do that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'm sorry.
So, and when we're talking about control, I'm saying that he will control what you do because his will is that of the. I mean, you've already admitted that his will is part of his power.
His will is a part of his power. Sure, I guess you could say that.
So this is just it
But
really
I don't.
confuses me when you say control, but
Well, yeah,
he doesn't
because
have control over everything in the universe.
what we're saying is
If
that
he doesn't have control, then he doesn't have omnipotence. That is just what it is. If there's something he can't control, he's not all powerful.
no, it's not that he can't, right?
Finish your
Well,
last sentence.
uh,
Okay, finish what
yeah,
you're going to say.
okay. I mean, he can control what people do, but free will entails that he doesn't control what people choose.
Okay. And with that, we have to move on to the closing statements for the debate. So we did the 2 cross-examination rounds, then closing statements are going to be 5 minutes each. And then after that, I'm going to put up a poll, and everyone can vote on the poll, and this debate will be decided by audience vote. I couldn't get judges, so it'll be decided by audience vote. We got a
Oh
lot
man,
of
you gotta get some.
Christians and atheists in here.
I
So
don't know about that. You gotta get some judges, man.
yeah, next time, yeah,
I got a lot of haters on TikTok.
Hey, Rob, audience votes doesn't mean anything. They're gonna like. There's no way to have that be unbiased.
But with that, J Rob, your 5 minutes will start whenever you say your first word.
All right. So yeah, I mean, I guess everybody, is able to see that there's no logical contradiction. In anything. I didn't get one logical contradiction out of her. I'm all open to be critiqued under my worldview, and if there is one, then I'll accept it. But we have to, actually, engage with my worldview in order to, show that it's illogical. So I showed, I said what I believe in, and when she's talking about like omnipotent, like just power just means one has the ability to do a thing, right? Control is going to be something different. So. Um, so when she's trying to make these arguments, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if she's just kind of confused on that part of it, like what omnipotence means. But when we're talking about free will and whatnot, God has the ability to create agents that have the ability to make choices that aren't his doings, right? That he's not controlling. that's logically possible. You would have to show that that's not logically possible, that there's a contradiction in God having the ability of creating agents that can make their own choices. So you just saying that, there's a contradiction in controlling. We're not saying that God is in control of their choices. So, yeah, that doesn't fit within our paradigm. So yeah, I mean, I honestly, I thought you were gonna dig in on the Trinity or something. I was literally looking up notes to defend the Trinity because that's typically what people argue against. When we're talking logical possibility. But I guess it was good for me to at least study more about the theology, and I guess I'll just end right there because I don't really have anything to engage with regards to the arguments that she posed. I show that there is no logical contradiction. I think the closest thing she came to would be the non-resistant non-believers. But within our Christian paradigm, it's not post hoc. It's not me trying to avoid anything. If you study the Bible, it talks about how people have the knowledge of God and suppress the truth. So I'm not trying to squirm away from the argument by saying that Christians, we don't believe in non-resistant non-believers because, Christian theology already tells us that we have this knowledge. So, yeah, I just hope that, we get a better understanding and, hopefully, Missy, we debate all the time, so we can, do it some more.
Yeah, always.
Okay, and with that, that'll conclude J. Rob's closing statement, and then we're going to move on to Missy's. And actually, there's an idea that I have right now, right? So we are going to do a poll for audience vote, but what we could do for judges is if anyone in the audience, specifically people that I know are creditable, would like to come up and judge this debate, I will allow it. So I'm going to need 2 Christians, 2 atheists, and somebody that's neither Christian or atheist, and we could have an audience select of 5 judges. I'm willing to do that. Some people that have been mentioned in the comments are Prince, K. I'm going to bring those 2 up. I think they're both Christians. And then I'm going to need 2 atheists. And then I'm going to need somebody who's agnostic or something. Oh, Phil, bro, you're an agnostic. Okay, he can be the 5th judge to tie break. We're going to need 2 atheists. But Missy, you're going to do your closing statement. I'm going to bring the judges up. And yeah, we'll get to it. But and it will start whenever you say your first word.
All right. So at the beginning of my opening, if we all remember correctly, I said that I only had to show one logical inconsistency. All I had to show was one logical contradiction, and that the rest of the worldview falls apart from there. And so not only have I provided one contradiction, I've provided 4 throughout the time of the argument. So I'll go through those again. So the first one's going to be the problem of evil. Again, I'll go through my syllogism. If God exists, he is omnipotent and omnibenevolent, as my interlocutor claimed. There ought not be evil. Evil exists. God is either not omnipotent or not omnibenevolent. Now, the J. Rod's problem with this is that it ought not be evil. He's saying some sort of claim where there is a place where God can do some if it means that they get better benefits. No, that does not hold up under any scrutiny. If he is omnibenevolent, then he would want the good of all. Point blank, period. Now let's go into omniscience. I gave one argument for omniscience, and that is if God exists and is omniscient and omnipotent, then he knows exactly what you will do and controls what you actually will do. When I'm using the word control here, I'm not saying that he actually dictates. I'm saying that he is in authority over, he controls over this individual or these groups. And so saying, well, God doesn't have control it's denying him the power of those individuals, his creation. And so allowing him to give away some of his omnipotence to creatures, I mean, that's still, he's limiting himself even more. So I've proved even more so than that in that one where the contradiction lies. Not Gandalf. God cannot be omniscient and omnipotent and allow free will to exist. Now we've talked about omnibenevolence, and I brought up non-resistant non-belief. I'll give my syllogism one more time. If God exists and is omnibenevolent and omniscient, he ought want a personal relationship with all beings and knows how to have a relationship with all beings. People who have non-resistant non-belief, especially a person who doesn't know of, or oppose or resist a relationship with God. They exist and do not have a relationship with God. Since non-resistant non-belief exists, God cannot be both omnibenevolent and omniscient. Again, another contradiction within the omni properties. So this contradiction, he was saying something along the lines of, well, non-resistant non-belief doesn't exist. I think that everyone here can say that, like, a baby, for example, is not lacking a belief in God. They just don't understand anything. They're not saying God doesn't exist. They're not saying God does exist. They don't have a belief. And I think the same thing could be said for individuals in language-deprived situations. I think we could go for individuals who have extreme mental difficulties. We could go into so many different types of individuals who might classify as non-resistant non-belief. So to just say point blank, those people don't exist, not only is it minimizing to the individuals who do exist and who express non-resistant non-belief, but you're also making a claim about the entirety of the world, that every single person subconsciously knows something. How can a subconscious knowledge become a conscious knowledge unless it's a bodily function? Because the subconscious functions, right? Breathing, chewing, swallowing, creating saliva, moving blood around you. None of those are conscious. So when we talk about unconscious knowledge, what does that even mean in the context of this? That was very confusing. And so there's just three contradictions that I have pointed out. So I think that, of course, it might be easy for J-Rob to kind of brush these under with a, well, I don't think about that, and I don't agree with that one in particular. It's very obvious that if these attributes are all powerful, all loving, all everywhere, all at once, they're in direct contradiction with each other, and I don't see a way around that. So with that, I will end my time.
Okay. So that's going to be the end of her closing statement. And for everybody here, basically that's going to be the conclusion of the Missy versus J-Rob debate on whether the Christian God is logically possible. I'm going to put up a poll, and everybody in the audience can vote on the poll, and the poll will help decide who the winner is. But I do have 4 judges up here. I need one more atheist judge. Someone is telling me Will Dot, if you're in the room, you can be a judge for this debate if you watch the entire thing, and you can decide who a winner is definitively. But I'm pretty sure K is a Christian, Prince is a Christian, Phil Bro is a agnostic, and Black Stallion is our atheist. So we just need like one more atheist judge, and we can get that cracking. Oh, Will Dot's been drinking, so he can't be a judge. We can't have an intoxicated judge, but we need one more person. But while we're waiting for somebody to volunteer, I guess we can do audience comments, questions, and critiques or concerns. So we can start doing that.
You let Black ask his question first.
Black Stallion, you want to ask a question?
Earlier, J-Rob said that God was the only way to love. Did I summarize that correctly, J-Rob?
That God was the only way to love?
Yes.
I didn't. Excuse me. I didn't say that, but I mean, I do believe that, sure.
What exactly did you say?
I said God is inherently love, like within his being.
Well, now that just does. Oh.
I mean, you go ahead and ask the question too, because I do believe that.
So, do you believe a non-Christian, aka someone who willingly separates themselves from God for one reason or another, can still express and experience love?
So they can like experience qualities of love, but not in its fullness.
Okay, how do we make? Now, this won't be a debate. I'll leave it off there.
Okay. And actually, if we can, if the judges are ready, we can just like rapid fire and get the judges votes. But God's pocket. You said that you're an atheist. So basically, yeah, our atheist judges are going to be Black Stallion, Gods, and our Christian judges are going to be Prince and Kay, and then our agnostic judge, the neutral judge, the fifth tiebreaker is going to be Philbro. So if you guys want to go ahead and knock yourselves out.
Yeah, so J. Rob, you had mentioned that if God exists, he's going to be inherently love, right? But we must move beyond like emotional or like biblical objections, right? And examine like the issues of ontology, so like what exists, identity, properties of like necessity, right? So I feel like you're kind of just like rejecting like the ontological problem here. It's just going to be like substance is just going to be a being that exists within itself, and the property is just going to be like a quality instated by like a substance, right? So like a person has wisdom, for example, and then like a person or like a fire has heat. But like the fire is not
Wait, really
identical to
quick.
heat itself, so I'm not understanding like where you're coming from here. Because if
Wait,
we
really
say
quick.
that God is love,
Let me pause you really quick. But in regards to judging the debate, yeah, give your thoughts on like the debate and like I guess yeah, you're doing a good job. Like give your critiques of each of the contestants, and then also give your declaration of who won. But also the audience wants me to check. You're 18 or above, right?
oh yeah, 2007, August 25th.
That I'm terrible at math. I think that checks out.
Yeah, I turned 19 this year.
That continue.
Yeah, but if we say God is love, it's just going to be like an identity claim, then we are asserting God equals love, but love appears to be like a relational property and an intentional act, like a moral disposition. So like properties do not like exist independently in like the way substances do. So like unless one adapts to like extreme platonism, so like that's just going to be facing like a metaphysical problem. So like if love is a property and God is like a substance, then God can literally like not be identical to love. So it's just going to be like a contradiction within your own argument. So that's just like my only issue with like your main argument, because I wasn't really tracking the full argument, but I would just say that Missy had like the more logical explanation here, so I'm just going to side with her.
Okay, one vote to Missy. What judge wants to go next?
I'll just give my judgment and go because I have to go soon.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so the first thing is that I think specifically on the grounds of establishing a logical contradiction in God existing, Missy failed pretty badly. There was at no point in the conversation where there was actually a contradiction which was derived. Now, I'm not sure how much training in like logic that either interlocutor has, but there's a few ways that you're going to be able to actually derive a contradiction, right? So the first way is just through strict derivation, right? Or you can do so through negation introduction. You can do so through reductio ad absurdum. There's going to be a bunch of several different ways that you can actually derive a contradiction from a proposition, none of which was expressed at any point during this debate. So on those grounds alone, I think J-Rob won that point specifically. Now, where I think J-Rob failed slightly is actually pushing back on that claim. I think the first, like in the very beginning of the conversation, J-Rob had asked Missy to provide a logical contradiction, and Missy's immediate response was, do you know what the argument from divine hiddenness is? Right? So just like kind of citing and explaining the argument from divine hiddenness is not going to be something which establishes a contradiction. Secondly, I think there was a lot of equivocation and confusion on terms throughout the entirety of the debate. The equivocation was actually terrible. It was painful to listen to. If you're going to establish a contradiction in the proposition that God exists, one, you have to be working off of the theist semantics, right? Because presumably, if you're going to want to show that there's a contradiction entailed within the Christian worldview, then you have to work in the Christian worldview, right? But it seems as if Missy came into the debate with her already pre-existing definitions. She had an extremely proprietary definition of what the omni properties are, like omnipotence, omnipresence, whatever. Like all of your definitions were proprietary. I don't think a single one of them any theist would actually accept. So on those grounds, that's a knock against you as well. I think you should probably come. There's somebody's mic is, I don't know what's going on. Okay. Yeah, so I think on those grounds, I have to give a knock against you. I think you'd probably be better suited if you came a little bit more prepared. Like you actually understand how theists use these terms, what they mean. And like from the use of those terms and how they use the terms, it's going to entail this contradiction. I think that would have been a far stronger win for you. But just kind of citing arguments from divine hiddenness. And then I think you also brought up this idea of like non-resistant non-belief. That's something which is easily resolved. It's been resolved in theism for thousands of years. That's not even an argument against theism at this point. Most people take a distinction between apparent hiddenness and complete hiddenness, right? So most theists, like I don't think there's a single theist who's going to agree that there is such a thing as complete hiddenness. There might be apparent hiddenness, but apparent hiddenness is not going to be an issue for theism. So yeah, I mean, I have to give it to J-Rob, not on the grounds of J-Rob performing well, because I think he did terrible, but just simply on the grounds that she was not able to actually establish a logical contradiction. So I'm going to give my judge to J-Rob.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for your response. And so far we got 2 votes in, so 1 for J-Rob, 1 for Missy. And yeah, thank you for being here.
Should I go since I'm also Krishna?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
I would say like, yeah, I agree with everything that Kay said. Like, I think, I don't think that J-Rob did the best, but I think just Missy like sort of did poorly. I actually was like excited, Missy. I thought you were going to do really well. I think that you brought up some arguments that like are good arguments, but your justification for them wasn't the best. And like, I'd have to agree with like the divine hiddenness argument has been overcome like 1,000 years ago. So I didn't really hear a singular P and not P. So I don't think that you provided a contradiction. So I have to give it to J-Rob.
Okay, that's 2 for J-Rob. Who wants to go next?
I will if they're still deciding.
Yeah, go for it.
When it comes down to the argument, J-Rob showed not negligence. I don't know the exact word you could give for it, because he did listen, he did respond, but he did not actually argue with Missy's contradictions, quote unquote, because Missy also failed to state her contradictions in a way that was clear for the average person to understand. While I do understand what contradictions Missy was trying to make, I cannot judge Missy's argument based off my understanding of what she was trying to do. So I technically give it to J-Rob only for the aspect of he came in with a point, he technically stuck to it, even though he refused to engage.
Okay. So I think that's, hold on, Prince. That's
The
3
person on the
J-Rob.
bottom wants to go. But yeah, that's
Yeah, go ahead, Gods. What you got for us?
So, listening to this entire debate, I really didn't hear either interlocutor show how God is logically possible and isn't logically possible. I feel like they weren't really prepared for this debate as well as they could have been. I don't know Missy well enough, but I know J-Rob well enough that I know J-Rob could have done better in stating his P not P. I know he could have done better in the way that I've debated him before. So I just feel like both interlocutors were just not sufficiently prepared for this debate, because to me, they did not meet whether God is logically possible or isn't. So it's hard for me to find the symmetry breaker between the two. But if I had to pick between the two, as much as I don't want to, and I'm sorry, I have to give it to J-Rob, because to Black Stallion's point, even though he didn't really do a great job in giving his debate, he did try to stick to his points. And I feel like Missy was all over the place. Not once in her entire debate did I hear anything to give me cause or pause to think that God wouldn't be logically possible.
Okay. Okay, with that, we got the judges vote in. But yeah, thank you judges for judging. And I mean, technically, like, J-Rob got 4 votes, Missy got 1. So, congratulations, J-Rob. I have to give it to J-Rob.
Good job,
You wanted to
J-Rob.
do it?
I should have done better. I didn't realize that I had the burden, but I should have done better. So yeah, no, I'll have to do better next time. Good job.
Well, I think all of us said the same thing. Like, I'm not sure if either of you did a good job of proving your sides, but I think, like, for you specifically, I didn't hear like a singular contradiction, and that was the
I brought
position
up.
that you were supposed to take.
This is where I was a little bit confused, and this is where I could be just, and I'd love the judges to give me a syllogism that has the conclusion of he cannot be this or that. That doesn't. That's not a P and not P.
I mean, I would say that you're more so providing a syllogism for contradictions of like some of the points he made, but not necessarily like a contradiction to God's logical existence. More so, just like a contradiction to like some of the points. Like like just saying God is love. That's a contradiction within itself. So some of the points he made were contradictory, but like not necessarily that God is inherently going to be like not there. You didn't really contradict that point. You more so just contradicted like the things that he sees with this God. I'm not like understanding like where like I voted for you because I feel like you made like the more logical claims, just like to contradict some of his points, but not necessarily a contradiction to like his argument that God exists or doesn't exist.
Okay, okay. So
Right.
it was
I think
more
the
of I
thing.
wasn't attacking the right things.
Yeah. I
Like, you
think.
proved
That's
maybe the
more or
Christian
less.
God didn't exist, but not that a God doesn't exist.
Well, yeah. I think the thing I was trying to get right was that like something that I affirmed within like the Christian worldview, and then if you would have to show me that I affirmed this,
That's
we affirmed
technically a
this.
problem.
Well, that's what a contradiction in the Christian God would entail is that, hey, Christian theology, we affirm this, and then we also affirm this, and those two would have to be a negation to each other.
That's what I
But
did.
Hold up,
we
hold
know
up,
you
hold
brought
up.
arguments that with semantics
No,
that
I need you to
we
hold
don't
up, J
hold to.
Rob.
Wait, but also, guys, really quick.
Wait.
The next debate is starting at 8:52, and we probably need to get like at least I think like 2. Well, we have like 3 people in the guest request for like comments, questions, critiques, and concerns. So, okay, I would say judges, if there's anything else you want to say to the contestants, send it to them via DM.
All
And
right.
then let's get to these guests. But thank you guys. You guys hopped up and you were judges last minute, last notice. So thank you. I appreciate it actually. But yeah, and then someone asked in the comments, is this gonna be posted on YouTube? Yes, I'm gonna be posting this to the Day of Debates YouTube channel, to the Controversial Compass YouTube channel. There's also this other YouTube channel called Black Atheist Coalition. I will be posting it there. I post a lot of my stuff there because it is led and created by a friend of mine named Volsi. And then I will also be posting this onto Right Here, Right Now's channel. I'm collaborating with him, and he is posting a bunch of debate footage from the debate community on his channel. So if you search Right Here, Right Now. But with that, let's get to the audience questions. I'm going to drop the judges, but thank you guys. I appreciate you guys. It's actually, it's absolutely awesome that you guys came up and helped out. I really appreciate it.
Real quick before you drop me, have a question because this is the first time I judged. So, is there an option for a draw? Because I didn't know if there was that option because I was only really given Missy or J-Rob. Because honestly, I would took a draw.
I mean, yeah, like there is an option for a draw. In the first debate we had a tie between OG Kylo and the other guy. They all said that it was a tie. But yeah.
Okay,
I don't see how there
just to
could
know
be
for
a
next
tie.
time.
Because even if even if I like didn't make a good argument for my God's existence, I made the argument that I made right, didn't have any contradictions within the argument, and that's the reason why, like, that's the title of this debate. So, but yeah, I'll let it go.
But yeah, but I would say, if you want to say that it's a draw, I mean, you can. But I would also, I guess we didn't tell you that you could draw before.
Right.
But typically, like once you submit your judge's vote, it's kind of like finalized. But since you
That's
didn't know,
fine.
there's a draw. It's up to you.
No, it's fine. I'm going to submit to my original vote. I'm not going to change it halfway through just because I didn't know. I just know now for next time, if I become a judge up on a panel in this live, then I know I have that option. So I'll still stick to my original vote.
Based. But yeah, thank you for judging and thank you for being here. I appreciate you. And with that, we're gonna get to audience comments, questions, concerns, and critiques. The next debate is supposed to start shortly, so let me keep it to like one comment and question, and then we got to get to the next debaters out of respect. But Constantine, what you got for us?
Yeah, hey, good job, guys. Hey, Missy, I heard in your cross-examination you said, well, if God wants a relationship with me, where are you pulling that from Scripture? Why do you think God wants a relationship with you?
Say that one more time. You said, why do I think God wants a relationship with me?
Yeah, that was formulated in a lot of your questions.
Yeah, so
God
in order for someone to be all loving, right, they would want to have the best outcome for everyone always. And so having the best outcome in this worldview would be having a relationship with God. Since not everyone has a relationship with God, God is not all loving.
So you're just equivocating love to a relationship? I mean,
No, I'm saying that in
love
order
not
to,
having a relationship with you.
can you
I just
can you
want to know
love
where it
without
is in the
being in
text.
relation?
I
Can you
just want to
love
know where it
without
is in
being
the
in
text
relation?
that he says he's supposed to have a relationship with you. I mean, that was the presentation of your argument, but it just doesn't say that. I don't even know where you're getting that.
Yeah, so when I'm talking about a relationship, I'm speaking about love, the idea of love, which is a relational concept. Would we agree there?
No, he could also love to destroy you.
Sure, but it's still relational. Love is still there.
Yeah, it could also be a relationship
correct?
of destruction.
And so when I'm saying that God loves all, He wants to do what's best, right?
He could
We
also
agree
love. He could
there.
also love to destroy all. So it's just a false equivocation.
So
Anyway, this is.
is that love?
What do you mean by love? I could just take benevolence to mean value. I don't even know why you keep saying love, and why do you keep saying that? Like, where are you getting that he has to love you? Where's that?
Yeah, but also like let's not turn this into like a secondary debate. If you guys want to do like a formal debate, we could like set that up, but like let's not turn it into like cross-examination. But I would say you guys could finish up, and then yeah, we'll move on to the next debate.
All right, talk to you later.
I think I answered that. So.
Oh. But with that, I think both of you guys did pretty good. And yeah, like the results came out, and yeah, thank you guys for being here. If you guys want to debate in the future, like let me know. We can run it. Any debate, I'm always down. But thank you guys.
Yeah,
Thank you. Hey, good job, Missy.
Good. You too. Bye, J-Rob.
Y'all take care.
Yeah. And with that, we're going to get on to our next debate. Our next debate is going to be Styx versus, it's going to be Theosophical Wonderings versus Styx on does fine-tuning favor theism or naturalism? So I'm going to bring them up. Their debate is going to be decided by audience vote. They didn't really request judges. I guess we could do judges if you guys wanted to, but like that's really up to you guys because audience vote can be biased. But yeah, that's up to you guys. And so I'm gonna change the background, and then we're gonna get started.
Are we gonna do like a coin flip or?
Oh yeah, I have to find a coin in my room. Yeah, because you guys wanted to do a coin flip over who's gonna go first or be the affirmative. So let me.
What's up, Styx? How are you?
Good. I'm just getting over a sickness, but I'm feeling better. So I was a little scared there earlier this week.
Oh man, it's been crazy. It's hit our house. A lot of kids we know. I got kids, so a lot of kids are sick. So crazy. This is like way past my bedtime, by the way.
You're Eastern, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm Eastern. I got a family, so I don't stay up too late. I have like a routine and all that stuff. So
shit. I can't find a coin in my room. Okay, well, I'm gonna flip something. Heads or tails? Sticks.
Let's go tails.
Okay. Okay, it landed on heads. So, Theosophical, you make the choice.
Okay, I'll just go first.
Okay.
Yep.
Bet. And
Does that mean I have the sun in my eyes, or what's?
Huh?
Does that mean I have the sun in my eye?
Yeah. I honestly don't think it matters too much, but
Okay.
All right,
And,
just let me know
I guess
when the
before-
time starts. 8 minutes, right?
Yeah, let me check the format. The format is going to be... It's going to be 8-minute openers, 4-minute rebuttals, and then, hold on. 8-minute openers, 4-minute rebuttal periods, and then 2 rounds of 12-minute cross-examination, and then 3-minute closers.
Okay.
Yeah. And then with that, before we get started, thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for tapping your screens, liking the live. Please tap your screens, like the live, share with anybody who you think might be interested. The debate that's about to start right now is, does fine-tuning favor theism over naturalism, sticks versus theosophical wonderings? You've heard the format, and with that, theosophical, you get 8 minutes on the clock, and it starts whenever you say your first word.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Tonight we're debating whether the fine-tuning of the universe favors theism over naturalism. Before I present my argument, let me explain what we are setting out to do tonight. This debate is not about who can sound the smartest or who can score the most rhetorical points. The point of the debate is this. We each have a hypothesis about reality, and we are asking which of our hypotheses better explains the data. The data being the fine-tuning that allows for life, including specifically rational minds like ours. That's our only goal tonight. And unlike most TikTok debates, my opponent actually has to defend naturalism rather than simply critique theism. So what do I mean by which hypothesis better explains the data? Think of it like walking into your house and seeing muddy footprints across the kitchen floor. You have 2 hypotheses. One is that your teenage son came home from practice wearing cleats. The other is that the microwave oven did it. Both are logically possible, but which one better explains the data? To answer that, you look at all the explanatory resources available inside each hypothesis. The teenager hypothesis has just the kind of resources that naturally produce muddy footprints. They have feet, they wear cleats, they play in sand, they walk and live in houses. A microwave oven, though, has 0 explanatory resources to explain this. No mud, no feet, doesn't move. There's nothing about the microwave oven that would make you anticipate muddy footprints on the ground. So clearly one of these hypotheses is better. And that's what we're doing tonight, comparing our 2 hypotheses. So let's define a few terms. Fine-tuned is a technical term used by physicists. The term itself does not mean that an agent finely tuned the dials, though I will argue that later. It just means that the conditions for life exist within a very narrow region of a much wider parameter space. By parameter space, this just means all the ways that the equations and the fundamental constants can be changed. As soon as you change the equations, even just slightly, life and structure completely disappear. This is what tells us that the range is narrow. Now let's define the competing hypotheses. Naturalism is the view that reality consists only of the natural world, matter, energy, physical laws, and which is at bottom mindless. No supernatural beings exist. Theism is the view that reality is grounded in a personal, rational mind that interacts with what it creates. Now here is my argument for tonight. Premise 1. If an outcome is far more expected on theism than on naturalism, it supports theism. Premise 2. A life-permitting universe that allows for rational minds is far more expected on theism than on naturalism. Conclusion. Therefore, our life-permitting universe supports theism. Premise 1 is not controversial. For example, if a limb grew back after we prayed, this is what we'd expect if God existed, and thus the limb growing back would be evidence for God. That's all this premise is saying. And more expected doesn't mean logically entailed. It just means that the data fits naturally with the explanatory resources of the hypothesis. So the only real issue is premise 2. Is the fine-tuning for rational minds more expected on theism than on naturalism? Here are 8 reasons why I think it is. 1. If naturalism is true, reality at its foundation is mindless. It has no intentions, no goals, no directed aims. It is fundamentally non-rational. Now consider fine-tuning. There is a vast space of possible physical parameters. Only a narrow region permits life, and an even narrower structure allows for rational minds like us. In the same way that nothing about a microwave oven would make us anticipate muddy footprints on the ground, nothing about mindlessness would make us anticipate conditions for minds. There's simply nothing internal to the concept of mindlessness that would make us expect this. In all actuality, naturalism is just as compatible with electromagnetism being slightly different so that no structure or life forms at all. In short, naturalism is compatible with the overwhelming majority of the parameter space in which nothing interesting happens. So what is needed then for my opponent is an internal symmetry breaker, something within naturalism itself that makes us anticipate this narrow slice that allows for minds rather than the vast life-prohibiting range. 2. My opponent may appeal to a multiverse, but as philosopher Kenny Boyce has argued, a multiverse only predicts that some universe will be finely tuned. It does not raise the probability that this universe is finely tuned. Just as a lottery only guarantees that someone wins, but it does nothing to increase the probability that you will be the winner. Evidence must raise probability. If the multiverse cannot raise the probability of this universe being fine-tuned, it doesn't function as evidence. 3. My opponent may claim that the constants are necessary, but that must be argued, not assumed. Nothing within physics say they have to be this way. They are treated as free parameters. Physicists like Sean Carroll explicitly deny that they're necessary. And nothing in metaphysics tells us, for example, that the cosmological constant couldn't have been off by a single decimal. This is a very strong claim, and simply asserting it necessarily after the fact seems ad hoc. 4. My opponent may say fine-tuning is a brute fact, but that just restates the data. We are asking why the parameters fall in this narrow range. Declaring them brute is not an explanation. It's a refusal to explain, and it's ad hoc unless independently motivated. So given these reasons, it's very unlikely that there are any explanatory resources within naturalism to explain this data. Now contrast this with theism. I'll give 4 reasons why fine-tuning is not surprising on theism. First, on theism, reality begins with a personal rational mind. If the foundation of reality is rational, then rationality is not an accidental byproduct. It is rooted in the ground of being itself. A universe that permits rational minds flows naturally from that starting point. Further, a rational mind is a kind of cause that produces law-like intelligible order that brings about these minds. Second, minds are intentional. They select and narrow possibilities towards outcomes. When I build a house, I don't leave all arrangements of lumber equally open. I constrain them towards a goal. Fine-tuning shows this same structure. You see a vast possibility space and a tightly constrained life-permitting window. The intentionality of a mind maps perfectly onto this data, as it is better explained by selection than by indifference that you'd see on naturalism. Third, minds are not necessarily indifferent to things of value. From our background knowledge, we know that minds often recognize value, life, understanding, relationship. A rational agent is the kind of being that can regard rational creatures as worthwhile. That makes a mind-permitting universe far less surprising than if reality were fundamentally indifferent, like you see on naturalism. Fourth, theism posits not a distant architect, but a mind that interacts with what it creates. Interaction presupposes partners. Rational agents capable of knowledge, communication, and relationship make that interaction possible. A universe without stable matter, chemistry, or consciousness would frustrate that aim. A fine-tuned universe that permits interactive being fits it. Now notice what I've done each time here. I've reached into my hypothesis, and drawn out the explanatory resources already present within it, and I've shown how they make the data less surprising. My opponent must do the same thing with naturalism. If he cannot identify internal features that favor this narrow life-permitting range, then naturalism does not better explain the data, and that's the standard we must apply tonight. Now, throughout this debate, keep your eye on the central question. My opponent may raise objections, he may bring up speculation, he may say all kinds of things. But in the end, ask, does his hypothesis actually make a finely tuned, mind-permitting universe something we should anticipate? Does naturalism contain an internal symmetry breaker that favors rational minds over and above the vast majority of life-prohibiting conditions? Does his hypothesis have the explanatory resources to explain this data equal to or better than what I've laid out? If he cannot do this, then naturalism lacks the explanatory resources to account for the data, and this would mean that a life-permitting universe for rational minds would favor theism over naturalism, and this is exactly what I think I've shown tonight. And look, I realize that my opponent and many in the audience probably disagree with me, but I want to emphasize that the God I believe in isn't just a theory. He is alive and real, and he's not far from each of us. I hope this benediction from St. Paul blesses you. May the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace in believing, so that by the power of the Holy Spirit you may abound in hope. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your opening statement, and that will conclude Theosophical's opening statement. Sticks, it's your turn. You're going to get 8 minutes on the clock for yours. I'm going to set up the timer, and it starts whenever you say your first word.
Okay, so I just wanted to begin by thanking Coco for hosting tonight's event, thanking all of you for hanging out with us. I also wanted to thank Theosophical Wanderings for challenging me to the debate with fine-tuning with him tonight. So what is fine-tuning? Well, the basic idea held by proponents like Luke Barnes and Swinburne and Collins is that there exists in our universe life-permitting conditions that are unlikely on naturalism, but at least moderately more expected on theism. So think of the parameters that govern our reality. In theory, they could have been far different, right? The cosmological constant or the strong and weak nuclear force could have been potentially infinitely different such that stable matter couldn't form. Now, there are a number of counter-arguments and contentions with this, notably anthropic, necessitarian, and modal arguments, as well as Graham-Oppy-type theoretical virtue contentions with parsimony and ontological economy. But today I'm just going to focus on a few contentions that I believe cut the legs out from most fine-tuning and teleological arguments. So it's important to note the topic of tonight's event. Does fine-tuning favor theism over naturalism? The language here is important because it's just my task to simply demonstrate that fine-tuning doesn't favor theism over naturalism. So in other words, I'm actually just required to get to 0, whereas for my opponent, theism must be favored over naturalism given the fine-tuning data, and he has to show that this is the case beyond just his vibes. So the outline of my argument, which I'm sure we'll dig into more, is as follows. Beginning with some definitions, bare design is the idea that the universe was created by a mind with no other assumptions about its intentions or disposition. Theism is a specific subset of bare design that includes additional properties of the designer, like loving or omnipotent. Naturalism is the idea that the universe is in causal relation with purely natural processes that don't involve a mind, and we can just take that to mean non-design. So de Troyer's Bayesian argument is, I'll be rendering, posits that there are two probabilistic Bayesian constraints where once we condition on the fine-tuning data, make it such that the posterior probability of theism doesn't exceed that of naturalism. We can show this by saying the prior probability on the bare design hypothesis, so that is before considering any data, is not a priori antecedently greater than the prior probability on naturalism due to the indifference principle. So in other words, there's no reason to believe that the bare design in of itself is more probable than naturalism before evaluating any data. And I think that's actually enormously charitable given an argument I'll render a little later. So the second probability constraint is that the likelihood of life-permitting conditions given bare design does not exceed the likelihood of life-permitting conditions given naturalism. So in other words, bare design doesn't predict life-permitting conditions over naturalism, given it tells us nothing about the disposition of the designer. So we can then just show through Bayesian arithmetic fairly trivially that once you condition on the data, the posterior probability of bare design does not exceed that of naturalism. Now, obviously, my opponent is not here to argue for bare design, but rather theism, right? Now, given that theism is a subset of bare design, wherein we can represent it as a conjunct of bare design plus additional intentions or dispositions of the designer, like goodness or wanting a relationship. So due to the penalty of conjunctive inequality on the prior for theism, what follows from the two constraints in Bayes' theorem and transitivity is that a more substantive design hypothesis like theism has a correspondingly lower prior, such that the posterior probability can never reach a credence of greater than 0.5, which is to say it's not more expected quantitatively. So consider this example. Suppose we observe a murder victim and the suspect's glove was left behind, and we're comparing two hypotheses, right? A female suspect did it versus a male suspect. With no background information about glove usage by sex or rate of crimes, we can assign equal priors due to the principle of indifference and equal likelihoods of seeing a glove given each hypothesis. So after the Bayesian update, male and female suspects remain equally probable. Now suppose someone offers another hypothesis, that it wasn't just any male, it was a blonde male who always wears gloves. Even if that specific hypothesis perfectly predicts the glove evidence, it's still only a subset of the male hypothesis. And unless most males are blonde-haired glove wearers, this refinement occupies only a part of the probability space already assigned to males, which we already determined to have an equal or less than probability of a female suspect. Now, since the broader male hypothesis doesn't outperform the female hypothesis on the evidence, the more specific blonde male hypothesis can't exceed the female hypothesis either, because it inherits its probability from the male category and suffers the penalty on its priors from conjunctive inequality. So in addition, we establish that seeing a glove isn't strong evidence toward a male versus a female. And so the constraints on the data entail that given our priors and given the likelihood of seeing the data under each hypothesis, without further evidence to update on, we have no way of saying it was more likely that a male blonde glove-wearing suspect did it compared to that of a female. So this is structurally identical to moving from bare design to theism, right? If the posterior probability on a male suspect is equal to or less than the female suspect, after updating on the data, it can't be more probable that a blonde glove-wearing male did the crime. So once again, folks, the task for my opponent is to provide an objection to this Bayesian inference. And if he doesn't, as mentioned before, no argument based on his vibe will in any way show us that his hypothesis is preferred. My opponent will instead be forced to argue that his hypothesis is more theoretically virtuous or less committal once we take into account divine simplicity or ontological parsimony. But ultimately, my opponent's inference for the best explanation, or IBE here, won't tell you how to weigh explanatory virtues or how to adjudicate trade-offs or how to quantify better, right? IBE is just Bayesian reasoning without the math, whereas the Bayesian apparatus tells us what hypothesis has explanatory scope and is coherent with background knowledge, and it does so through a statistical framework, which my opponent clearly is not referencing. So before closing, I'm just going to mention one more argument that I'll discuss, and it's called the electrons and love contention by Neil Sanababu. Further motivate some of what I've already discussed, but it's just to say that because my opponent's argument is predicated on some modal notion that it's possible the universe could have been another way, it isn't, it's this way, and therefore this data points toward theism, he's baking in the idea that this particular universe with this set of psychophysical laws that permit this type of rational, intelligent life is something predicted by theism. Now, my opponent is actually committed to the notion that it's metaphysically possible for minds to exist absent a physical biological substrate, given God himself has a mind that's not attached to a physical substrate. So therefore, God could have made any universe with far different nomological laws such that even simple electrons floating in space could have minds attached to them so that they can love and worship and experience the full set of things God would want his agents to. And because of this, the fine-tuning data we observe given this set of psychophysical laws is not probability raising toward theism because it's not a novel prediction or uniquely supported by theism. And with that, I end my time.
Okay. And with that, that concludes the opening statements. So now we're going to move on to rebuttals. Each of you are going to get 4 minutes to simply rebuttal your opponent's opening statement. This isn't like a cross exchange. This is just you talking, and 4 minutes to rebuttal the opponent's opening statement. So Theosophical, I'm going to set the timer for 4 minutes, and it starts when you say your first word.
Sure. Okay. I don't have anything written here. I'm just kind of free forming. So my opener was not just vibes. I gave 8 reasons. I made 4 attacks against why we shouldn't expect naturalism to predict this data, and I gave 4 positive reasons to explain why theism anticipates this or makes it less surprising. It looks like my opponent gave 2 main arguments here. The biggest one is the Bayesian argument. And from what I gather, it's sort of like he made sort of a symmetry between bare design and naturalism. And bare design basically, bare design doesn't predict this data any more than naturalism does, or it needs something to kind of break this symmetry, if I understand him correctly. First thing I want to mention is, and he kind of addresses this, is that I'm not arguing from bare design, which he mentioned. I'm arguing from theism. But even if I were arguing from bare design, the symmetry is broken. The very first argument I made was about what is entailed by a rational mind. I'll just kind of repeat it here. On theism, or you could say on bare design, reality begins with a rational mind. If the foundation of reality is rational, then rationality is not an accidental byproduct. It is rooted in the ground of being itself. A universe that permits rational minds flows naturally from that starting point. And further, a rational mind is the kind of cause that produces law-like intelligible order that brings about these minds. So on bare design, we have something that's being designed. We have a mind that has reasons. Obviously, it's not going to create something without reasons. And even on bare design, I'm just positing a mind here. I've pulled every explanatory resource out of just positing a mind. I'm not even positing theism at this point. Bare design will predict this data and break the symmetry. And I also think my second argument breaks the symmetry even more, and this raises the probability of bare design, again, predicting this data better than naturalism. And that was my second point was that minds are intentional. That's just what it means to be a mind. That's just logically entailed. And minds select and narrow possibilities towards outcomes. And it's kind of like when you look at the fine-tuning data, you see this wide possibility space in this very narrow region. And so like intentionality maps onto that data. So like this is kind of what you'd expect if a mind was selecting these things. It looks like that. And as opposed to the indifference that you'd see on naturalism. But getting into, even if I do posit, how much more time do I have, Coco?
You have a minute and 20 seconds.
Okay, let me, theism, even if I posit theism and add extra conjuncts, they're probable conjuncts. So like any penalty will be so minimal. I'm willing to take it because I think the overall case raises the probability in total. The electrons in love. So let me get to that really quick here. So the question tonight really isn't about whether God could have done things differently. God could have done whatever he wants. The question is why there are any conditions for minds at all. So that would still be the question if we were made of silicone or if electrons were agents. We're not trying to like figure out why did God use physical matter to make rational minds. It's just why there are conditions for minds at all. And so I don't really feel the force of that. And further on naturalism, what would ground the claim that different psychophysical laws are metaphysically possible to begin with? So, and I'll end my time here.
Okay. With that, that's going to conclude your rebuttal. Now, Sticks, this is your time to rebuttal his opening statement. Your 4 minutes starts whenever you say your first word.
Yeah, so in this first rebuttal, I'm just going to levy some of my contentions with my opponent's argument. So he renders a primary argument. He says if an outcome is far more expected on theism than on naturalism, it supports theism. A life-permitting universe that allows for rational minds is an outcome far more expected on theism than on naturalism. Therefore, our life-permitting universe supports theism, just modus ponens. So first of all, obviously, I would just reject P2 there, right? That's pretty much just the conclusion of his argument. But first of all, I would ask why. Like, why is this the case? But he provides some supplementary reasons. Most of them don't apply to me. He mentions that naturalism doesn't predict rational minds because he says that it begins with non-conscious, non-rational, non-intentional entities, and so it gives no reason to expect these things to emerge, right? So that argument too strongly assumes precisely what's to be expected to emerge from a foundation based on its ontology. So you're saying that if a thing, F does not contain property P at the fundamental level, F gives no reason to expect P to emerge. So obviously this is just a gross misunderstanding of emergence, right? So for example, the foundation of water molecules, hydrogen and oxygen, give us virtually no information about the property of wetness. They themselves aren't wet, but when you get enough of them together, wetness emerges. So if you try to say that, this analogy fails because the emergent thing of water, the wetness, is of the same ontological category, right? Where hydrogen and oxygen are both physical and wetness is also physical. I mean, I'd just want an argument to defeat physicalism in saying that the emergence of rational minds is ontologically non-physical and therefore the analogy fails. But, I'd ask for a defense of substance dualism or something that says physicalism is false. But even if he does that, this premise is self-defeating because he's committed to saying that the ontological type of God being non-physical, for example, gives us no reason to expect physical things to emerge. And assuming he believes that physical things emerge or exist, it's self-defeating. I could just render like a parity argument and just say that a worldview that begins with only non-physical entities, God, gives no reason to expect physical entities to emerge. So if we accept the commitments of his argument, we can actually just run a parity argument that entails the opposite conclusion, right? And he also provides a supplementary, another one where he says, like, if reality begins with creative rational minds that are open to relationship, then the existence of other rational minds is to be expected. It's obviously going to fall victim to the same criticism, right? It too strongly assumes what's to be expected to emerge from a foundation based on what's true about its ontology, right? The reality is emergence is something that, or from a foundation, is something entirely distinct from that foundation itself. That'd be like saying, hydrogen and oxygen are not wet, so we would never expect wetness to emerge. That's the whole point of emergence. So I could just construct a parity argument using the same structure and commitments of his primary and just say, like, if an outcome is far more expected on naturalism than on theism, it supports naturalism. a life-permitting universe that allows for physical things is an outcome far more expected on naturalism than on theism. Therefore, our life-permitting universe supports naturalism. And in defense of that second premise, I would just say, well, if a worldview begins with only non-physical entities, God, it gives no reason to expect physical entities to emerge. That's the exact same commitment he's entailed to, right? Now, his other justification that if reality begins with only I could just, sorry, in the parity argument, I could just say that, like, if reality begins with only natural laws and constants that give rise to natural things, then the existence of other natural things is to be expected. And assuming he and I both agree that natural things exist, if we accept the commitments of his argument, we arrive at completely opposite conclusions. So now what? This is why we use Bayesian inference. It allows us to compare commitments and examine priors and posteriors and actually adjudicate these types of problems. I think his arguments fail under their own weight, both from a soundness perspective, and they fail to motivate any claim toward preferability.
Finish your last sentence, or was that it?
That's it.
Okay. And with that, that's going to be opening statements, rebuttal period, and now we're going to move into cross-examination. There's going to be 2 rounds. Each of you are going to get 12 minutes to ask questions, establish your position, and discredit your opponent's position. So
real quick, I thought we were doing 2 rounds of rebuttal. Is that not in?
Oh, you guys still want to do that?
I thought that as well, actually.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, I saw that in my documents, and I thought, like, I was wondering if that was a mistake, but okay. Yeah, so Theosophical Wondering, let's give you those 4 minutes.
Sure.
Sorry about that. I was thrown off a little bit. But it starts whenever you say your first word.
Yeah, sure. So Styx, the first question he asked is why is P2 true? I gave 8 reasons why. And trying to remember everything he said here, but I think one of his main points was about, like, emergence here, and he brings up water, and obviously he kind of preempted some of the things I was going to say. Wetness is an in-kind emergence. Liquid is kind of made of the same stuff that's behaving collectively under already fine-tuned laws. And rational minds, of what I'd argue, are they are an out-of-kind emergence. They're normative, truth-tracking, intentional, and that's like a totally different kind of thing than like a physical object in and of itself. And then he sort of anticipates, he says that, I need an argument against physicalism. I would just say that I would just appeal to the hard problem of consciousness. I don't think that mental states reduce to physical states or physical matter, and I don't think it's ever been shown. And I think we're justified in inferring that they're just not reducible. Physical isn't true, so long as there's one counter example here. And then he mentioned something about I think sort of a parity argument where God is immaterial. We wouldn't expect like physical objects. I think this is true in the sense that does theism logically entail physical objects? No, but I don't think I need to explain that, because theism still explains other parts of the data here. It still explains other things that raise the probability of it, even if we don't explain this particular physical makeup. For example, it explains rational minds for the reasons I gave in my opener. It also explains with a mind, you're going to expect like laws, order, intelligibility, and that's what you see in these physical objects. So it explains the laws and structure and things like that, even if it doesn't explain the physical matter itself. And I think that's enough to kind of push it through and raise the probability, because hypothesis is good as it doesn't have to explain everything. If it explains quite a bit of things, then it still counts and it's still plausible. And I think that's kind of what I'm showing here. Let's see. I think he mentioned too, starting with natural things, and I guess that would anticipate natural outcomes and natural processes and things like that. I hope I'm getting him right on one of his last points there. The issue, though, with naturalism, it isn't just that there are natural processes. It's that there's nothing internal to naturalism. There needs to be a symmetry breaker for why naturalism would anticipate these conditions that allow for minds over and above all the conditions that completely prohibit them, which are far more vast than this little slice that allows for this. So it's not just that we see these natural processes, it's that there's this really peculiar thing hidden in these natural processes, and it's minds and conditions for minds and beings like us. And it's kind of like naturalism could favor all kinds of things that don't allow minds at all. And that's why I think, like I said in my opener, I think Styx needs a symmetry breaker here to defend naturalism, to show why it predicts this data in particular. And let's see if there's anything else here. I think he meant, he said something about relationships on theism rely too much on the starting ontology. And again, I'm not saying that these logically entail relational beings. I'm just saying they're not as surprising to see something like that, to see a being like us. If the world starts with a relational being or a personal being, it's just not surprising. I'm not saying it's logically entailed. It's just not surprising. You know, it's, and I guess I'll end there. Yeah, I'll end there.
Oh, okay. And then Six, you're going to get a second round of rebuttal. It starts whenever you say your first word.
Yeah, so I think he's kind of skirting around this issue of the entailments of his arguments and the commitments he's subject to, right? I've demonstrated that if we accept the commitments of the structure of his supplementary arguments, the things that motivate his second premise there, we can arrive at completely opposite conclusions, right? This is just a major problem that he seems to just not be addressing. Now, a bigger issue I actually have with this is that his argument seems to be question begging, right? Because the naturalistic thesis is that natural processes did not start with, but brought about life, right? And your argument in short form is that this is unexpected. But your supplementary argument is that on naturalism, it's unlikely that natural processes brought about life because it didn't start with life. That seems like question begging. What you're saying is that the thesis that entails life coming from non-life is unexpected because it's unexpected that life came from non-life, right? You're saying that naturalism, the thesis that says natural processes do not begin with life but bring rise to it, is unexpected. Why? It's also unexpected that wetness emerges from H2O, right? Just because it's unexpected, that's not and I don't even know how you're cashing out unexpected here. You're leaning pretty heavily on this not surprising business, right? You're saying it's not surprising on this, it's surprising on this, as if that's kind of doing most of the work in your argument. Now, I'm going to circle back a little bit to the electrons and love. He raised some contentions with that. So the theistic argument says that minds complex enough to support moral value are important because that's what a perfectly good God would want, right? And the fine-tuning argument is predicated on this necessity of this kind of supervenient relation of physical states of affairs realizing mental states of affairs that bring about intelligent life like ours. The problem is that there are more metaphysically possible worlds where the psychophysical laws are different, right? Panpsychism, for example, would be a different world, substance dualism, or even a world where there exists only Cartesian souls that have awareness and consciousness, right? So even if the physical constants produced only protons and electrons, they could have minds attached to them that are valuable. So for example, protons and electrons could feel delight when they get closer to one another. Or a proton could feel heartbroken when its favorite electron goes off with another proton. You know, and when they're a prime number of centimeters apart, they, can communicate about their past or whatever. So all of these metaphysically possible worlds, under his view, given the commitments of the theist, need to be considered because they would all exhibit intelligence in this valuable form, but under very different physical states of affairs that need to be considered given the possible worlds that could obtain. So the plausibility of fine-tuning, it rests on this metaphysical impossibility of other psychophysical laws, right? It's only if we assume this range of psychophysical laws are necessary in order to achieve God's plan for his agents, right? So how long do I got here? A minute. I guess the fine-tuning argument for God is kind of predicated on this idea that there's this narrow range of physical laws that can bring about a universe like ours with agents and minds, and it's too narrow to explain by chance or naturalism. It's able to posit that, it's more likely on God because God would want this universe and, not all the others that are possible. But if you expand the possibility space in God's scope to include other possible worlds that God could have used to achieve his means, then God, as this explanatory token, loses all of its likelihood gain. The possibility space grows to nearly the same size, if not greater than naturalism, because naturalism is restricted to the worlds that are possible with that modality indexed to or accessible to our own. So, we can know things about X, Y, and Z constants, and we can calculate the ranges they could have been. That's how Swinburne does it. But if you introduce God, that range is not limited by that modality and that kind of nomological accessibility relation. It now includes other metaphysically possible worlds that would, fit outside the range of naturalism. I guess that's it.
Okay. And with that, that concludes the rebuttal sections. So far we've done opening statements and 2 rounds of rebuttal sections. So now we're going to go into cross-examination. Those are going to be 12 minutes each. Theosophical wonderings, you're going to get your 12 minutes, and it's going to start whenever you say your first word.
Okay. Sticks, do you agree that tonight you are defending naturalism, not merely critiquing theism, and that your goal is to show that naturalism better expects this data?
Well, I'd refer to the prompt, which says, does fine-tuning favor theism over naturalism? So if that answer is no, then I've sufficiently achieved my goal.
Okay. Are minds intentional?
Are you asking, like, do minds bring about intentional, like, state of affairs or, like, brain states?
Yeah, do minds, do they have an aboutness to them? Do they have an aboutness or...
Yeah, I don't know how to answer that.
Do they think about things? Do they think about things?
Yeah,
That's what I mean by intentional.
Yeah, it's trivially true, yeah.
Okay. Between our two worldviews, which one has rationality built into its foundation?
Well, so when you say rationality built into its foundation, like the foundation of your worldview, right, of theism, the worldview itself, we don't call the worldview as rational. You're saying that there's a foundation that is rational. So naturalism, the idea that only natural things exist, in of itself is not rational, but it brings about rationality.
Okay. But my question was, which one of our two worldviews has it as its foundation?
Well, you have a rational agent that brings about other rational states of affairs, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, at the foundation of reality, there is a rational mind, correct?
Sure, yeah.
It's built into the foundation, correct?
Trivially true, yeah.
Okay, all right. Is rationality more surprising in a world with a mind or without any mind at all?
Well, this is the answer there, the question that you're tasked with answering, right? If you take it to be the case that it's improbable or unexpected in some way, or more expected on your worldview, I mean, that's obviously your task. I mean, in my worldview, under naturalism, it's not unexpected, obviously.
Okay. So what within naturalism makes a life-permitting universe more expected than a lifeless one?
Well, so here's the thing, right? Like in my worldview, there is one universe, right, in which rationality was brought about. Like it's an emergent thing. There was enough chances of, physical states of affairs and physical things bumping into each other such that rationality, via embodied minds are possible. So when you say what's more probable, I mean, that's obviously your burden. Your burden is to say that it's more probable under your hypothesis than mine. Under mine, it's perfectly acceptable and perfectly well expected for rationalism to emerge. I mean, just given the possibility space alone.
What determines the possibility space of this universe?
Are you asking at the level of this universe coming into existence, or are you asking about the emergence of rational minds as a byproduct of biological evolution?
Well, you use the words possibility space. What are you referring to?
Yeah, well, that would be within the universe that's been instantiated. What I'm saying here is that given the states of affairs in this universe, given the laws that are govern it, the probability space is massive insofar as there are quintillions of planets rotating around stars in habitable zones with the on my view, possible emergence of living life forms. And then obviously, just as a byproduct of evolution, rationality emerges from that.
Okay, and you understand that tonight we're trying to explain those laws that govern the universe, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So what within naturalism would explain these laws over laws that don't prohibit, or laws that prohibit life of any kind? Why would we expect that on naturalism?
Well, so here's the thing, right? In my view, there's one universe, right? The Bayesian inference I made is that there's just one universe. It brought about these laws. It seems to be outside of the scope of my argument or my burden to say what about naturalism predicts this minds and emergence, right? I mean, if you want me to provide an account for how this thing emerged, that's what I would do. But you're asking me to say, what about naturalism predicts rationality? Nothing about naturalism predicts anything. Nothing about hydrogen and oxygen predict wetness, but we still see it emerge. I don't know how many times I have to kind of repeat that.
Yeah. So nothing about naturalism would predict conditions for minds. I mean, you just said it doesn't predict anything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. And you mentioned like a second ago, you said this universe, something to the effect of this universe is what caused these laws. What was that sound?
Sorry, that's the gifts. Sorry, continue.
Okay. All right. Do you understand that these parameters and constants are fundamental? They're fundamental. Like they can't be reduced any further in this universe.
Sorry, what? Like, yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if we know that for sure. I mean, the laws and constants could have some sort of
well, they're called fundamental constants. They're fundamental.
Yeah,
there's no physical theory that explains them. There's nothing. I mean, we don't know that, but as far as our best physics, there's nothing deeper that explains them.
Sure. I mean, I've already granted that these things are fundamental. It seems like you're arguing against a necessitarian view.
Okay, so naturalism is a view of the world, right? It's a particular claim about reality. So what would be the symmetry breaker within that worldview, within naturalism, that would anticipate these conditions over the vast majority of conditions that would not allow for minds or life at all?
Well, again, you seem to be asking the question about like what about naturalism predicts these things, and I've answered that already, right? I'm not saying that naturalism predicts anything.
Yeah, so if naturalism doesn't predict anything, then theism wins. It predicts this better than naturalism. That concedes the debate.
Definitely not, but we'll...
Well, then how does naturalism predict this better than theism? What internal to naturalism...
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What internal to naturalism would anticipate these conditions over the vast majority of conditions that don't allow minds?
There's nothing about naturalism that predicts anything. I don't like.
Okay.
You're asking me to provide a positive account for why naturalism would expect the emergence of rational minds. That's not my task. My task is to.
That's the topic of the debate.
The task of the debate is: does fine tuning favor theism over naturalism? That's a quantitative. That's a probabilistic or theoretical virtuous type question. I mean, if you're asking me why would we expect minds to emerge from naturalism? What I would just say is that given this set of natural laws, minds are almost expected just given the probability space. You're asking me why is it the case?
These laws are the very thing in question, Styx.
Correct, yeah. I mean,
yeah, so how does naturalism explain these laws over all the other conditions that would not allow for these things? That's the very thing in question.
Wait, how does naturalism explain these laws? These laws are just going to be fundamental to this. I mean, it might be the case that they're necessary. It might be the case that we have one universe and that just happened to be the case. I mean, there's a difference between a chancy process, right?
What would be your argument that they're necessary? Why should we expect that?
I'm not saying that they are necessary. I'm saying they might be the case.
Okay. Okay, if you admit, if you've conceded that naturalism doesn't explain anything, which would include this fine-tuning data, then theism wins because I've offered 8 reasons why I would explain it. And if you have offered like 0 reason, then the debate, I would just concede my time. Unless you have something else you'd want to say. And I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to summarize.
I mean, the grandstanding is cute. But
Sorry about that.
yeah, I mean, I can get into the reasons why your view is not more preferable. That is not more expected on your view. But I mean, that's going to be obviously in my time.
Right. Okay. So at least if we're leaving this cross exam, we're showing that naturalism doesn't predict anything, not even these conditions, not even this data. So as long as we keep that in mind when we go into the cross exam, if we just bracket that.
Yeah. So expected, right? That's a probabilistic term, right? What's expected or what's more expected? When you invoke something like, hey, this hypothesis is more expected given the fine-tuning data than this one, that's a probabilistic account. Now, you have not contended in any way with the Bayesian inference I've made. I mean, you still haven't addressed the constraint on the priors, the constraint on the conditions.
This is my
Sure.
cross-ex.
I mean, you don't want to talk about them, that's fine.
This is my cross-ex. Did I give 4 reasons to support theism and 4 reasons against naturalism in my opener? Did I make 8 arguments to make my case in my opener?
They weren't arguments, but you provided 8 reasons, 4 of which did not apply to me.
I gave 8 reasons. They were arguments. They weren't syllogisms. Does an argument need to be in syllogistic form?
No, but you just said they were arguments.
Yeah. Do arguments need to be in syllogistic form?
No, I mean, but here's the thing, right? You said you made a claim that, like, for example, reality that begins with rationality would expect rationality to emerge. You didn't motivate that, especially under criticism. You failed to address the fact that we can construct parity arguments in which the commitments you're holding to, given those supplementaries, can be levied against you. So
did I not address the parity arguments in my first rebuttal?
Nope.
And second rebuttal?
You didn't.
What's the record stand?
I mean, I can just.
Anyways, did I not address the electrons in love argument in my rebuttal?
Not adequately to my account. What's your account? Well, whatever. It'll be my turn in a second here.
Okay. Well, let me see if I have any more questions here. How much more time we got, Coco?
1 minute and 30 seconds.
Okay. I'll just ask you again, can you name one internal feature of naturalism that positively favors rational mind permitting constants over and above the conditions that would not allow for it?
So we define naturalism as the worldview in which only natural things are in causal relation with natural things. That type of worldview doesn't generate any novel expectations about anything. I don't know what about naturalism would entail that things are going to happen.
Okay, I'll just take that as a no. Okay, I'll concede my time. We can go into Styx's cross-ex.
Okay. And with that, that's going to conclude your half of the cross-examination. Now, Styx, you're going to get 12 minutes on the clock to do your cross-examination, establish your position, and critique his. It starts whenever you say your first word.
Okay, so do you agree that the debate question is about whether fine-tuning makes theism more probable than naturalism?
Yes.
Okay. So you're claiming that given the data of life-permitting constants, the posterior probability of theism exceeds that of naturalism?
Yes.
Okay. Is your argument probabilistic rather than deductive?
Basically it's a deductive in form, but it's essentially probabilistic.
Okay, so what statistical framework have you used to determine that your hypothesis is preferred given the prior probabilities, likelihoods, and evidences?
Are you asking if I put it in a Bayesian format? Is that what you're asking?
What statistical framework have you used, right? When we say something like a hypothesis is preferred over another, right? You have to evaluate and adjudicate things like trade-offs. So in what way have you motivated the claim that it's more probable as opposed to just compatible?
I gave 8 reasons in my opener.
Sorry, your reasons provided some sort of quantitative approach to say that it's more probable?
Yes, I gave 8 reasons.
Sorry, what quantitative framework did you use?
I'm not sure what you mean by quantitative. What do you mean?
Yeah, so
you mean like assigning a Bayesian, like a calculation?
Yeah, when we examine hypotheses and we're examining the background data and determining what comports with the background data, what is expected given the priors, given the likelihood, and we generate posterior probabilities. In the second question I asked you, I said, do you take it to be the case that the posterior probability of theism exceeds that of naturalism, but you're not providing any quantitative approach? So I'll take it to be the case that you actually don't have a quantitative approach.
I don't, but I did make an argument. I didn't put it in a Bayesian
Sorry,
format.
I'll reclaim my time. In the prompt there, it says, does it favor theism over naturalism? If favor doesn't mean more probable, what does it mean to you?
I gave reasons to make it more probable. I just didn't put a calculation on them.
Gotcha. Okay. So do you take it to be the case that before considering any empirical data about the universe, that the prior probability of a designing mind is greater than that of naturalism?
No, I would just have assumed a principle of indifference, essentially.
Okay.
Something that translates to that.
Okay, so perfect. So then that settles the first constraint. Do you take it to be the case that in probability theory, the probability of a conjunction or a conjunctive proposition like A and B cannot exceed the prior or the probability of A alone?
If it's not motivated, or if the conjunction is surprising, or if it's not internally drawn out or not probable on that hypothesis, I would say that. But I don't.
Wait, so you think A and B could exceed the probability of A alone?
Oh, no, not in and of itself. No, I don't think I've done anything like that, though.
Okay. So theism is bare design plus additional attributes, right? Goodness and relational intent, and it cannot have a higher prior than bare design, correct?
Let's grant that. I gave two reasons that appeal to that start from a bare design hypothesis. Two reasons why that break the symmetry between bare design and naturalism.
Perfect.
So,
So
we do grant that.
we've secured the first constraint in the Bayesian probability. Now, given that bare design tells us nothing about the motivation or the disposition of the designer, do you take it to be the case that the bare design does not more strongly predict life permitting conditions compared to that of naturalism?
The first two arguments I gave in my opener break the symmetry, and they show that it's more probable, more likely.
On bare design? What about
yes.
what?
And I already explained this.
What a priori reasons do you have to believe that a designer in of itself, or sorry, a bare designer with no motivations or intentions would have reasons to create a life permitting universe?
Okay, I'll just go to. Reality begins with a rational mind. So on bare design, reality begins with a rational mind. You have a designer, so it's creating something. It's going to have reasons to create things. All these are pulled out.
What's going to be the reason that it's going to want a universe like ours with life permitting conditions? Why, just given the bare fact that a mind created the universe, would it not entail that maybe it just wants electrons or maybe it just wants protons? Why are you saying that this particular universe is expected under the hypothesis of bare design?
Okay. In my first argument, I made the connection between reality beginning with a rational mind and how rationality and conditions for minds would not be surprising on that. I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah, so just saying it's not surprising is not giving a motivation for the claim that it's more expected on bare theism that a mind would create a universe like ours with psychophysical laws and all these different nomological principles. Why would it be motivating for a mind to create this particular universe as opposed to one with just electrons? You're not answering the question.
Right. Well, I would just say that I'm not arguing from bare design alone. I'm
aware.
Yeah. So, and I guess I would just say I don't understand what the penalty would be. I kind of explained that in my
So I just take it to be the case, right? I take it to be the case that bare design offers no information about the motivations or the intentions.
Bare design.
I'm aware. You need to lock in. So if it's the case that bare design offers no motivations or disposition of the designer, thus that the probability space is wide, so he could create any universe he wanted. There's nothing about bare design that entails creating a universe with life permitting conditions. Now, if we grant this, right, then the prior that the probability of life permitting conditions given design is less than or equal to the probability of life permitting conditions given naturalism. So do you take it to be the case that bare design has a reason to believe that the universe would be finely tuned?
Again, I think this is a straw man. I'm not arguing from bare design. So it's essentially like asking me to.
This is my cross-examination. I'm just going to need an answer.
Then I'm just going to answer. I'm not arguing from bare design, and I gave.
So your answer. You don't have an answer to the question. You have no reason to believe that bare design has no or has a motivation.
Let's grant that. Let's grant that that's true. I'm not arguing from bare design.
Perfect.
That's a straw man of my argument.
Yeah. So the entailment is that you suffer the conjunctive the conjunctive proposition penalty, right? It's not more probable that A and B, that A and B that A and B could exceed the probability of A alone, right? So we've already granted that. So when you add commitments to a hypothesis, you narrow the set of possible worlds in which that hypothesis could be true. So mathematically, the probability of the conjunction A and B cannot exceed the probability of A alone. Denying that would just be denying like basic axioms of probability theory. So why I'm talking about bare design is that if it's the case that bare design has a equal or less than prior probability of naturalism, and you just granted that the probability of life given design is less than or equal to the probability of life given naturalism, the entailment from Bayes' theorem and transitivity is that the posterior on design plus additional considerations, aka theism, cannot exceed the posterior on naturalism, which is to say it can't reach a credence of greater than 0.5.
Yeah, I would just disagree with that because I think,
Sorry,
I
which
think
part do
even
you
my
disagree with?
even my conjuncts that I add with theism are motivated. They're probable.
I don't think you understand what conjunctive inequality means, right?
Yeah,
So,
the conjunct, right? No,
sorry, 1 second here.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, conjunctive inequality is the idea that propositions that are neither theorems or tautologies are less than one in the probability space, where contradictions are zero, right? So propositions that have a chance of being possible are greater than zero, but less than one. So a proposition like the moon is cheese might have a prior of like 0.15, right? But let's say we add another proposition as a conjunction and say the moon is cheese and the moon is cheddar, where the moon is cheddar has another additional 0.5 or 15 probability, right? The conjunction would be the multiplication of decimal possibilities or probabilities, where it's 0.15 times 0.15 equals 0.0225 or whatever. So that's what is meant when we say a specific hypothesis has a lower antecedent probability. So what you're saying is that because it's the case that the two constraints, the first on the priors and the second on the likelihoods, and the fact that theism is only a subset of bare design, it has a lower antecedent prior probability, right? This is just basic Bayesian axioms, Bayesian arithmetic, right? So you're acting as if it's trivial, right? That like
it
this
is trivial, to be honest.
I just don't think you understand Bayesian arithmetic then. Bayesianism doesn't default reality to the least specific description. It requires justification for additional commitments, right? So let me give you an example.
And I would say I have those.
Let's say we had I don't know the murder example, right? We were examining a male versus a female hypothesis. If you add a conjunctive proposition and say it wasn't just a male, it was a blonde-haired male, that prior probability cannot exceed that of a male, right? Now, the second, but if you said something like, it was a male who was alive, that conjunctive proposition doesn't entail a penalty on the priors because it's assumed of both. It's assumed of, it's just analytically entailed by or assumed of the proposition. But in the example of fine-tuning, there's nothing about fine-tuning that makes it such that a loving designer is more probable than just a designer alone. So I just don't think, this is very difficult because I don't think you understand what conjunctive inequality means.
I don't think every conjunct is equally penalized.
Agreed.
Okay, so
what I
would just say that some conjuncts
do you take it to be the case? Let me ask you this. Sorry, I'll reclaim my time. Do you take it to be the case that all designers want to have a loving relationship with us?
I would say, given our background knowledge of what do we know about minds, I would say minds are very probably interactive.
That would be a posteriori. That would be in the background. That wouldn't be in the background data. What about a mind entails that it would want a loving relationship with us? You're conflating the prior probability with the likelihoods.
Yeah, I guess I would just say that. Are you saying that every conjunct must be logically entailed?
No.
Okay, then that answers the question.
No.
If it's strongly expected,
when you add commitments to a hypothesis, you're narrowing the set of possible worlds in which. Sorry, I'm sorry. When you add commitments to a hypothesis, you narrow the set of possible worlds that hypothesis.
If you treat every addition as equally
can I reclaim my time?
Oh, yeah. Look, finish your last sentence.
Yes, not all minds. So the minds of the like of bare theism entail that it would want a loving relationship, or entail analytically that it would want a universe like ours with life permitting conditions.
But you just said that not every conjunct needs to be logically entailed.
Okay, well, we're going to have to cut it there, and then that's going to conclude the first round of cross-examination. Now we're going to move on to the second one, and then the closers. So Theosophical, you get 12 minutes. It's your cross-examination. It starts when you say your first word.
Oh, actually, I thought we only had one round. I really don't.
Oh, in my notes, I have two.
Was it two?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I would just ask this. So, Styx, do you think every conjunct needs to be logically entailed by a hypothesis? hypothesis?
What do you mean to be needs to, like without suffering the conjunctive proposition penalty?
Yes.
Yeah, if the conjunction is not independently motivated by the background data, then yeah, it would be a only portion of that probability space. So for example,
what do you mean by independently motivated by the background data? Do you mean logically entailed, or do you mean a posteriori could work in that situation?
Well, no, I mean, let's say this. Let me put it this way: not all minds want to have a universe like ours, right? So if you say that like it's a loving mind, you split the probability space in half, because now you have a proposition and it's or like a conjunctive proposition and the negation of that conjunctive proposition. So you have, I mean, I could draw it out on paper for you, but
it's okay. Yeah, all I'm trying to get out of you is that I don't need to show that every conjunct I add to my hypothesis is logically entailed. I don't need to show that. I could just say that it's strongly expected, or given our background knowledge. And it's true that it's okay. Let me just phrase this in a form of a question. Is it true that it's true? Is it true that some minds are not open to interaction?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it probably more true that most minds are open to interaction?
I have no
Given
reason
our
to believe
background
that.
knowledge.
Like, are you talking like creator minds, like divine minds?
I mean, just interaction. They want to interact with other people. They value things. How many Unabomber types do you know, given your background knowledge, compared to, huh?
Yeah. So if you're trying to bake in the claim that the probability of or like the likelihood of minds creating universes like ours that want to have relationships with us is higher than, like, I don't know, half of the probability space. I mean, and you're invoking some sort of like a posteriori information about how minds typically interact. I mean, that's presupposing that the mind of God interacts in the same way ours does. I don't think I have reason to be motivated or compelled to believe that.
Okay, I mean, just given our background knowledge of minds is, I mean, we have to appeal to something.
Here's the thing: is that if you invoke this type of update, right, like, you'd be double counting, because if you're updating on the bare design hypothesis based on facts about the universe with respect to certain designers, like, and a conception of what designers do based on the designers we know, then that's already going to be part of the background data on the fine tuning. So we're double dipping both in the assignment of priors and the assignment of likelihoods. So a priori, I don't think we have reason to establish that the prior on bare design exceeds that of naturalism.
Yeah, I'm not sure I see how we're double dipping there. But my point is that not all conjuncts penalize a hypothesis equally. Do you agree?
Correct. Yeah. Like if in like the case of a murder, if you said like the conjunct of the murderer was alive, yeah, that wouldn't be penalized because it's independent. It's already motivated and supported with the background information.
Okay. All right. So not every conjunct I add will be equally penalized. Correct?
Correct. But you'd have to motivate this idea that on the bare design hypothesis, right, when we make the jump to theism, that all minds or most minds are of the like of theism compared to that of bare design. Because from my account,
would you say it's improbable for minds to be interactive? Would you say it's more improbable for minds to be interactive? Would you argue that?
Well, based on the principle of indifference, we know nothing about said minds. So if it's the case that we're breaking up this probability space,
what do you mean we know nothing about said mind? What does that mean?
Yeah, we don't know anything about the minds of the possible creators that could exist in possible worlds.
We don't know anything about minds at all?
We have no information about the intentions or motivations or dispositions of creator minds. That's exactly the whole point.
Okay.
I mean, if it's the case,
do we have any knowledge of minds at all?
We have knowledge of minds that exist in the universe. Yeah, the ones that have been created by said creator mind. Are you saying that this gives us access or information, like epistemic access, to know what the mind of a creator would want?
Well, we kind of know what minds are like. We know what to expect with a mind, correct? Given our background knowledge?
Yeah, but then we would be double dipping if we're also including that information in the assignment of priors and likelihoods. Because if we're then saying, also, by the way, when we update on like the fine-tuning data, oh, by the way, the fine-tuning data is information that would be expected under the hypothesis that a mind created it, right? So if you're baking that into the background data to assign the prior, then you're also doing it, you're double dipping when you do the likelihoods.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm seeing that though. I guess at this point, I just want to just establish that not every conjunct is treated equally. The penalty is not equal with every conjunct. So when you're,
oh, sorry, Theo.
Okay, yeah.
Can I offer a rebuttal?
No, not in my. You can do that in your cross acts here. So, let me think what else I can say. How much more time do I have, Coco?
You have 6 minutes and 14 seconds.
Jeez. Okay, man, I did not prepare for a second cross. Trying to think what else you said here. So, would you agree that a conjunct that is strongly expected would be a tiny cost to the overall probability, correct?
A conjunct that is strongly expected, so
not logically
like analytically entailed. What do you mean by
not
strongly
logically
expected?
entailed, but like more probable than not?
Can you give me an example of a conjunct that the probability space would not be divided equally given the background knowledge?
What'd you say?
When we're dividing the probability space based on this conjunct, right? When we're examining the priors and determining whether or not the conjunctive proposition has some sort of penalty, what sort of background information based on some sort of proposition would allow us to infer that it's most of the probability space in this way? Like, what do we know in the background about gods that we could infer that, it takes up, 90% of that probability space?
It doesn't have, does a conjunct have to take 90% of the probability space?
No. The irony in this back and forth is that this constraint is actually irrelevant to whether or not the posterior can exceed 0.5.
Did you not use conjuncts to penalize the probability of my hypothesis?
Yeah, but when you run through the Bayesian update, it still doesn't impact it, even if I grant it to you.
Right. And did you treat every conjunct in my argument as equally penalizing?
Because here's the.
And so you're assuming that every conjunct I'm offering is not motivated, not expected, not probable. It's just all surprising. Is that what you're assuming?
You're conflating the prior probability based on background data with the information we would obtain from the fine tuning. Like, what do we know about designer minds that would entail most designer minds want a universe like ours?
I mean, this isn't your cross-ex, so let me see if I have any more questions here. I'll just yield my time.
Okay, and with that, we can move on to the next cross-examination, which is going to be Sticks. You're going to get 12 minutes, and it starts when you say your first word.
Okay, yeah. So when we're talking about the likelihood of life-permitting conditions increasing even on bare design, let's say you have an intuition that designers entail like maximal properties, and therefore you're kind of baking in goodness or maximal power as predicates, right? There's a few critiques I have with that. Like, I know Hudson in his paper on Swinburne's aesthetic appraisal talks about how we can't know whether or not an omnipotent being would pick a finely tuned universe, right? Maybe that's a terrible idea for reasons beyond our understanding and intuition. Or you could take like a Humean approach and say that we can't have a priori knowledge of anything beyond our experience, right? Or that we can't infer infinitude from finitude or whatever. And so we have no background information that allows us to assume that most possible worlds with creator minds would be creator minds that want a universe like ours, right? For example, God could just be like a really prolific moron who's been iterating worlds, and we find ourselves in one that permits our existence, right? Or maybe he's maximal, but there's still an epistemic gap between what we can know about him and what he would do. Which is to say, when we're breaking up the prior probability space and assigning these conjunctive penalties, right? The entire point of this is that no matter, if you offer a more specific conjunctive hypothesis that better accounts for the data, the trade-off is that it has a lower antecedent prior probability. That's just mathematics. Denying that is just what you're trying to say is that A and B can possibly be as large or nearly as large as just A alone. And I grant that. But the conjunctive proposition here, the conjunction of, being loving, is not analytically entailed by the designer, right? There's nothing about minds that just analytically entail that they would want a universe like ours or that they're going to be loving. So I have no reason, based on the principle of indifference, to assign the priors any less than like 0.5, right, in that probability space. I'm going to do this. I'm going to draw a little picture. So suppose we have the total probability space, and we divide it in half. All right, and we say, this portion here is the prior on naturalism. Oops. And this is the prior on bare design. Now, if we say that, well, also it's, it's loving, right? Well, we don't know how much of this probability space are designers that love or want a universe like ours. So based on the principle of indifference, we just split it in half. So like this might be designers that, that love us, and this one might just be designers that, are designers but don't love us, right? This is what's meant by the conjunctive penalty. And you're just trying to, without justification, motivate this claim that there is no conjunctive penalty. But the irony in all of this, is that the first constraint is virtually inconsequential to the argument. That the constraint on the conditional probabilities, which you signed off on, entail that the posterior can't exceed 0.5. It just follows from Bayes' theorem, it follows from these constraints, and it follows from the transitivity of the less than or equal to operator. So, it seems like you're arguing with math at this point, but that's fine. Now, again, maybe to circle back on this conjunctive inequality, our background knowledge doesn't independently support the idea that most possible creator minds would want relationships. And because these added traits are not already supported by the background knowledge, not the data, not the fine-tuning data, the background knowledge, then they would reduce the size of the probability space. And so this expanded theistic hypothesis necessarily has a lower prior than bare design. We can argue about how much that is, but it really doesn't even matter, right? The issue isn't word count or how many, it's about how many possible worlds satisfy the claim given what we already know. It's true that, if background knowledge, already supported a conjunct, then adding it would not meaningfully, penalize the prior. But in this case, lovingness and relational intent, they're not entailed by bare theism, so the prior is naturally lower. To be honest, I didn't even know we had a second cross-exam either, so I'm kind of looking for things to talk about. It seems to be the case that you haven't addressed the electrons in love. You seem to just say that it's kind of like a red herring, or that it doesn't apply, but you haven't wrestled with the fact. So maybe I'll ask you the question: do you take it to be the case that it's metaphysically possible that minds can exist absent a physical biological substrate?
I am not sure how. I'm honestly not sure how to answer that question, because I'm not sure how, what would ground metaphysical possibility.
Does God have a mind that's absent a physical biological substrate?
He does, but on naturalism, there's no.
Right, that's irrelevant. I'm asking you on your view.
Analog.
On your view, right? God already has.
But I already answered this. God could have made us out of silicone. The data.
Sorry, this is irrelevant. Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
If it's the case that God can create a mind that's not attached to a physical biological substrate because he himself has this type of ontology, right? Then it is metaphysically possible in your view. It's definitely necessarily entailed, which is to say that the probability space of the worlds that God could instantiate, or the worlds that could obtain given this commitment, entails that what we see in our universe is not expected or predicted by theism, because he could have made any universe with just electrons, right? So the probability space grows to nearly the size, if not greater, than the probability space on naturalism.
Yeah, I still think that's a red herring, because I already addressed this. It's like God could have, if God made us out of silicone, if he made us out of anything, the data is conditions for minds, whether it be silicone, whether it be electrons, whether it be anything. It's that's the data we're trying to explain.
Yeah, but the fine-tuning argument, your fine-tuning argument is predicated on this idea that there's this really narrow range of physical laws that can bring about a universe like ours with agents and minds and stuff, right? So if you inflate your modal space, if you're inflating it to the size of, say, naturalism in of itself, then this universe is not more well predicted by theism anymore. You understand that if you expand the possibility space to in God's scope to include other possible worlds that God could have used to achieve his means, then God as this explanatory token loses all of its likelihood gain, right? The possibility space grows to the same size, if not greater than naturalism, just given that there's like these kind of like metaphysical possible worlds that likely aren't obtainable on naturalism. Like, and in my view, souls, for example, can't exist, right? The way if we're describing souls as like a supernatural thing, they can't exist. But on your view, they can. So that's an additional possible world, and all the variations of that that are available to your modal space. So I don't understand how you're not seeing the entailments of the electrons and love contention and what it means for the likelihood constraints.
The way this sounds to me, it's sort of like if we found ruins on Mars and we're wondering why the aliens use titanium instead of like silicone. And then we're saying like that somehow like will undercut whether aliens are the better explanation of the data. That's what this sounds like to me. I don't know if I'm missing it, but it's like the data is conditions for minds, whether they be electrons, whether they be silicone, whether they be anything else. This is the data we're trying to explain, not what we're made of. So that's kind of like, I just don't feel
analogous because the background information there, like let's give an example of of these murderers again, male and female, right? If the background data that there's this glove left behind at the scene, this independently motivates, it doesn't motivate either in terms of likelihood a male versus a female at all, right? It's expected under both, at least according to the information we have, right? So when you update and you say, well, no, it's not just any male, it's like a blonde glove-wearing male. Well, you've constrained the probability space and it can't exceed that of the female hypothesis, even if this refined hypothesis well predicts the glove. If male and female are equal in terms of likelihood of seeing this glove, then blonde male isn't more likely than male. Right?
Right. I mean, what if all we're trying to do is figure out whether a human committed the crime or the person died naturally? We find a glove.
Well, what is the background data? This again, it's disanalogous because in this example, right, the background data is that someone was murdered. Now you just changed the entire scenario. Now the information we have, the background data, is that the universe was finely tuned, and we're trying to determine what is the best explanation for this fine tuning. And based on this Bayesian inference and based on what you've signed off on, I don't think you're wrestling with the fact that the posterior can't exceed that of naturalism. So, I mean, if you disagree with math, if you disagree with Bayesian inference, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. And look, you're like, if you're trying to say that the glove fits the suspect, right? Like if you're treating the glove like DNA evidence that uniquely identifies the suspect, well, that's what's precisely in dispute, right? In that analogy, like we're stipulating that glove wearing is equally expected under both male and female suspects, so the glove doesn't break that symmetry. Fine tuning is structurally the same unless you independently show that life-permitting constants are more expected on theism than on naturalism. You don't just get to assume that. That's the very claim you need to establish. So if the glove, equally fits multiple suspects and it doesn't favor one.
Well, I would just say the glove doesn't fit naturalism. That's not even, and
that's the burden that you fail to show.
But you've already conceded that naturalism does not predict the glove at all.
What I've shown through Bayesian arithmetic is that fine-tuning does not provide a more probabilistic account over naturalism. So at bare minimum, we are at zero. At bare minimum, I have accomplished the task of demonstrating that fine-tuning does not favor theism over naturalism. If you were to say, does hydrogen and oxygen predict wetness, and then the emergence of wetness is actually like, better explained by like the god of wet, would that be like a valid Bayesian inference we could make? Like, what's the difference there?
Can you repeat the scenario again? Can you repeat that?
Yeah, like you're saying that the ontology of the foundation of the system itself offers some explanatory power in terms of like what we can expect to emerge from it, right? hydrogen and oxygen offer no information about wetness, but it still emerges. Would you say that based on this type of argumentation, these commitments, that it was unexpected, or sorry, that hydrogen and oxygen can't account for it, or that the wet God is a better account?
No, I don't think I would say that in that case. But I'm not sure that's analogous to what's going on here. It's not so much the emergence. It's like we kind of already went through that earlier. It's more or less like it just seems like there needs to be some kind of symmetry breaker. What's that?
Oh, really quick. The time just wrapped up,
Okay.
so we can move to closers. But finish your sentence, Theo.
It was
good.
my side. I mean, it's all
Yeah,
good.
I'm good. If Styx wanted to add another point to that, or
we're all good. We can go to
okay.
Okay, and with that, Theo, you're gonna get 3 minutes for your closing statement, and it starts whenever you say your first word.
Okay. I guess I'll just leave it to the audience or the judges to determine who made the stronger case. I would just go back to my opener. I gave 8 reasons why naturalism or theism predicts this data or expects it and makes it less surprising than naturalism. In my cross-ex with Styx, he admitted that naturalism doesn't predict this at all. He conceded that. I've addressed the electrons in love. I've addressed whether theism anticipates a physical structure. I've addressed many of these things already. And so at the end of the day, I think even if we go with this bare theism symmetry breaker, I think I've broken the symmetry with these at least 4 reasons. I think the first 2 reasons especially kind of break that, because those are almost like assuming bare theism. And so I'll just leave it to the audience and the judges to figure out whether I've made my case or whether Styx has actually come against the case I've made and brought it to 0, as he said. And but Styx, man, I appreciate the engagement, and yeah, for sure. And I'm gonna listen to this when it's done, and I try to learn from everything I do and try to get better at what I'm doing. So, but I appreciate the time, and thanks to the audience, and thank you, Coco, as well. So.
Okay, and with that concludes your closing statement. And yeah, I'll be posting this on YouTube and multiple channels. Styx, you can start your 3-minute closing statement whenever you say your first word.
All right, man. Yeah, I just wanted to thank you as well. This is my first formal debate. I kind of just do the little TikTok debates here and there, but it's been fun, and it's been really fun to debate this particular topic. Just to recap, I think how this went down. I think my opponent argued that fine-tuning favors theism because a rational foundation better predicts rational minds than a non-rational foundation. But notice what that assumes, right? It assumes the nature of the foundation constrains or predicts what will emerge or can emerge from it, right? If a reality that begins with a rational mind, rational minds are expected. And if it begins with a non-rational process, then rational minds are unexpected. But that principle cuts both ways, because if we apply the same reasoning consistently, then a non-physical foundation like God should give us no reason to expect physical things, right? A purely rational being should give us no reason to expect non-rational rocks. And yet here we are, we're in a world filled with physical and non-rational rocks, right? There's an inconsistency, a symmetry breaker that I think your argument falls apart on. So the composition of the foundation clearly does not determine the composition of what emerges from it. That it just undermines a crucial premise in his case. Now, not to mention, of the 8 arguments he provided, I think 6 of them didn't apply to me. I think like talking about multiverse theories, necessitarianism, parsimony with brute facts and stuff like that. So those 2 arguments that the ontology of the foundation generates novel expectations about what's going to be emerging is what his entire argument is filled on or predicated upon. And I think I've successfully dismantled that. Now, even setting that aside, I think the core issue tonight was not whether theism is compatible with fine-tuning. Of course it is, right? The question was whether fine-tuning favors theism over naturalism. And once we apply the Bayesian reasoning carefully, 2 constraints emerge, right? First, that there's no a priori reason to assign bare design a higher prior probability than naturalism. And second, bare design in of itself makes no novel predictions about this kind of life-permitting universe should obtain rather than any other possible world. And once we recognize that theism is a more specific conjunctive version of bare design about goodness and relational intent and stuff, its prior probability necessarily lowers unless it's independently supported. So from these simple probabilistic facts, it follows that the conditioning on fine-tuning data does not raise the posterior of theism above naturalism. So at best, it leaves us tied. At worst, it favors naturalism. So even if we grant that fine-tuning is consistent with theism, consistency is not preference. And that was the debate question. Does fine-tuning favor theism over naturalism? And given the priors, given the likelihood constraints, given the modal space considerations, and the vast range of metaphysically possible worlds under theism, the answer is no. Fine-tuning does not move the needle in favor of theism. At most, it gets us to 0. So thanks again, guys.
Okay, and with that, that concludes your closing statement, and that concludes this debate. Thank you, both of you guys. I think you guys both did very well. And I think both of you guys were very studied for your debate. And so I have to check my timesheet, and we have one more debate tonight. It's going to be CF Jewel versus L Sirloin. And we can do a little bit of audience comments, questions, and concerns. But let me check the time and see when that debate is supposed to start. Let me see really quick. That debate is supposed to start at 10:29. So we have like 10 minutes of audience questions that we can do right now.
Are we not doing the judges or anything, or is that not happening?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna start a poll, and also if you guys want sticks and theosophical wonderings, I can pick like 2 atheists, 2 Christians, and 1 neither atheist or Christian person from the crowd, somebody we know, to judge the debate if you guys want.
Yeah, I mean that's.
Yeah, I'm easy.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Okay. So give me 1 sec. Sorry, I sound out of breath. I was running some favors around the house, but I was still listening to like the closing statements. Okay, so people request in the comment section, we need 2 Christians, 2 atheists, and 1 person that's like agnostic or something else. And then I'll start the poll right now. But let me see. Grab the poll, custom, manage.
I think like the previous debate, or like I'm not going to count on the poll because that all depends on who's in the comments. So even if it's Christians, so I think you're not going to avoid bias on that. I just want to hear feedback mostly. So
yeah,
from judges maybe, but.
And yeah, that's the problem that I've had in like prior debates, right? Like I would do like a poll, and then like the audience is like filled with atheists, and then basically like a bunch of atheists were winning consistently for like a while, right? And then there was like this one debate with Jeff for Truth. He's an atheist, and he went against somebody, and like even though there was like a mostly atheist crowd, Jeff for Truth lost to the audience poll, and he kind of broke like I think a 20 debate run of atheist winning the audience poll all the time. But yeah, the poll is up right now. It's the blue clipboard on the left side of your screen, and then let me see those comments. 2 Christians, 2 atheists, and 1 agnostic, or somebody who's neither Christian or atheist. Who wants to come up? Feel free to request. Who wants to be a judge? And we can get that out of the way, then do comments. Okay, I see 1 person. Constantine's going to be the Christian judge. We need 1 more Christian judge. Comment below. Let me see it. I can let you up. Paul? Who is that? Sorry, give me a sec, guys. We're trying to get our judges. But yeah, we need 2 atheists and 1 Christian judge. Comment below. Let me know if you want to be a judge. Like, comment like, hey, I want to be a judge. No, we didn't have judges for this debate, so you can request right now. I'm picking 2 Christians, 2 atheists, and
Weren't you doing
1.
judges for every debate, or was that just random?
Typically, the people who debate have to request it beforehand, and we typically just do audience poll.
Okay.
But to be honest,
Yeah,
I
this
should
is
probably like.
day of debates where the best ideas win, bro.
Or no, that's the controversial compass. So like,
You
I
don't
run a
know. This
space
isn't your
called.
show. It's not like you put this thing together, dude.
Oh wait, hold on. Wait. What 2 atheists want to judge? What 2 atheists?
Bring up Hatim, man.
Oh, Hatim, you want to be a judge?
Just make him. Just tell him to do it. Just force it.
I mean, only if he wants to. I mean, but I know. So I run a page called the Controversial Compass, a space where the best ideas win. This page is Day of Debates, debates that entertain and educate. But okay, I'm just gonna
Hi
I'm gonna
Coco. Hope you're doing well. I was just curious, how in depth do you want this to be? Do you just want us to say the name, or
give a couple critiques or comments on the debate, and I mean you can make it as short as possible and say who you think won. Hatim, I'm gonna have you be a judge. I'm just gonna pick an atheist because we do have to get going. But who wants to? And then like I need an agnostic. Do we got any agnostics in there, or anyone who's not Christian or not atheist?
Yeah, someone who just suspends judgment on their worldview. We want them up here as a judge so they can not suspend. Like, how's that going to work?
I mean,
Braden?
I'm technically that.
Let's see. Oh, Flunser, you want to get up here? Yeah, I'll have you. Yeah, Flunser, get up here. But let's see. I thought I invited him. But Braden. Oh, I was about to say Braden. Yeah, you can come up here. But yeah, we need one more atheist and one more agnostic, and then we'll be good. And then we can do the judging. Then we can do some audience questions, and then get on to the next debate. But the poll is running right now. It's the blue clipboard on the left side of your screen. But Pokey Bear, do you want to do it? Did you watch the entire debate? Sorry, give us 1 sec. But here, let me see. All right, okay. People are saying bring up equality, so sure. Equality. What's your belief? Identity.
I'm an atheist.
Okay, cool. And then yeah, we need an agnostic, and we'll be good. We just need one person that's like agnostic or like neither Christian or atheist, and then we'll be good.
No, is Flincer down there?
Yeah, Flunser request. Oh, yep, he requested. Okay, cool. We're good to go. Okay, give me 1 sec. He's connecting. He's like connecting, but he's not quite there yet. Turn on your camera. That'll probably help. But like point it at like the floor or something, and then because TikTok glitches. So if you just turn on your camera, turn it off, it helps you connect onto the panel. It's like struggling, but I mean we can get started on the judging while we're waiting for Flunser. So who wants to go first? Constantine, Shark, Hatim, Equality, and then Flunser. Who wants to go?
I don't care.
Can sorry, can I give my spot to question mark?
Yeah, you can swap out with question mark. Let's see. Okay, and then I just got the poll results, and then I'm swapping him out with question mark. Who's question mark?
Oh, I'm just a team's friend.
Oh, question. Okay, so you're an atheist, right?
I generally, I lean toward atheism.
Oh, are you agnostic leaning towards atheism?
I mean, yeah, but I will take a strong atheism position given that, like, I don't know if you experienced this, but if I ever say, well, I'm agnostic atheist, half the time someone starts gibberating, so I just have to pretend I'm a strong atheist.
Okay. And then Flenser, I'll invite you back up. Sorry, connection issues. I invited him back up, and then we're good to go. But yeah, if you guys want to start, anyone can go first. Yeah, give your
So what
judgment.
we have 3 atheists, or what do we have here?
We have 2 Christians, so Constantine and Shark, and then we have
Is Shark?
I guess
Is that the one with the one under me?
Yes, Shark is
Yeah.
Christian.
Okay, got it. Okay.
and then Equality is atheist, and Question is atheist. And then Spencer's
agnostic
is
leaning towards
agnostic.
atheism.
Okay.
No, we're just looking for Flenser. Or do we have any agnostics? How many agnostics are in here, if not Flenser? I sent him an invite.
So
but,
tell Hatim to come back.
Hatim is atheist.
Or Hatim's goated.
But oh wait, Plato's Cave. Do me a favor. Did you watch the debate? You could really help me out right now.
Constantine, should I upload the whole clip between me and Hagel?
Yeah, if you want to. I think it was a great exchange.
All right, I'll probably will. I just kind of go all the way back through my VOD list and then find that.
Yeah, that was a really cool day.
Oh yeah, okay. I invited Plato. Let's see, which is basically Joey Rivera. He's agnostic. Joey Rivera is the agnostic that I would want to be. Like he's the blueprint for like what I'm trying to be. But yeah, Joey, I sent you an invite. Let's see if he like accepts it. But I guess who wants to go first? Oh, actually, really quick. Joey, did you watch this debate on the screen all the way?
Oh, sorry, just got my mic in. What's up?
Did you watch this debate on the screen, the entire thing?
Most of it, yeah.
Oh, okay, and then you can make a judgment.
Yeah.
Okay. So who wants to go first?
What is most?
Like I was listening, so I mean that's all I
what
can say.
Styx is
Really.
asking is he wants some sort of Bayesian structure to quantify your most.
On God.
Swear. I'll let the Holy Spirit guide me.
I guess I just must not be in the know. Is like host, are you an alt account of like anyone that's super popular? Because I don't want to be like putting out anything too obvious here. We have an astounding amount of high tiers on the panel, and I don't know like if you know all of them.
Oh, so this is the Day of Debates account, and it's run by 3 individuals. But me, I'm the controversial compass, and my account is like the green box on the panel.
Hey, Coco, Monkey Boy's asking if he can post this debate on his channel as well.
Oh yeah, feel free to. Yeah, anyone can post this debate on their channel. I don't mind. Get it out there. But if you also can, please tag like Day of Debates on YouTube. If you do post it, but yeah, feel free to post it or do whatever. But I guess Constantine, you wanna go first, and then we'll go down to Shark and then everybody else.
Yeah, look. So I think both of you brought a distinct strength to the exchange, right? And that definitely showed. Styx, your preparation was evident from the outset. So, I mean, your command of sources and the structural clarity gave way to a robust argumentation, right? So, and the way you wove the contention of Theo's rebuttals, it just showed an overall preparedness, and there was a lot to be gained from it. Styx, I'm done through with you now. Theo, at the beginning of the cross exam, he did say that he there was no natural explanations. There was no explanatory process. Somehow that got waved away, and you let him up, and that's regretful. Because unfortunately, I'm afraid it did cost you in the long run. And once Styx got his teeth in, it seemed like he was unwilling to let go. With that concession, and I don't even know if we can call it a concession at this point, when he said there was no natural, it doesn't predict anything, we laid that on the table, and then you just slid it off the table. He was able to regain his footing, and then he started sprinting away. I'm not sure if that's a valid. Look, when we make these arguments, if there's any type of mere concession, like a pit bull, you just have to dig into it, and it has to be highlighted to the audience. And I just don't think it was, And so for that reason, I think there was an adequate recovery and then just a sprint away. I still think that your arguments were great. I think that you represented the faith well. I'm proud to call you a brother in Christ. However, due to the preparation of Styx's presentations and the sophistication on the presentation, I am going to vote, unfortunately, for Styx. And I have to be fair in that prognosis.
Okay.
That's fine.
With
Can I
that,
respond to some of that real quick?
Make it quick.
It'll be quick.
Yeah.
Hey, that's fair, man. That's fair. The only thing I would say, Constantine, is like a concession is a concession. Like I highlighted it. I asked him several times, and it's like I think what you're talking about is like rhetorically, performatively, which I don't care about that. Like in my mind, he conceded, and that's it. And I got
just don't
that,
know
and
why
it's
you
on
let him
record.
up, Theo. I don't know
Well,
why.
what else was I supposed to do to him? He said it. I asked him several times. Anyways,
can I respond to that too? It seems unfair that.
Yeah.
I'm going to make it one sentence. Yeah, look, conceding that naturalism doesn't predict a particular thing that emerges from it is not a concession that theism is more favorable over naturalism. That's not the debate. The debate is whether or not theism is more preferred given the fine-tuning data.
If it doesn't predict, it's not preferred.
Right, but his doesn't either.
That's my
If it doesn't predict, it's
You guys
not
are just
preferred.
you guys are
Theo,
just taking
let
all
that
my
go.
feedback, man. Dang.
Yeah.
I really don't know what to say now.
They just did like that. Everything that I was going to say.
If
they
it
said
doesn't
right?
predict, it's not preferred. Somehow that was swept off the table, and Styx was allowed to sprint down the field with the ball.
Would it just not?
It's not swept. It's recorded
even though
forever.
it could just be the
Are we
case
just
that both
talking now?
hypotheses don't.
Are we just talking now? Are we just
Anyway.
talking now?
We do have to get to the judges, to respect
Sorry.
people's time.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
But go ahead, sorry.
So, I think first of all, I'm going to glaze a little bit. I think Styx is one of the most sincere and formidable individuals on this app. Theo, I second what Constantine said. Even if you just focus rhetorically, you let him go, and I think linguistically you started speaking his language in the second cross exam, and I think that Styx could just, and I think he is saying this now, is that he can just say that they both have zero predictability scale. So does fine-tuning favor theism over naturalism? No, they equally predict nothing, right? So he would still win on that. So unfortunately, I think Styx won.
Okay. 2 for Styx. Plato, you want to go?
Yeah, I guess it'll be quick because Styx and Shark basically said the main thing that I focused on, which was the predictability of naturalism or its predictive power. So if I had to just add to it, I would say something that I think Constantine said. It sort of felt one-sided at a certain point where it felt like Styx was just explaining things. Theo was quiet, there's nothing wrong with that, but the sense that I didn't see him fight back much in the questioning, he didn't give much feedback, and then I just kept hearing Styx talking over and over. From a performative standpoint, I think it shows dominance in the debate. So for those 2 reasons, the main reason I give it to Styx.
Okay. Equality, what you got for us?
Yeah, same thing. I will be brief. I think that, like the others on the panel, I agree with much of what, is it Constantine had said? And yeah, I would give it to Styx. Theo seemed to, I would actually agree with what Constantine said about his first cross-examination. His greatest strength wasn't at the very beginning when he almost tried to just get Styx to just accept his P2. And Styx more than once kind of said, but under my worldview, I wouldn't have to accept that. But I would agree that as he went into that first cross-examination and he was focusing on what is not possible without a mind, I think he would have done better to continue down that line of thinking. But the couple of main reasons that I would give it to Styx is there were definitely a couple of points later that Theo seemed to misunderstand, almost like the opening line of does fine-tuning favor theism? So, it's not just possible, it favors it. And I would agree too with what I think Plato just said, that at some point closer to the end, it almost stopped being a debate and just kind of became like the class of Styx. And we were all just kind of learning. That's it.
Okay. So you're voting Styx, right?
Correct.
All right, and then a question. What you got for us?
I mean, unfortunately, it's always fun to like try and play devil's advocate, but I don't really want to just go against the crowd just to. I'm gonna have to say I agree with all the other judges' responses. Now, like one little thing I want to say is that like I think it was Shark who said that. I don't remember that. Like, yes, they can just both expect fine tuning at 0. So they're not going to like favor it over each other. So even if like fine tuning is expected 0 under naturalism and it's also expected 0 under theism, it's not really like conceding the debate. It's just saying they don't expect it at all. But yeah, I'm gonna have to give it to Sticks, like all the other judges did.
Okay. With that, I think both contestants did a very good job. We're very studied, and
Amazing
we're quoting
job.
like
Amazing job.
yeah, we're
Well
quoting
done.
stuff that like I was like new to, right? But Sticks, congratulations on your win with a 5/5 judge vote. And absolutely. And tomorrow I will be posting the audience votes for all of the debates, but congratulations. And we'll be posting that later. A real quick announcement, and then we'll do like a little bit of Q&A. But I think what I'm probably going to do for the last debate is we sort of did go over time a little bit. So the next debate was supposed to be this one. A creator is necessary for our universe, but I think what I'm going to do is push this debate to next Friday. See if Joel is okay with it, but Else or Loin, if you're in here, sorry for the inconvenience, but is it possible that we could do your debate next Friday? Definitely an earlier time, probably like 6 or like 7, because there won't be any other debates on the docket. But we just ran over a little bit, and then we'll just do audience comments, questions, and concerns. But yeah, but sorry about that. But yeah, we'll get to comments, questions, and concerns, and then we'll just call it a night.
While we're waiting for that, Theo, I just want to thank you so much. I don't know if I would have had the balls to schedule a formal debate for myself. So I appreciate you challenging me. You pushed me. I didn't know a lot of the stuff I debated, 3 weeks ago. And so you forced me to kind of step up my game and understand some things I hadn't before. And if anything, that's like the best part of this. So appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah, for sure, man. Likewise.
Okay. And yeah, no, I think both of you did like amazing. Like one of the top you guys were like the top performers of the night. But with that, we'll get to audience comments, questions, concerns, and critiques, and then judges, if you have anything else for us, let us know. Otherwise, I'll drop you from the panel, and we'll keep it moving.
I get
have a
about
good night,
5
y'all.
minutes if that's okay. It's super late here, but for the comments and critiques and all that stuff.
Also, I bet Hatim would have voted the same as me. So, like, even though he left, I don't think it was too big of an issue.
Yeah, but oh yeah, and Theosophical, yeah. If you have to go because it is late, that's totally fine.
Okay, I mean, I'm open if anybody wanted to hop up or whatever. I'm not sure how you do that.
Oh yeah, I guess we got like 5-10 minutes, 5 minutes. But yeah, if you guys want to come up, ask any comments, questions, concerns, or critiques, feel free to. I'll bring I'll bring
Can you hear
Pokey
me?
there. Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to congratulate the debaters. You guys did it. I think it was a very entertaining round. I think I learned the most from this debate than any other debate I've watched, for sure. And I think you guys did well rhetorically on both ends. I do think something that stuck out to me, like things that stick out to the audience, I think, are like the dagger questions. I think Sticks had a dagger. I was curious on Sticks why that kind of question wasn't levied earlier, like the bear theism question. But what do you expect?
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of. Here's the thing with Bayesian inferences. This is not an easy domain to understand, and if you're not looking at the arithmetic, if you're not understanding kind of like the conjunctive penalties, the implications of like the likelihoods and the constraints and all these things, it's kind of difficult to wrap your head around. And so I was trying to keep it intuitive for the audience as well, and to not get too caught up in the deep Bayes stuff. But that was a critical point, and yeah, maybe I should have introduced it a little earlier.
Because I felt like that was just a nail in the coffin. Like when you asked that, and there was like 15 seconds of silence. I, I was all over the comments like, "Whoa, what's going on?" And Theo, how were you feeling when you were asked that question?
Which one was it?
What were your thought process?
Which question was it?
I forgot what it was specifically about the bear designer sticks. What was it? Do you remember?
Well, the question that we kind of got stuck on was whether or not the bear design hypothesis entails a creator that would entail or create a universe like ours with life permitting conditions, or if the probability space is divided between, based on the not inequality, sorry, the indifference principle.
I think as you asked it, I think I remember what you asked. It was something like, why is it expected under bear theism that you would see a world like ours?
Is that the question? Okay. I was trying to I think I was just trying to parse out what he was getting at and trying to parse out like everything I said, because usually a lot of times that's sort of what ends up happening is everything is construed as like bear theism versus naturalism. And I'm kind of like, I'm not settled on that. And like I try to prepare for that sort of thing, and I'm still not settled on it. It's definitely something I'm thinking about, but I'm like, it seems more of a technical point, and I don't know. Those things don't really, I don't know. I'm definitely going to review that and just think more about it, but I don't know.
And some material too, Theo. Detroyer is I believe, the person who at least formulated this in this space, and his formulation is, once you study that a little bit, we can kind of understand where I'm coming from.
Right on.
I think maybe you misjudged your question, Theo, where you thought it was like a nail in the coffin concession when you asked, does it predict it? And you said no. The point is that just because he doesn't predict it, it doesn't mean that for your case that it would be better preferred, right? You could be both dispreferred on both ends. So maybe that like miscalculation, because maybe that if you didn't miscalculate that like that question was going to be a nail, maybe you would have strategized differently about what you were going to say later on. Because I think maybe that might have been like your number one mistake in the debate, like the overconfidence from that question.
Base.
One question.
But, okay, go ahead, Forrest. You're next.
Sticks, was this revenge for the Olympics?
Can you drop this guy, please?
Forrest is always making jokes.
That would be very inappropriate, and I'm going to tell you why right now, okay?
He's talking about America winning in the Olympics, and I guess Sticks from Canada.
Yeah. Talking about the hockey.
Honestly, I wish Canada won with how MAGA they are. America was crazy.
But Sean, you got anything for us?
I just had a question, and if it was explained earlier in the debate, I only caught the back end of it, so I apologize if it was explained before. But I hadn't studied Bayesian probabilities before, but I was able to pick up on what Sticks was explaining. Basically, if you establish that a schmurder happened, there's a 49% chance it's male, assuming that's the gender makeup or what have you. But then if it's a male and a blonde, you kind of cut it down or what have you. For both, actually, how do you establish, if my understanding is correct, if it's not, please let me know. How do you establish Bayesian probability with something that has zero priors? I would just be interested to know that.
So when you're doing prior assignment, you typically invoke like the principle of indifference. So bear design and naturalism have the same explanatory power, and the like a priori antecedent probability is just distributed at least 50-50. So that's the prior, but the second constraint, actually, on the likelihood, is actually the one my opponent should have pressed on. but the probability of seeing life given bare design does not exceed the probability of life given naturalism. And the motivation for that is just that a bare design or a bare designer doesn't tell us anything about the intentions or motivations or disposition of the designer, and so we can't generate any novel expectations about the type of world that would obtain. And same thing with naturalism. Naturalism doesn't tell you what's going to obtain. It is the explanation of the nomological laws, I guess. Now, it follows then just from those two constraints, just through transitivity and Bayes' theorem, that the posterior on the conjunction of design plus additional considerations is less than or equal to naturalism. So I don't know how else. It's tough. I'd probably have to send you like the formulation if.
Yeah, I'll look it up myself.
My question, I have a question about this, is like, why don't we add conjuncts to naturalism? It's not like contentless.
Well, so naturalism is just the thesis that things are naturally in causal relation with one another. What kind of conjuncts does naturalism entail?
Seems like it would be. There's like I don't know. There's some kind of causal power happening. There are. I don't know. I'd have to take some time to think about it. But it seems like it's not just this simple thing. There's definitely like features to it.
Here's the thing. Even if that contention were levied, I could just change the formulation and say that naturalism and supernaturalism, or like supernaturalism has a less than or equal to probability compared to naturalism, and then we're kind of on the same priors. Naturalism, to me, I kind of defined it in the beginning, is just defined as like natural causal relation with natural things. So I don't know what kind of conjunct we would add to lower the prior on the particular notion of naturalism I held.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like there would be something there. I'd have to think about it more. But
okay, and with that, I think Sui will be probably like our last guest, I guess, or yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
yes.
well,
You said earlier that the presence of a bear or some sort of intelligent designer doesn't tell us anything about why the entity would design the universe in such a way. How is intelligent designer being defined?
Or that question was for me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, intelligent designer is just going to be like the God that's in question, right? The question here is like, does fine-tuning favor theism over naturalism? Theism is a subset of a bare designer. And when we defined a bare designer, we're just saying that it's like a mind that created the universe. And so any additional conjunctive propositions that we add onto that that are not like analytically entailed by the background data would suffer from a conjunctive inequality penalty.
Okay. And you don't think you don't think a reason for why the universe was designed this way could be that some sort of pro tanto reason. It could be some sort of pro tanto reason for the emergence of conscious beings, which allows for them to have rights and agency.
Sorry, was that for me? I didn't really get the question there.
Yeah, I was just asking you don't think the reason why it would be expected under the bare design hypothesis is because life permitting conditions would give rise to conscious entities.
Yeah.
And that could serve as a pro tanto reason as to why the intelligent designer.
I just don't think the background data on bare designers entail that it would want it could be the case that a bare designer just wants electrons to exist for reasons beyond our understanding. If we don't add any motivation or disposition of the designer, then we have no reason to believe it's going to instantiate any world or obtain any world.
I don't think it would have to be entailed. It just would have to be more likely.
But why would
it be? Yeah, like what about that type of designer would be more likely compared to a designer that just wants electrons or just wants like infinite, I don't know, universes that don't actually have any like stable matter?
Because presumably, you would want to say that conscious entity. Well, I'm not too sure if you hold to this view, but I don't think it's contentious to say that conscious entities are intrinsically good. Conscious entities are intrinsically good, or just being a conscious entity is intrinsically good.
I don't think I have any motivation to believe that all possible designers in that modal space are good or would want to be good or want to instantiate.
You don't need all there. I think you would just need one. No, why would you need all?
Well, honestly, the constraint on the prior actually is the least contentious or the least problematic constraint I had. I could actually grant some of these contentions and it would still go. So I don't know. I mean, if you're adding any conjunctive proposition that's not analytically entailed by the background data, and I don't think the proposition, this God wants a relationship or wants a certain type of universe is analytically entailed. That's conjunctive.
Let me ask you, Sticks, real quick. What do you mean by analytically entailed by the background data?
Yeah, so a mind is a broad hypothesis, right? A mind that created the universe. There's no information about what it wants or its disposition or anything like that. So back to my murder example.
But I kind of posited theism. I kind of gave something more robust than just a mind.
That's exactly the problem, though, is that theism is a subset of bare design, and that's why it faces the conjunctive proposition penalty.
Hey, Sticks, maybe it'd be helpful to give examples of what we do expect from bare theism.
You can't expect anything. Thoughts. This is kind of the contention.
Couldn't you at least expect thinking?
All we can expect to emerge from a designer is a design. And we don't have to say...
You can expect value because it's not going to design something it doesn't value or want.
Well, yeah, but then we're kind of at square zero because maybe it wants a universe that doesn't have permitting conditions or a universe that just is electrons. We have no reason to assume the type of universe it would want. We're kind of baking in the predicate or the conjunctive that it designs. That's kind of the whole point. But bare theism makes absolutely no novel predictions.
I'm just talking about to help them understand about what's analytically entailed.
Yeah, let me give you an example. So in a murderer example, it would just be analytically entailed that the murderer, if the background data says that it was a murder, the murderer was alive. Dead murderers don't kill people. So it would just be analytically entailed. So that conjunctive proposition wouldn't be penalized in the same way that a blonde murderer would, because not all murderers are blonde, right? The same way that not all designers want a universe like ours.
This sort of goes back to, this is the thing I'm struggling with. It seems like I'm not sure whether every conjunct, earlier you said that they don't need to be analytically entailed because it's kind of I don't think any hypothesis analytically entails the data it explains. It never works like that. You know what I'm saying? So
it's based on the background data. If the background data is that it tells us something about the hypothesis, then yeah, that's not suffering from a conjunctive proposition. But there's nothing about the universe was designed by a mind that entails that it was designed by a mind who wants a universe like ours.
But I mean, I already gave reasons for that, and I don't think it would have to be some sort of analytical entailment.
Yeah, respectfully, that's exactly these reasons are conjunctive propositions. I don't know. It's difficult to say this.
Just look, even if it's good, right, to want life, or even if it's good to have life, or if life is good intrinsically, why would we think that the bare designer is something that wants good things?
Presumably, the bare designer is a good thing. Well, it's baked in.
Jesus,
it's baked into that of the bare. Wait. It's not a conjunction because it's baked into that of the designer that it is the kind of thing that it's all good.
How is that baked in?
That's not bare design, bro.
I guess
how does bare design entail goodness?
The thing I'm struggling with, it almost seems like we can't ever define theism beyond this idea of bare design. What about classical theism? What about omnitheism? We can't ever bring that to the table with these constraints. They seem artificial to me. That's what I struggle with.
They seem artificial until you look at the arithmetic. I don't know. I think you guys are actually wrestling with the wrong constraint here, to be honest. But I'll send you the arithmetic, Theo, and I'll send you, if I can, Friction Substack. It might help you understand.
Go for it. Yeah, I definitely want to look at that. I actually have some philosophy professor friends. I know one that's specializes in Bayes. I want him to hear this and get his opinion on it and see what he obviously I don't know a ton about Bayes. I kind of have a cursory, look into it, but I just want to kind of see what he thinks about all of this and just the flow. So it's Tim McGrew, by the way. So
okay, guys, I can't stay on much longer. It's getting a little late for me.
I gotta go too. It's super late. Hey, Sticks, man, I appreciate it. Always trying to get better. So
hey, I view debate kind of like chess. Even if you lose, it's still a fun game. So
heck yeah,
yeah. We'll chat. I'm sure I'll see you around.
Yep. All right, guys. Have a good night. I'm gonna peace out, Coco.
Okay, absolutely. With that, I'll close up, give my final statements, and then I'll shut down the live and I'll stay up and edit these debates so I can post them on YouTube.
W. Coco,
But
it's a lot of work to do all this, buddy. Appreciate it.
oh yeah, it takes like a lot of work, but I also like I love what I do. But yeah, it can be tiring sometimes. Yeah, thank you guys for being part of my community and like debating in like my debate events. I can't do this without the people who debate and me myself debating and everyone who supports.
Thanks.
So I guess
Sticks, I have a
yeah.
question.
Dude, I'm not doing. Sorry. Oh, go ahead, Katium. Yeah.
Oh wait. All right. Could you possibly DM him or
No!
send it his DMs? Or I mean, unless you guys want to finish up, yeah, you can.
Okay, 30 seconds.
I
Go
just
ahead.
wanted to see if deism and bear designer are the same.
Pretty much. I don't really see much difference. It'd be based on the person arguing for it that would want to define differences. But Coco, I'm never doing this again. This shit's too stressful.
Really did
You
us?
did a great job, though.
You did
You did a
good.
great job. I want to see you with someone else now.
People want to see you debate more people.
Bro, it was like seeing a double leg slam on top of somebody's head when you asked the question, bro. I was like, oh, stop. Let him get up.
All right, thanks, guys. We'll catch you around.
Yeah, we'll see you around. And so there we go. But with that, I guess I always do this after every event that I host. I give some final comments, and this is for anybody who wants to stick around to the last moments. I just warmed up some Popeyes in my kitchen, some leftovers. I'm about to go to my room. But ultimately, thank you guys for being here. Thank you for the people who debated. I can't do this project without the people who debate on my platform and give me a chance. It's a privilege to be able to host very intelligent and great minds. So I genuinely appreciate it. Even though I don't get along with all the moderators, there have been some falling out, some enemies, some friendships that have been shattered. I appreciate the moderators who use their powers accordingly and manage the live and do a good job. I'm friends with a lot of them, and some of them hate my guts. Literally, this is an honor. Thank you for all the gifts. Thank you for all the shares. Thank you for all the likes and the screen taps. It helps to boost the live. And yeah, ultimately, I want to do this for a living, but that's kind of like a wild dream. That's wildly kind of impossible. Only a few people get to do this, right? Like Deconstruction Justin, Ian. I mean, those guys are the greats. They're very intelligent, amazing at what they do. I hope that I get to do that too. I want to be a debater. I want to be one of the greatest debaters, one of the greatest debate live hosts. And I want to make content, do it for a living, do something that I love for a living. I enjoy this. I spend hours editing, hours making promo videos, hours collaborating with other content creators and atheist and Christian debaters on TikTok. And there are a lot of people who are on the come up who don't really get this, right? So I'm very grateful that I have so many views. I have so many people supporting me. Not everybody has access to this. You guys chose to be here tonight. You could have been anywhere. And I love everybody in my community. I am super grateful that you guys gave me a chance, that you guys actually like what I do. And please feel free to tell me if I'm doing anything wrong, if I'm fucking up anywhere. I want to be one of the greats. I want to be I want to be like one of the names that people remember, right? Like, hey, remember that guy on TikTok? He held the best debates and he was one of the best debaters. So all of this is awesome. Interacting with all of you, working with all of you, hosting these debates, having these events. This is awesome. I want to do this. I love this. And that's all I got to say. I can't do this without you. So thank you immensely for giving me a chance, for being here, for commenting, and for loving the projects that I put out and put so much effort into. And I guess with that, that's kind of like my final words.
And also, like, the comments were making me laugh throughout the entire debate event. The comments were incredibly, you guys were killing me, bro. The comments were funny as fuck. But with that, thank you guys. This is Day of Debates, debates that entertain and educate. This is a project being contributed to by me, AR 1115, and OG Kylo. And as for who I am Mr. Coco of the Controversial Compass. My profile is up here on the panel. I host debates, I debate people. I hope to one day make that thing a company, the Controversial Compass, a space where only the best ideas win. And with that, good night, everybody. And I love all of you. I love our community of Christians, atheists, debaters, philosophers, conversators. Remember, every single one of you is bright. Every single one of you has something to offer. And it is an honor for me to host a space where I get to see the amazing input that you guys give to the world. I get to see the sparkle in your eyes, and you guys teach me so much, and maybe I teach you guys some things, and it's an honor to be around you guys. Never forget, everybody that's watching, that you have something to contribute to the world. You have something. The world needs you. The world wants you, right? You are very important. Your contributions are very important, and the world is beautiful because it's a melting pot of different ideas, cultures, and ideas and lifestyles. So do your best to be yourself, and we need you. We need your ideas. We need your originality, your authenticity. So thank you for supporting me. And with that, I'm going to close out the live. So thank you guys. I hope you guys have a good night, and you might see me around. I'm going to be in other people's live streams.